He is closer to it. Meantime, at the sharper end of the field, Martin Short comes in at the end of his stint. Joe Bradley.
Yes, indeed. We've been waiting for him, camped out just outside his garage. 246 is the number of the BMW. Martin Short just coming to the end of his 2-hour stint. We've been next door looking at the Intersport BMW. Looks like they've done a prop shaft. We'll pop next door and cover that one, because it's quite interesting to see how the prop shaft has actually failed as the 246 BMW fires up. Did well not to spin the wheels.
Who
Very
got into that?
here.
Was that Richard getting back into it?
I believe so, yes. Just looking at those tyres that have come off. Still plenty of block tread there, so we're still not wearing the wets out.
Joe, are we going to have another, what has now become infamous Joe Bradley show and tell then with prop shaft?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have a word with Martin Short first.
Okay.
And then we'll pop next door to Intersport, have a word with Kevin. Now Martin has gone and sat straight down. Get up, man. Not finished yet. The work of a racing driver. You might think, hang on, have we got the camera on this? Hang on, I'll help him across. Come on, mate. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
I'm aching a bit.
Yeah, you've done 2 hours in the car, Martin.
Oh, yeah. That was much better. Obviously the rain must have stopped and it's just spray, and the grip levels have come up on the circuit now, and the BMW is the Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing BMW is really starting to work now. We just needed a bit more grip. The front wheel drive cars had a lot of advantage when it was really wet and we were struggling, but now the car's coming back, and the track's coming back to us, and that was lovely. I had a little battle with Phil Quaife. He was behind me, and they told me on the radio and said, right, be quiet now, don't talk to me anymore, and I pulled away from him, so I thought not bad for an old codger.
Yeah, certainly your lap times were there and you were pulling it back on the leader. But I have noticed, Martin, hardly any tyre wear on the wet still, so we're still not seeing a dry line, are we?
No, but the grip is definitely going up significantly on the track, significantly. We were doing 48s a little while ago, now we're doing 38s, on a clear lap. So, it's not going to dry out, really, is it, with this big blackness. But anyway, it was good and really enjoyed it. And Richard had a fantastic stint before me, didn't he? I just caught the end of it, and he did brilliant. Well,
you haven't done too badly there, and you were pulling time. Has Richard gone back into the car?
Yes, he has.
he was aware of that when he got out. Now, are you going back in the car in a couple of hours?
If it's still like this, yes.
Right, yeah. Wait, I don't think it's going to change. I think you're right. I think we're going to have to wait for the sun to come up.
Yeah, when the sun comes out. And then the other boys can have a go.
yeah, in the nicer weather. Yeah. Martin, I'm going to help you back into your chair, okay?
Right, come on.
Yeah, come on. I'll help you back. These old boys shouldn't be doing all this.
It's like a trailer from The Odd Couple.
Get out of it.
Joe Bradley.
With me and come to Intersport. Let's have a walk to Intersport.
Show and tell, Intersport BMW. They had all kinds of bits and pieces lying on the garage floor. This is the BMW that's been in the pits for a wee while now. That's the...
We'll get the camera. We'll get my cameraman to have a look at... the prop shaft that's gone.
By the way, Ivo Brukis has gone back up into second position whilst Martin Short was jumping out and Richard Neri was getting back in. The 3:03 then back up into second place, but still 11 3/4 minutes behind the Team Blakemore and Seat. So, no matter who's chasing them, they seem to be able to keep that lead. Joe Bradley.
Sorry, mate. So the 114 BMW is what we're talking about. You can see on the garage floor there laid out. Just get the... If you can... we won't get there. We can't go to the back of the garage. But can you see that prop shaft there, can you?
Not yet.
See those prop shafts?
Not yet. There we go.
Right, another garage there. Right. All those shafts there are what's called a prop shaft. Now, for people who don't understand what that is, if you just stay with me, engine is here. And we've got the gearbox about there. Now, how do we connect the gearbox to the rear axle? And that is where that shaft comes in, because from about here, where this guy's lying, he's now fitting the new prop shaft. We've got that long shaft that connects the rear axle to the gearbox. Front engined, rear wheel drive, that's what we're talking about. Now, where's Ryan? Ryan. Were you driving when you did the shaft?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. So have you? I saw a little bit of where it broke. Can you grab that for me? Ryan's gone across to get the bit of prop shaft. Now that's the yoke of the prop shaft where it's snapped. Now I suspect probably a downshift.
Upshift.
Right. Let me explain to the viewers what we mean by that. When you go down the box and your engine speed isn't quite matched with your road speed, that prop shaft twists on itself, doesn't it? And sometimes gives, even in wet conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
And so are you flat shifting when you're changing gear in this?
We've got paddles in there, so it auto cuts.
What's paddles?
And everything, but that gear change pulled the gear on the stick that time because the air pressure was low in the paddle shift system. So I don't know why it did it. It was down hanger straight, 4th to 5th, and it just went pop. So
because usually, Ryan, with a paddle shift, the electronics doesn't allow what I've just described to happen. Am I right?
Yeah, it should be. But yeah, I was having to change on the stick. So I just revved it up as normal and just pulled the stick, had a little lift, and it still went pop. So
is the sequential stick just as a bit of a safety net, let's say, if the paddle shift falls apart, which it has?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it all works on like an air shift, so it moves the stick every time it changes gear anyway. So I just had to use that instead.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, really, because you guys were doing really well, weren't you?
Yeah, we were second. I'd just gone out. I'd only been out 15 minutes or so, and I was just starting to push on, and that's it. So we'll see.
How far into the job are we? I can see people under there. It hasn't done the diff. It is just the prop shaft that's snapped.
Yeah, it's just a prop shaft at the minute. We're just trying to find one. It's the link in the middle is causing the issue. So Kev's out trying to find one. We've got a few laid out on the floor, but they're all different parts. So
it's like going to the scrap dealer, isn't it, and finding one that matches. They say that all BMW 3 Series are the same. They never are they?
No, they never are. So we're running up and down the pit lane asking all the other BMW teams if we can borrow something.
Well, I hope you guys get it sorted. I'll give you that back, as you can mount that on a bit of mahogany, can't you? I'm sure Kevin's going to mount it on you somewhere.
Right at me, yeah.
All right, mine. I'll let you crack on. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for telling us. So there, bit of show and tell. We've all learned about prop shafts now.
Do you know, you missed your true vocation. You could have been on How back in the 1970s there, Joe. 70s TV reference for our British viewers there. Interesting to hear that that the redundant systems, if the air shift, the paddle shift doesn't work, still got the sequential shift. Martin Short's car has exactly the same as that, just in case, so you can still shift the gear with a long gear lever on the right hand side of the driver. It's just sequential, so it's not an age pattern, so forward for down and back for up. 10 hours and 47 minutes still to go. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Joe Bradley. It's Bradley Philpott who's taken over the Team Ultron Peugeot from Sarah Bovey, still in 4th position and leading the A3 category. TCR cars first and second now. Just to underline that Ivo Briekes has gone through in the 303 on the pit stop rotation. We've got used to this happening now, Paul, as the 303 and the 246 aren't quite on the same strategy in terms of, or the same timing, should I say. I'm not sure how strategic it was, but they've become they've diverged a little bit as to when they do their driver changes.
And they're almost exactly 50-50. So it's not like one of them leads a lot of the way and then the other one leads for a little of the way. They're pretty much 50-50 in terms of when each of them make their pit stops. And that's happened as a result of Ivo Briekes breaking his stint into 2 chunks when the purple code 60 was given about 9 hours into the race. And that's kind of why it got out of sync like that. At the same time, Richard Neary stayed out and did that full 2-hour stint of 41 laps. Martin Short doing a very similar stint, but only getting 40 laps in his 2 hours. Crucially, though, he managed to do both of them on a full tank of fuel, purple flag, code 60.
Sorry,
that's
my
a shame.
fault.
Yeah, we were over an hour. We were an hour and a quarter, I think, thereabouts, between purples.
The report from the series is the area Owens Endurance Honda Civic, the 168 car, has come to a stop at
Beckett's, I think, isn't
Beckett's again, I think, yes.
Yeah.
That's what we see on the screen, although that hasn't always matched up with where the cars actually are. So we're back to 60 kilometres an hour. There is a car in a very large gravel trap, and that is the 168. That is Honda shaped, the Honda Civic, which is being driven at the moment by Carl Swift. Now, I did see somebody running away from the car there. I hope that wasn't the driver. It would be nice to think he stayed in it. It's not able to be dealt with by a caution flag at the moment, and you'll see why. He's gone straight on in the middle portion of Beckett. So he's come through the left-hander at Maggots, got himself straightened up, down a gear, just as you come through the apex of the right-hand side, and then instead of being able to turn left into the next part of Beckett's, he's gone straight on and into the gravel trap. I've been a car's width or so to the left. He might have got away with... No, he's well embedded there. Grass not too far away from him, but far enough that he couldn't get there, Paul.
Yeah, I think the JCB's parking spot is at Beckett, so because that's where the car came off, they were able to just wheel the JCB out straight away, and that's why they threw the code 60 flags straight away. And we'd almost got to 2 hours, actually. We were down an hour and 53 minutes of green flag running, which was the second longest green flag period we'd had in the race thus far. But the beauty of it is it's all so quick, and let's get on with it. And most of the code 60s have been admittedly over 5 minutes, but very much less than that.
And the leader is in the pit lane, Joe Bradley.
Yes, taking advantage of the code 60, I think, because I'm not sure what Paul will be able to tell us. So frantic action going on in the 127 Seat's pit, and I think it's Sebastian Bleekemolen who's getting in, and we saw him dashing across from the pit wall and into the garage to grab his helmet. So maybe the decision was made when the code 60 came out.
I think so.
That was what was going to happen. Would you concur with that, Paul?
I would indeed. He did Pinman Reet did 31 laps and would have done no more than another 5 laps had he have stayed in the car. So Sebastian should have been getting ready, but obviously with the code 60 you might as well do it now and get ready straight away. And so it is his turn on the rotation. In fact, Sebastian hasn't been in the car for ages. When was he in? 8 hours in. So it's 5 hours ago he was last in the car.
Let's not forget, though, Paul, it's not quite as simple as that, pitting under code 60. Yes, you can change drivers. Yes, you can change tyres. But you're only allowed to fill 50 litres.
Well, half of whatever your... bit of wheel spin going out there. Half of whatever your fuel allowance is,
which is 50
litres for that car. The 168 car being pulled backwards, the front wheels are locked, the front air dam is catching the gravel, and it maybe there's a little bit of suspension damage on the left front of that 168 Honda, so he may have had help to get into that gravel trap, and it's a very big gravel trap at that. In better weather, there's a little man who rents out deck chairs by the hour when the tide's gone out over that bit of beach. Only joking. Oh yes, I'm not happy with the way that car is crabbing as it's being towed. I think there's something a little more wrong. Although the rear wheels are turned. I'm just trying to see the right front. Now what they're going to do, of course, is fire it up, drive it away and make a liar out of me. Carl Swift behind the wheel of that car. Joe Bradley being offered hospitality down in the pit lane as we're on our 13th this one. Okay, 13th. Code 60. It's the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. Still a good hour on more before sunup. You have the details of when the official sunrise is, Paul? I had it in my mind that it was about 6:30, but I may have just completely made that up in a way that things pop into my head at my age, and I believe them to be true.
Sunrise is at 6:33.
Oh, not so bad from Hindhoff then. The senility hasn't completely taken over. The stealth bomber shape in the background of that very dark picture is the Silverstone wing, the Grand Prix pits, and Joe Bradley has news from the pit lane on the weather. Joe?
Yes, mate. Started to rain again. Before it was just like sort of hanging in the air. Now it's dropping. Now it's dropping, definitely. So the track's not going to dry at all.
Oh dear. 168 still being dragged across gravel. The right front wheel is turning as the Snatch tractor, which is a proper JCB. It's not just JCB alike, it is a JCB. Peter Lee's finest. That car's been dragged a very long way. Is that grass now just behind it? Hard to see in the light. Or is the car just being dragged to a place of safety? I do like the Marshall's flashing tabards as well that we have seen over various times this evening. In this long darkness period, although the clocks have sprung forward here in the UK, we have just gone by it's the vernal equinox, isn't it, to move into official springtime. The days are getting lighter, or there's becoming more daylight in the 24-hour cycle.
And there is more daylight time than there is night time, but not by much. It's close to 50-50. I think the problem with it is that with such cloud cover as we must have, obviously I can't see the cloud cover because it's too dark, but such cloud cover that is producing this weather, it's not going to get light particularly quickly, even after the official sunrise time. Because I suspect that sunrise will be a time rather than a description.
Yeah, you may be right. Not very many takers at the front of the field because we've just had a rash of pit stops. So those, obviously the leader did come in there, but that was pretty much a scheduled stop anyway. Well, decent timing by the leader of the race, as we'll go back to green flag in something under 60 seconds. Ivo Breukers in the 303 in second position at the moment. This is the Red Camel Jordans.NL Seat Leon Cup racer, one of a slew of TCR category cars that are in this 24 hours of Silverstone for 2016. The first round of the Touring Car Endurance Series, round 3 of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook, and the green flag is out. But there's still a yellow flag between turns 1 and 2, Cops and Maggots. But I like the idea of getting the code 60 out of the way straight away. What that certainly does is lets people get that heat back in their tyres that Paul was talking about earlier on. Now let's see who can make the difference. In the classes, D1 in third position, Jarno Iprenberg in the number 198, the Equipe Verscheur BMW 123D. In second place in D2, Tim Stambridge currently lies 22nd in the overall standings. Tim in the Red Camel Jordans.NL Seat Leon TDI, and leading the D1 category with 262 laps completed and inside the top 10 at 8 pop pickers. Thomas Piesens in the Recce Racing Team BMW 120D, and just to give you an idea, that car has completed, as I said, 262 laps, second place in class 248, so a considerable lead there. So I'll look through some of the other classes for you. in SP Touring, Neil Primrose now behind the wheel of the 117, just crossing the line, in fact, Neil, as we're talking about it. That's the Saxon Motorsport 135D BMW, the GTR version of that. He's done 250 laps in 20th position overall.
He's third in class.
Third in class, yeah. In second in the D2 category, in the SP Touring category, is Christoph Ulrich in the 102 JR Motorsport BMW E90 M3, and leading that class third overall on 273 laps. So again, with laps in hand, Richard Neri in the team ABBA Commercials with Road Centre Racing. That, as I say, a top 3 car. In A2, the 216, which is the Modena Motorsports Mark III Clio, sits in third position, and that is Francis Tia, who is behind the wheel of that car. 251 laps, one spot ahead on the timing and scoring monitor. Their nearest rivals, the 112, which is the Presenza.eu Racing Team Clio, a car that has led the class, as has its team car. Stephen Shaggy at the wheel of that, and they are 17th and 18th position overall, separated by just on a lap or thereabouts, 3 minutes and 37 seconds between those two, as they went across the line last time around. And leading the A2 category, we go all the way up to 13th position, and the 212 presents a Clio Mark IV with Ole Kildgaard at the wheel of the 13th place car, which is leading its Class A2. In A3, third position, Mark Allen in the 136 Team Brit Volkswagen Golf GTI. 10th position overall for them on 259 laps. He's about 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Morton Dons in the 335 Scangrip Racing E92 335i BMW, and I think that's the first time I've mentioned that car. And they are up into second in class and 9th overall. And Bradley Philpott is now behind the wheel of the class-leading 208 Peugeot GTI, which sits in 5th, scratch that, 4th position now on 272 laps. In TCR, and where's the third place TCR car? There we are, Ramsey Moutran, of course, who is 4 seconds behind 4th position, but that's not a battle for position. He's in 5th place, having completed 272 laps for Memak Ogilvy Racing. 2nd place, Ivo Brukers in 2nd place overall, having completed 275 laps for the bright orange red Camel Jordan Seat, and making it a 1-2-3, or in this case a 3-2-1, as I've done them in reverse order. Sebastian Blakemolen leads the race overall, currently here at the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone in the white number 127 TCR Class Leon Cup Racer. And those are your classes. I didn't mention the Cup classes, did I? Sorry, did that last time. 235, the Cup 1 class, the little BMWs, the duo racing car has Phil Harris behind the wheel, and second in the Cup class has gone where? Thank you, Paul. Sorry, Phil Harris is second now in the Cup 1 class, and it's Richard Abra behind the wheel of the 154. That's the Mark Lemmer car. Mark got out of that at the last pit stop, and they are on 257. Sorry, tired eyes in the commentary box, and trying to be clever and flick around the timing screen at the same time as I'm trying to read across a line doesn't help, if I'm honest. Timing screen's fantastic.
The timing screen's fantastic, yes.
It's just I can't read it.
It's very distracting, is the trouble, with all the various other screens that I'm trying to look at. One day I really must try to go to a motor race and watch the cars.
Wash your mouth out, Mr. Trustwell.
No. There's a lot to be said for it, you know. What was I going to talk about? I was going to talk about the fact that Ivo Breukers was the only, was not the only one who didn't come into the pits during that Code 60 that we've just had. And I'll be interested to see how this plays out, because Richard Neary, remember, went into the pits just before the code, or rather he took the car out just before the Code 60 was given. Martin Short brought the car in, Richard Neary took it out, and then we had the Code 60. And around about the same time, or just before that in fact, Phil Quaife came in. So both Phil Quaife handing the car to Ramsey Moutran and Richard Neary taking over from Martin Short happened just before the Code 60. Now, Ivo Breukers stayed out, so none of those cars came in during the Code 60. The only one that came in, once again, was the Team Bleekemolen Seat, Sebastian Bleekemolen himself having come into the pits, and no sooner have I said that Bleekemolen is back in the pits again. Now that is 3 laps, which doesn't quite seem right, given that we've just gone green. 3 laps out there is that certainly makes no sense at all.
So the leader in the pit lane, a bit of drama here for the 127. Meantime, the Miltech Sport sponsored 130 Seat is in and out of the pit lane, and that car running down in 39th position. That's the Lucas Orrick car that had the incident with the William Gannon 99 car, which still is in the pit. So that car is now rejoining, and the 99 car didn't have the spare parts, did it, to get repaired?
Lucas Orrick has been in the pits for something like 5.5 hours, so a monstrously long pit stop. But he did tell us in his big confession about how sorry he was at what had happened, and putting his hands up to the mistake, that they were going to carry on, they were going to keep pressing on. And Andrew Hackett is who's taken the BMW, the Seat Leon, back out onto the circuit again.
As the Intersport Racing 114 black and red BMW, the one with the drive shaft issue earlier on, well, all that work and lying underneath the car by the single mechanic who knew exactly what he was doing, has found
the bit that he was looking for.
Yeah, well, I think that was the problem. There was a selection to choose from, none of which were the right one.
And Sebastian Bleekemolen back on his way again, or rather that car is back on its way again, without stopping for fuel. So it came in under the Code 60 to get fuel, and now has headed off again, having done just 3 laps on that stint, and he's off again.
Joe Bradley has been down to the Bleekemolen pit. Can you enlighten us, Mr. B?
Yes, I can. There's a wing. I'm trying to identify what the wing was off. The previous driver. Now, who was that?
Sebastian Bleekemolen, I think, has stayed in the car. No, I think he stayed in the car.
It was Pim van Riet.
Yes, right.
On the previous stop, Sebastian Bleekemolen took it over and then brought the car back in again.
Right. Well, Van Riet has hit something, he said, and it was still attached to the car. The wing was attached to the car. Now, if I can find...
You mean they picked up a part of someone else's car?
I'm not sure. I'm going to find out.
During the Code 60, the car came in and Sebastian Bleekemolen got into the car. Sebastian's brought the car back in again and now gone out after a very short stint. So, just the 3 laps. So...
He's come back in and they've detached something from the car. And I'm going to clarify exactly what that is.
You're walking away from your microphone, Joe.
What exactly, just tell us again, was that bodywork that I saw come off the car, was that from your car or something that you did?
My car, we have the same car. I drive also on 127.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
In the last lap for 60, there was somebody was crashed on the road, and there was almost damage on the track, and
you hit the debris.
The debris, and he broke mine. What that?
The front splitter.
Splitter. Yeah.
So it was the splitter we've seen. So Sebastian went out with the car. The splitter has then become detached, and he was trailing. Yeah. So he's come in. They've ripped it off the car, and that's what I saw being carried back to the inside the garage. Yep.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, we got to the bottom of that eventually, didn't we? Great stuff.
Well done, Joe. Meantime, the stricken Honda that we saw earlier on has been delivered back to its expectant pit crew. And now they're expecting to have some work to do on that car as it is lifted away. Remember, this is the car that had the very long journey pulled backwards over the gravel. It looked like a left front issue to me on that car. And that's where they are looking at the moment. 2 crew members holding on to the left front wheel as the car is on the suspended toe. Be careful not to knock anybody's pit equipment down as the Area Owens Endurance Honda Civic is placed back into the loving care of its pit crew.
And that extra pit stop for Bleekemolen then means that it is only just 3 laps separated from Ivo Breukers. Before that pit stop, it was separated by very nearly 4 laps. There's still 3 laps separating them in terms of which lap number they're on. Sebastian Bleekemolen on his 282nd lap, Breukers on his 279th lap. But Breukers now very much closer to Bleekemolen on the road and pretty much exactly 3 laps behind him now. And so we need to keep an eye on that. And of course, Richard Neary, who at the moment is lapping 4 seconds or so faster than Ivo Breukers, is only a lap and a bit behind the 2 Seat Leons. So we've got this lovely prospect as daylight is just around the corner, within the hour, that everything at the front is beginning to close up as the people at the very front seem to be having tiny little problems. And well, this is the time when you have to keep paying attention. And I don't know if it was you or Johnny who asked now, what's the next drama going to be? Well, you just don't know, do you? That's the whole point.
No. When you have weather conditions like this, you, as a pit crew, you're trying to get the rest, if not the sleep, that we were talking about earlier on, so that the scramble, when it comes, can be handled. And it's as much about mental acuity and clearness of thought, can win races and indeed championship. If I look back to the WEC last year, the car that won the championship for Porsche, for the Porsche drivers, Mark Webber, Brendan Hartley and Timo Bernhard, had an issue at Bahrain. Came in, everybody flocked around it, tried to find an electronic solution, and somebody stepped up with a couple of tyre wraps and fixed it and sent it out, and that lasted for almost all of the race, that fix. Timo drove a great stint, and then Mark, when it broke again, Mark had to pretty much drive it on the ignition switch for the last 45 minutes. And it's that kind of clarity of thought, Paul, that gets you back out and can materially change the results of races. And in that case, a championship car stopped on the circuit. It's a spinner, and it's the 212 Clio. Been an eventful run for those guys, and once again, this is a Class A2 leader who's in trouble.
Again.
Yeah.
He's had his own little bit of trouble in the pit lane. Now he's having trouble out on the track. And I'm not sure if that's not towards the end of the lap as well, which is exactly the same place where the 172. It's not exactly the same place, but I think it is towards the end of the lap. I don't think he's in the gravel, though, is he, John? He's at least on
he was on hard standing. He was on the outside of the track surface, and he's through entry and now heading towards Brooklands.
Yeah.
Paul, honestly, it's an educated guess every time I see this circuit in the dark. What I can tell you, thanks to the clarity and superb functionality of our very, very impressive onboard cameras, is that the conditions are getting better, because we're seeing less spray in the air. We're seeing the headlight beams stretch further down into the blackness of the circuit without reflecting back any spray or hanging moisture in the air. So with 10 hours and 21 minutes to go, we may be seeing just a little bit of a turn in conditions, and we'll keep a weather eye, pun intended, on the lap times to see if they start improving in the next few minutes here at the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. Lap times at the moment are still relatively constant. 2:44.6 last time around by Bradley Philpott in the A3 lead of the little Peugeot. Fifth position, fastest of the top 5 cars at the moment, but there was a 2:40 by Harry Hilders in the 4th place TCR car. That's as quick as we've seen for a little while, if I'm not mistaken. You sort of pick up, without really taking it in, and certainly without writing it down, you sort of pick up the area of the times that the teams are doing, Paul, and that seems to be a bit quicker for Harry than what I remember seeing in the last stint of this race.
Yes, looking at Sebastian Bleekemolen's times, he's only just come out of the pits, of course, so still settling in and presumably picking up on what Joe was telling us, that car running without a front splitter at all now then. Would they remove the front splitter from what Joe was telling us? So possibly Sebastian's times aren't going to improve that much, but he's down into the 2:43s, and I think just little by little we are going to see the lap times improving. And also, of course, the advantage of the front-wheel drive cars will be less strong as the track dries out and the grip returns for the rear-wheel drive cars, which can only play surely to the strengths of Richard Neary in particular. But Phil Quaife, sorry, not Phil Quaife, is it? It's Ramsey Moutron in the number 1 car as well. Ivo Breukers is coming towards the end of his stint, I fancy.
Sorry, go ahead, Temple.
He's done an hour and a half, but I don't know quite how much more the fuel will last. Maybe another 10 laps at most, I would say, for Ivo. And of course, that's the other thing, as the conditions improve, that the fuel will last less long. It'll be harder to do a full tank on 2 hours.
Yeah. Team Brit Golf back on the circuit again after its trials and tribulations early on. Well, good morning if you are just joining us around the world or around the circuit here at Silverstone. John Hindorf, Paul Truswell and Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, has joined us as well. It's a bit early for his shift, but thank you for that, Graham. And I said this earlier on, I think it bears saying again in a race of this length. Yes, we've got laps between first, second, third, fourth, but only 10 seconds, by the way, between fourth and fifth at the moment, with Bradley Philpott putting in a storming drive in the A3 category leader, the Ultran Peugeot. But this is endurance racing as we remember it from not too long ago, and even with the gaps we're seeing here at Silverstone, we are talking minutes and not hours between these cars, which is black flag there on the start-finish line for a number of cars.
I think there's only one number, but they've got to turn it round so we can see the board.
Was it just one number?
13. No, it was 13 something. 130.
130.
It was 130 that it was for, and that was the car that Andrew Hack took out, having been repaired after Lucas Oryx's crash in it 5 hours ago.
I wonder if it's
possibly got something hanging off it, or
no, it's a black rather than a black and orange flag. So maybe it has attracted the.
I bet the scrutineers haven't inspected it before it's gone out, because after a major rebuild like that, the scrutineers will have wanted to have a look at it, and they probably sent it out without the scrutineers checking it over to make sure that it's safe.
And it is back in already into the pit lane. Looks relatively pristine. Joe Bradley is getting down to it now. Do you know, it's funny, isn't it? But every time we get the shot down the start-finish straight, my eyes are automatically drawn to the start-finish stand just to see what's going on there. Until I went back racing again, I probably wouldn't have thought of that, but you just caught it out of the corner of my eye. What's happening, Joe?
I would say, because we've got the fairy liquid out, other washing up liquids are available, it could well be that the car's just steamed up. The car's immaculate.
A black flag, Joe. It's had a black flag, so there's something.
Black flag. It might be lighting. I think it's rear lights. Now, the front end, they've put a brand new front end on, but they haven't got any extra lights. They've just got the basic standard lights that you would see on the road car. They have no rear lights. That's what the black flag's for. It's nothing to do with inspecting the car.
Right.
Because they've done an absolutely outstanding, immaculate job. They've done a body shop job on it. It's not even one of those jobs. I've always said, if your race car looks good from 10 metres away, then you've done a good job. But this car actually looks absolutely pristine from 2 metres away. So it's an electrical problem. And it's going to be a struggle to get to the bottom of it. Now they've got some rear lights. They've found the switch. Now they want to check the brake lights. We've got rear lights. Let's have a look at the brake lights. Telling the driver to press the brake. They've got brake lights as well.
Taking you back to your days as an MOT inspector here.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Now we should be getting the call to...
No. Indicators, surely. You've got to check the indicators as well.
No indicators.
Emissions.
No indicators needed. Now, for some reason,
Quiet.
we're just checking the front light. Now, he's got basic headlights, like I said. Now, he's only got to live with them for another, hour or so? Well, less than an hour.
6:33 is sun up, but obviously it's not going to be like switching a light on at that time.
It's going to be low cloud, so I would reckon more
about an hour.
7 o'clock before we see proper daylight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
There's something wrong still. I can't think of...
You say he's only got the standard headlamp pods there, but they are very bright headlights. I'm not sure that he hasn't got an uprated system of some description in there, but you're right, there's no additional lights on that car.
No, they probably didn't have any spare. They probably... Well, he did lose it, didn't he? He did lose everything on the front end of that car when he creamed into the back of the 99 Honda Civic, which, by the way, has got the whole boot floor folded towards the rear axle. So that's why those guys have called it a day. It would need extensive pulling out of metal.
You reckon is that a shell job, or do you think it's repairable on a jig?
I've done we had a similar job on a Honda Integra race car, and we just basically pulled the floor out. It was kind of in a similar state. The floor didn't look nice. It was as rippled as the Himalayas, but it was enough to hang a bumper on, which is all that you need that bit of metal for. It all depends on the chassis legs and whether the chassis has been tweaked, which would then give you a twisted chassis, and that would write the car off. So they've probably called it a day because it is massively creamed.
Professor Bradley there.
Probably need more work doing before they can clarify exactly how bad the car is.
It's Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Yeah, my point just before we had that drama of the black flag, Graham Goodwin, who is sitting just to my right between Paul and me, that we've got gaps between the field, but ultimately they're 10 minutes or so between them. So that's a lap at the Nordschleife.
It's 8 minutes and 37 seconds, the gap from first to second, which, as you quite rightly say, is we start to get first shades of grey. There's 50 of these. They'll be coming in quick succession. And 8 minutes and 37 seconds, well, had they not been able to get that car back to pit lane and had that lack of splitter led to an off, would have been something about 8 minutes and 37 seconds, I'm sure. So anything can happen with even a minor issue, Paul.
Absolutely right. And the problem is Breukers, I suspect, is going to be in the pits first, so the gap's going to go up before it comes back down again. But the other thing that we've been suggesting is happening is that the conditions are improving. And just looking at the lap times from Richard Neary, having come out of the Code 60 period and lapping in 2:43s, 2:44s. He put a lap in at 2:42, then a 40, then he went out to a 45. But since then, he's been in the 40s, 41s regularly. So the last 3 laps have been very much quicker from Richard Neary, and I think that's going to see him being able to just eat into that gap between himself and Ivo Breukers, which in any case will disappear when Ivo comes in to make his pit stop, which he will do.
And am I right, from this point on, the weather forecast improves?
Yes.
It's not raining now.
It's not raining now, and it is not forecast to rain again until after the end of the race. It's not going to be sunny. There's going to be a mixture of sunny spells.
It's England, damn it.
Well, quite. But remember the start of the race?
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Bruce Jones was walking up and down the pit lane on the starting grid on his little walkabout there in lovely sunny conditions.
Yeah, that'll teach him. Yep.
Beautiful spring day. So I think we've got some sunny spells forecast for the rest of Sunday, and of course, just getting to daylight is only half the problem. It's that next 6-7 hours after we get to daylight, which is going to be such hard work. Oh dear, John, what have I said?
No, you're absolutely right. Because of the 4 o'clock start, the last Creventic 24, no, not the last one, but the 24-hour last year at Catalunya at Barcelona finished at midday. And
which feels like quite a good idea at the moment, doesn't it?
Dubai is generally 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
1400.
Yeah, local time. And that does mean it is a bit of a sprint race from morning to the checkered flag. You've got a very, very long time indeed. You know, the sharp end of 9 hours you're going to have here from daylight through to the end of the race.
Yeah, and of course you're kidded on because the start of the race, it only takes you 3 hours and it's dark. And so you think, oh, this is easy, isn't it? We'll just get through the darkness bit, but you know the
still dark.
It's exactly
still dark.
Richard Neary, meanwhile, weighs under 240, 239, 398 for Richard Neary.
I thought he might be the first one to do that.
And,
wow.
I've been very impressed with him through the race.
Harry Hilder's a 41 though. You know, he's been hovering around the 40s and the 41s for the last few laps in the 125.
And is this the point in the race where that 208 Peugeot that's been a star through the night hours thus far starts to struggle as they begin to be able to get the grip down?
Well, look, let's look at the gap. 14.8 seconds between the Peugeot of Bradley Philpott and Ramsey Moutran in the number 1 car. The leader, meanwhile, continues serene progress, that being Sebastian Blaker-Molen in the 127. 112 is Stefan Jaski, second place in A2 in the Clio.
Well, I've had my slow release energy this morning with the porridge stirred by the ladies at the paddock diner. That's not a euphemism. They actually did stir my porridge for me. So anybody that's around and looking for a bit of sustenance, can potter across there. Believe the chef may have arrived. And who should arrive in the commentary booth but Rob McBath, the famous Scottish racing driver. Finished his milk round this morning.
We've
and
got
he's back with a cup of tea.
Yellow flag between turns 7 and 8.
Down in the Vale again.
Yeah, that's been a favourite part, hasn't it?
Magnetic.
People?
Caused the problems a number of times. And we've got a late arrival in the shape of number 162, the Rogue Motorsport Toyota GT86 of Merrill Reddit.
And it is the 162 in the gravel at turn 9. Fine piece of deduction there.
Has 6 laps in hand over the team car. Now, we had, it was JM, wasn't it, in the booth, the late
Yes, we did.
hours last night. So they were targeting a top 30 finish for one or other of the car. At the moment, both within the top 30, but the 162 requiring some assistance.
So head down to Joe Bradley, who's in the pit lane with Mark Allen from Team Brit.
Yeah, this car going absolutely, well, I'm not going to say it, Mark. I'm not going to say it. 10th overall when you brought the car in. Been talking to your crew chief, and he was telling me how drivable the car is. Would you concur with that?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The wet couldn't be better if we asked it to be, really. The grip's there, the drivability's there, really. So really happy with the car. Really happy.
Tell us, for the viewers' sake, you're obviously a disabled driver, so the car's been adapted so that you guys can drive it. What sort of adaptations have been put on the car to enable you to get the best out of it?
Yeah, so for myself, I'm the only one who used hand controls in the car for the team. On the steering wheel, I've got a accelerator, like a pedal accelerator, and gear buttons up and down. On the right hand side, I've got a push brake, and that's about it, really. But yeah, that's it.
I suppose it's getting your head around that was a little bit tricky at first, but you've been in this car quite a lot now. I remember last year you did some endurance racing with it, so you probably comes as second nature, does it?
Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, just trying to get used to the braking, really, kind of favour it on and off. But through the 24 hours, I think I've got there now. So just need to push on and try to get P3 in the class, really, now.
And the car's strong in the wet conditions. Does that come about from trying to get a neutral handling out of it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't think you can beat Silverstone without any rain. So you've got to go 50-50, haven't you, really? So.
Yeah. And what was it like when you just came in there? Conditions are getting better, are they?
Yeah, it's quite greasy out there still, but the rain stopped. But hopefully sun will come out soon and dry the track up.
What's the plan now then for Mark Allen? Are you going to get some rest and get back in the car later on this morning?
Yeah, go get some sleep hopefully and get back in about lunchtime, I think. So yeah.
Sounds like a civilised one, that lunchtime. What did you pick the short straw to get the graveyard one? Did you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but that's a good shift though. Good shift.
Yeah, it is, I suppose. Thanks, Mark. Best of luck, mate. 10th overall for the 136 Team Brit car, and let's not hex it. Still got a bit to go, haven't we?
Oh yeah, just a bit. 10 hours and 4 minutes. Thank you, Joe. With Graham Goodwin and Paul Trustwell alongside me. Graham?
And on the current pace, we had Richard Neary last time around 2:42. One before that, 2:38. Closing in 3 minutes and 4 seconds now back from Ivo Breukers. But what that means is that in about 20 seconds of a gap, he's going to unlap himself from the 303 Seat. So that's the next thing to look for, is the number 246. We'll definitely get back onto that lap because Ivo Breukers due in about 10 minutes' time.
Well, exactly, and I think Ivo may well be coming in a little earlier than that because of the fuel coming down in the car.
Thank you, Paul and Graham. It is still the 127 that leads this motor race, and that has been a very long time they've been out front.
So again, looking at that gap, Richard Neary is taking time out as well as expecting that pit stop. So that is going to put, not just on the lead lap, but that's going to put the Team ABBA Roll Centre car into second place.
First vestiges of daylight in the inky blue skies over Silverstone as we look backwards from Club Corner towards the eastern horizon. Sunrise officially 6:33, so some 36 minutes away, and it's not going to be an instant light from around the circuit because the low cloud here is blocking out quite a lot of the light. Although I say that, I'm looking up now, and even from the commentary booth windows I can see breaks in the cloud. The bullet I think we've dodged overnight, Paul, is that low cloud that for a moment looked a little bit threatening, started to look like fog, and we know the issues with reduced visibility, particularly in daytime as well as evening and nighttime racing, but the wind picked up at just the right time, I think.
Yeah, and I think the nature of the temperature, although it was cold, it wasn't one of those dry colds, which was therefore going to lead to some fog, because everything was just misty and horrible. It was mist and drizzle rather than fog. And I think that was, as you say, there was a point, I can't remember which driver said that at one point he thought the conditions when it was raining was bad enough to lead to the race being stopped. But in the end, it wasn't. And we've, in my view, a brilliant race because of its, because of its simplicity in a way. Because they've stripped away, while it's still complex, they've stripped away a lot of the fact that the GT cars aren't in there, and you can concentrate on the touring car classes, and that kind of makes it a little bit, I don't know, just gives it a certain attraction and
unique. At the moment, it's very much unique, part of a series.
Almost completely and totally unique.
Almost completely and totally unique.
Probably almost completely and totally unique.
Ivo Breukers is on to his 37th lap of this stint. Right at the beginning, of course, Rick Breukers did a magnificent stint. There was 47 laps in his opening stint, which went on forever and ever.
1 hour 47 minutes of a 2-hour stint. So the daylight is not too far away, but it's still headlights and signalling flags instead of signalling lights rather instead of the flags here at the 24 Hours of Silverstone. The 127 Team Bleekemolen and white Seat Leon Cup racer, the TCR class leader, leads the race overall from a similar car in terms of its specification, but very orange. In second place with Ivo Breukers at the wheel of that car. It's been a good night for Team ABBA Commercial with Road Centre Racing. Richard Neri back behind the wheel. Just Richard and Martin Short, the team owner and principal, doing the nighttime wet stints. And that rear-wheel drive car has been every bit the equal of the front-wheel drive cars in difficult conditions. The class leaders, well, we've still got the Bradley Philpott now driving the 208 Ultron car. That's the A3 leader further down the field. The A2 leader, Ole Kiltgaard, in the 212 Renault Clio from Presenza. Cup 1, Richard Abra in the 154 car. That's the Mark Lemmer team as well. He's in that. The D1, Thomas Pleasance in 8th position now in the top diesel class car. The Resi Racing team have been in that class leading position for a while, but have just gradually been edging their way up to the top of the field. I think that's all of the leaders. Yes, it is. At one stage we did have all bar one of the class leaders. The Cup class leader, in fact, it was, that was outside the top 10. Everyone else was in there. It's been a little bit fractured since then with issues.
But the Cup class leader was, I think, at that stage 11th or 12th. It was really very tight indeed for the lead cars. Now, Ivo Breukers is due in within the next 5 or 6 minutes out of driver time, but Richard Neri is absolutely carving his way to the rear end of that 303 car. Now just a couple of seconds back to unlap himself from the second place car. Took something like 8 seconds out of the 303 on the last time around, and under 240 again. It's 244 as Ivo Breukers goes past start finish. Another 239 meantime for Richard Neri. I think he's going to make that move on this lap to put himself back onto the lap at the moment occupied by the second place Seat.
Yeah, 2 laps in the 239s then for Richard Neri, having had 2 in the 38, or 1 in the 38s and then a 39 before having a couple of slightly slower ones in between, whereas just comparing those laps with those of Ivo Breukers, in Ivo is not even broken, he's broken once into the 244s, otherwise he's been in the 245, so at that kind of a rate, Neary is just hauling him in hand over fist. And more significantly, perhaps, is that he's going to start putting pressure onto the race-leading Sebastian Bleekemolen-driven Team Bleekemolen car, because there's enough time left in this race to catch up.
Absolutely right.
What is only a 10-minute gap to the race leader.
And he's made that move. Richard Neary is now back onto the same lap as Ivo Breukers. So it's been a pretty spectacular early morning stint from Richard Neary.
They've driven just about 12 hours between the two of them, Richard and Martin, having done 6 stints altogether. Not quite all of them have been 2 hours, but they've been approaching 2 hours and alternating between the two of them.
And massively matter-of-fact, Richard, when he got out before Martin's last stint about, well, I just got to go out there and do it and bang the laps in.
It was almost nonchalant, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was.
And
he looked much fresher than other people we've seen getting out of cars.
He was
very
relaxed.
Scott Pruitt-like, actually. He said hello to his family.
He was relaxed behind the wheel. And I think part of the skill set that you have to get into is, I'm going to go out there and be relaxed and enjoy myself. And that's what Richard Neary managed to achieve on that stint.
So I head down to Bruce Jones and say good morning to the tall fella who has Dom Bastian down in the pit lane. Hello, Bruce. Not getting Bruce the moment. My apologies. We'll get him in just a few moments' time. My apologies. Finger trouble from Hindhoff there. We'll sort that one out in a wee moment. As the 303 car continues, we will say, however, in a moment's time, good morning to Rob Barth, who rejoins us after a few hours away. Exceptional driving in these conditions, Rob, to have still so many cars running and so many cars running reliably and quickly. Those were horrid conditions overnight.
It's so slippery out there. I arrived on site about 40 minutes ago and just went for a quick lap around the perimeter road, and it's damp, it's greasy, it's such easy conditions to make a mistake in. And the different surfaces at Silverstone, as we were mentioning yesterday, the older surfaces are so smooth and polished that it's so hard to see and get a feel for the conditions, which is why Martin Short and Richard Neary have just been swapping between themselves. When you get a feel for the conditions, just try and stay in the car.
Everybody gets tired overnight. If you do a night shift, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Those hours between sort of 2 and 6 in the morning, it's if you're at war, it's when you attack people, because that's when people's at their lowest ebb. How do you motivate yourself to try and get that concentration level that you're clearly going to need if you're going out during that graveyard shift, as we call it in the broadcast business?
Most of the drivers will wear kind of heart rate monitors, which are monitoring not only their heart rate, but also how many calories they're burning. And you've got to just keep piling the fluids and the fuel into your body. It's very easy to run out of energy, to become dehydrated. Even if it gets to the point where you think, oh, my mouth's getting a bit dry, I could do with a drink, your reactions have already slowed by 10%. So you've just got to keep eating. You're doing about 750 millilitres an hour in terms of sweating in a closed cockpit car. You're burning about 1,000 calories an hour, 850 to 1,000. So, yeah, you're working really hard, and it's easy just to run out of energy. So, yeah, just keep eating.
And the problem is, of course, is that when you realise you've run out of energy, it's too late.
It's a bit like dehydration. You get the headache and go, oh, no, I should have been drinking more than that.
Exactly.
The other thing that we were talking about was the discipline to bring yourself down, particularly if you're doing, as the guys in the Team ABBA commercials with Roll Centre Racing BMW are, and just swapping between the two of you, it means you've only got 2 hours before you're back in the car. So you get out, you're buzzed up, you're feeling good about yourself. You've got to go and get some rest. Whether that's sleep or not is not what we're saying, but you've got to pull yourself down and let your body recuperate and your mind recuperate as well.
2 things: shower, brush your teeth. feels makes all the difference. Cold shower initially to cool down, warm the shower up slowly, get warm, get clean, smash a bit of deodorant on, change of race suit, brush your teeth, good to go. It's amazing the difference it makes. It's amazing. It really does work well.
And do you, if you're doing those quick changes, do you actually try and sleep, or do you just put yourself in a position where either you're sitting in the garage watching, or do you prefer to be away from the action and just let yourself come down gently?
It's a funny one. I personally prefer to stay in contact, in touch. So I'll just sit there, chilled out with a radio, listening to what's going on. Some other drivers, you know, sometimes it depends who's in the car. If you trust implicitly who you're sharing with, it's very easy just to go and wind down somewhere. But if you feel, I'll just need to... Perhaps your teammate might come in the pits if he gets a stomach upset. Perhaps you just need to be readier than you might, you know. So it really depends from circumstance to circumstance.
So it's pretty much straight back into a race suit if you know you're going to get in 2 hours down the road and just waiting in case the call comes.
Yeah, very much so. If you're next in the car, you should really be ready, so that if the driver, as I say, needs to pit unexpectedly for whatever reason, if he just has a slight bang and it tweaks the wheel and it dislocates his thumb, he's coming in. So you've got to be ready. It's
like in cricket, as soon as the guy in front of you goes out, you start padding up.
Yeah,
You're getting ready to go. It's been a good nighttime session for the 303, and again, that is a car that mostly has swapped between just a couple of drivers. It's Ivo Brukers at the wheel there. Rick Brukers and Ivo have done the lion's share. Bert, I think, got out of that at around about midnight. And Bert is ready to get in now. Good morning, Bruce. We'll try that again.
Good morning. I thought my batteries were fine, but I didn't check the ones in the microphone. They were on their last 20% and clearly then keeled over in the first 2 minutes I joined. But what Don Bastian was saying to me was just how the light is now coming into the sky, and he really enjoyed the last 10 laps. I think when you know you've almost got it through the night, it's been a difficult night for all the teams with the rain. And I had a couple of hours of shut-eye, or sitting down at least. No shower. Don't tell Rob, though. And... but I brushed my teeth, you'll be fine. But it is just so much nicer. And I think certainly I'm going to go and speak to Roll Centre shortly, because that's been a heck of a night, just the two of them sharing. But right now, Bert de Haas about to take over from the Breukers, who've just done such a good job through the night. So quick.
And a penalty for the 303 car in the pit lane now. Stopwatch being... That was a 10-second penalty. 3, 2, 1, rally style go. Guy who was counting down there needed to be slightly further over to the right. He was still in front of the car as he pulled his last finger away. But now the 303 will come into the pits to take its driver change, and Bruce Jones is there.
Certainly am. In fact, this end of the pit lane seems incredibly empty. The second half, the one after the gantry, and 303 just pulls to a stop, looking how you'd like it to at this stage in the race, looking just very tidy. Of course, last night the cars in the dark and the rain, with a lot of oil put down on the track, were having the main trouble was windscreens. They couldn't see out at all, and a lot of them said, yeah, sure, I could see for the first 15 minutes, but I had a 2-hour stint, so an hour and 45 trying to spot through a greased up windscreen, not just steaming up on the inside but oil on the outside. A lot of the teams then improvised with a rag, or actually a sponge on the end of a stick, which the driver could operate with his right hand if they're in a left-hand drive car. That, high-tech cars, not necessarily the most high-tech of solutions, but they've got through the night, and I think it's going to be fantastic the next 20 minutes. I don't think we're going to get a glorious sunrise, but we are going to have light, and that's going to be welcomed by all concerned. And I'll get Ivo as soon as he's ready to have a word, but running incredibly strongly there.
Yes, they are running strongly. I've just been doing some sums to kind of work out the significance of this 3-lap cushion which the Bleekemolen team car has been sitting on. And in effect, Richard Neary, for some reason I've kind of picked him as being the man with perhaps the most potential to catch up the gap. Even though we still have a little under 10 hours to go, I reckon he has to close at a rate of about 3 seconds a lap between now and the end of the race. And that's going to be 3 seconds a lap, not necessarily on every lap, but on average. If you can get some quicker ones in, then so be it. But it's going to have to be of that kind of an order in order to be able to get that 3-lap mark margin by the end of the race, which suddenly makes you think, if he's going to do 3 seconds a lap, Rob, that's actually a big ask. It's not impossible, but it's a bigger ask than... it's not that simple.
No, of course. And as the conditions begin to come back to us, you can see, looking at the pictures there, I think we've got a whiff of a drier line appearing. The difference between the lap times is going to become smaller and smaller. Bruce, we have Evo Brokers.
Yeah, Evo, you're looking quite... Moist, what was it like in the car? You've got through the night.
Well, I was really struggling because I think our tyres were a little bit too old. We should have changed them before, because now it's drying up a little bit. I think maybe the pressure's a little bit too high. I was sliding all over the place, just opposite of my earlier stint.
You just had a 10-second penalty when you came in. What was that for?
Yes, Bruce, I don't know. I really don't know. I just came in and said I had to stand for 10 seconds, so I need to find out. Maar Jan, waar is die penalty voor? Oh, not respecting the white line, exiting the pit lane.
I'll translate that. Evo said he was pulled up for driving too fast. Now, just a joke, but you do need to drive fast, because Paul Truswell has just worked out that you need to do about 3 seconds a lap faster than the race-leading car to catch it over the rest of the race. What chance?
That's going to be hard. I mean, they're a very good team. We have some fast drivers. No, but we keep on fighting. We keep on fighting till the end, and we are enjoying it now already. It's a great race. I'm happy. It's the light has come, and we're happy we made it through the night, and now we have to see further.
Well done, Evo. Thank you for talking to us.
Interesting that, because we did see that as Evo came out of the pits at the beginning of his stint. He was following another car and decided to overtake. He was already beyond the 40-kilometre pit lane speed limit and was just in a position where he could overtake just about where the car is now, if you can see the screen. And that meant crossing the white line, and there was another car coming past him as well, and I thought at the time that was I would rather see it from outside the car rather than just the in-car shot to make a judgment, but obviously somebody in race control did decide and made the judgment, and a 10-second penalty was awarded. So Evo has served that, and now he just has to put that behind him, get on with the job. Bert Hoyce at least has to get on with the job, because he's on the outlap.
So as the sun begins to rise here at Silverstone, the drivers will be enjoying a little bit more daylight, but the circuit's still very slippery. Riding on board with Bradley Philpott then as he comes round the Vale through club, still slightly wider than the ideal dry line, and you can see him putting in still lots of corrective lock. The Hankook wets have been really tested by these conditions overnight, and the drivers will be now looking to cool their tyres wherever they can. Even though the ambient temperature here at Silverstone is in single figures, the drivers will be moving offline to try and drive through slightly deeper water to clean up the wet tyres and cool the wet tyres as the conditions become slightly drier, and the circuit in places now neither wet nor dry will be at its technically most slipperiest.
Do you really think they need to keep the warmth in the tyres by getting off the line, or sorry, to cool the tyres, rather than, we're watching what he does as he goes down the Wellington Straight?
Yeah, Bradley didn't do it that last time, but from that camera on the back of the Wellington Straight, I saw two cars, including Ramsey Moutran in the number one car, come all the way to the other side to find some deeper water to clean the tyres up and cool them down slightly. Perhaps the TCR's front wheel drive dynamic is working the tyres harder. Obviously the front's being used to change direction and lay the power down.
Yeah, so Bradley Philpott still having an amazing run in that A3 classed car, 5th place overall, and in terms of the A3 class itself, what is he, some 4 laps ahead of the next competitor in A3, so it has gone very nicely indeed for the team Altron Peugeot 208 GTI, at least thus far in the race.
I was watching the lap times as I was sort of monitoring the live timing overnight, and Bradley Philpott has been, well, he's been a star for the last couple of hours, regularly being the second quickest car on track behind the Roll Centre BMW. And now we ride on board with Bradley coming down the Hangar Straight. You can really see the sun beginning to add some light here at Silverstone.
The other one that's going quickly, Rob, is the BMW.
The Roll Centre BMW last time round a 2:35, so 4 seconds quicker than our leader Sebastian Bleekemolen. So, Paul, on that prediction of being 3 or 4 seconds quicker, is ticking the boxes so far.
Well, exactly, yes. It's just a case of whether they're going to be able to continue to do that, particularly as the track gets drier and the other drivers of that car take over, because Richard and Martin are going to go off and have to have some rest, having done the last 12 hours double-handedly between the two of them. Yes, it's Gijs Besson, actually, the 125 Seat, the NKPP car, which has been turning in some reasonable lap times. It's just done a very slow lap for that car. That's because it's just had a pit stop, I'm guessing. Now, why am I showing... Yeah, I'm showing Harry Hilders. Okay, Harry Hilders has been in that car, and he's just been in, hasn't he, to hand it over to Gijs Besson. Confusing myself slightly with that car, but another of the TCR cars. And I suppose the other thing that happens, doesn't it, Rob, as we go into drier conditions, is that suddenly the SP touring cars have to think about their minimum reference lap times again, because whilst it's been wet, they've not had to worry about those, whereas the TCRs have no minimum reference lap time, so they just continue to push as hard as they can push. It'll take a while, I suspect, before we're even getting close to those kind of lap times, though, because it's not just going to have to be dry. It's going to have to be bone dry, isn't it? There's not just going to be a dry line to enable that to happen.
For sure, and the different surfaces give up the different grip levels at different times as the circuit begins to dry. Riding on board here with the 136 Team Brit car, this is very old surface, and you'll see the driver here stay further to driver's left than perhaps you'd expect, missing the clipping point on the inside there to find more grip on the outside. The racing line, the traditional dry racing line on the inside of the circuit, very polished. So although you're going a longer route from A to B by taking a wider radius, you're doing that wider radius in a quicker time. So there we see the 303 orange car wide around the outside of Copse as well.
And presumably the different surfaces will dry out at different rates as well. So you'll get some of the tarmac drying more quickly, and you sort of think all the grip's coming back, and others of it will take a little bit longer to dry out. So still this 3-lap margin up at the front, and of the leading group, it's going to be Richard Neary and the number 1 Mermac Ogilvy racing car that come in for their respective pit stops first. And, of course, that's going to play into the hands of the 2 Seat Leons, Sebastian Bleekemolen and Bert de Huyse's cars, the Dutchman.
Richard Neary is closing down on our race leader to get a lap back as we watch the 144 Seat taking a detour around the outside of the new Grand Prix loop. But no, Richard closing down on the race leader to unlap himself again, and my crystal ball tells me that Martin Short is back into the ABBA Roll Centre car after Richard, so they're continuing that double-handed technique, if you like, of just swapping between Richard and Martin.
Yeah, poor old Charles Lamb hasn't even had a go at all yet in the car. The rain started coming down before they managed to give him a chance to have a go in it. And one wonders, depending on how exhausted Martin and Richard are, whether or not they'll just keep the 3 of them in the car thus for the rest of the race.
We've shared with, I've shared with drivers who out of choice. You give them the choice, would you like to go in? And they kind of take a look at the sky, take a look at the road surface and go in funny colour, and they're like, oh no, I'll perhaps wait. Yeah. And perhaps Charles is wise enough to understand that the result he'll get is far more beneficial if he allows the slightly quicker drivers, slightly more confident drivers to do this technical shift and they're just riding on board with the 216. You can see that the conditions are still very, very slippery, and Charles just waiting till he can see, till the road surface is dry, and then perhaps he'll have a go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm nowhere near the same kind of racing driver that some of the other of my esteemed colleagues are, but I'm exactly of that type. If I'm part of the team, I'm part of the team, I've done my bit. Yes, that's great. But if it's something that I can't do, then I don't want to mess it up. And you look at the speed of reaction that you have to do. You have to have confidence that what you're going to do is going to work. And that's all. It's a certain element of wisdom you've got to have, isn't it, to make that judgment? Yeah,
very much so, very much so. And if you've been out of the car for a long time in these conditions, you're not going to know the car and know the track. As well as somebody who has been in. And look, Roll Centre have been doing this a very, very long time. Martin runs a tight ship, and I think that's been a very wise use of his driving time overnight. He knows Silverstone very well. Richard knows the car very well. So between them, they'll have shared information between them. And here we are. They're second overall. They're hunting down the leader. Last time round, almost 3 seconds a lap faster. So... there's 9.5 hours to go. We're very much game on.
Absolutely right. Yeah, and looking at the average lap times as well, 39.7 is the average from Richard Neary, 42.6. So it's 2.9 seconds on the average lap time. So it's kind of come really close towards, as I say, that 3 seconds was only a kind of a rule of thumb. It may well be that there's a tenth here or a tenth on there that will still do the trick. But it does mean that even if, and it is a big if, everybody is reliable, we still have a race on our hands. It's not a matter of praying that there's a little bit of unreliability. And one of the things that John Hindhoff was saying while we were still here, that one of the reasons perhaps that the TCRs have proved so reliable in the race thus far is that the wet weather conditions have meant there's been less stresses and strains on everything.
Of course, yes.
But as it dries out, then we might see a little bit of fragility, supposed fragility, turning up in the TCRs.
Yes, I agree. Running on wet, you're always going to get limited G loadings, be it under braking or acceleration, or the lateral loading side to side. As soon as you bolt slicks back on, those wheel bearings, the transmission components, everything's going to get much more of a workout. Coming through Brooklands and Luffield now then, we have the Sebastian-driven race-leading TCR Seat Leon, with the number 1 in the rear window there, coming through Woodcote, now being chased down by Richard Neary in the BMW behind. So, are they nose to tail? It's difficult to see with those LED Clearwater lights on the front of the ABBA Roll Centre car, but Bleekemolen now coming through the lap traffic. And I believe he now has only a BMW between the race leader and Richard Neary in P2. So Neary closing down to take another lap back from the race leader. Last lap round, lap time difference, over 4 seconds.
Yeah, just running a more accurate average lap time calculation for those two. So bear with me for a minute, Rob.
Oh, no problem. This is great. The pictures we were watching on the television are of Sebastian Bleekemolen really working hard, sliding the car around. Beg your pardon.
Bert de Hoyst.
Bert de Hoyst now on the Evo Brokers, Rick Brokers orange set, a little further behind, and as he comes down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner again, looking for that wet line around the outside of Stowe Corner. It's amazing that we're really commentating on a sprint race.
Yeah,
it's door handle to door handle. We've got the Bleekemolen, Memick Ogilvy, Red Camel, Team ABBA Roll Centre in the positions they were almost 10 hours ago.
Yeah, that's right. If you would say that the last 10 laps was a sprint race, and it was purely a 2-horse race between the Bleekemolen Seat number 127 and Richard Neary in the 246 BMW, 10-lap sprint race. At the end of it, we'd have had a 33-second gap between the two of them. So just imagine a 10-lap race with Richard Neary. He'd have just disappeared off, 33 seconds ahead. So it's that kind of a margin that he's been doing, and it's been a 3.3-second gain on the last 10 laps. So it's kind of on schedule, but of course we do have the prospect of fairly imminent pit stops for both Richard Neary and Sebastian Bleekemolen, and of course then it's handing the car over to somebody else, it's giving a different driver into the car. He's got to get himself settled in, he's got to get dialed in. And then, as you've described, we've got the problem of knowing when, how to use the wet weather tyres, when to switch them to the dries. It's not going to be just yet because of the, as you say, it's so cold. But you've got to get the best out of the tyres, and that may well mean moving the car around on the circuit to keep them clean, to keep them cool.
Yes, I'm just wondering when the Mutrans will release the Kraken and put Phil Quaife back into the car. Ramsey Mutran just coming up to the 100-minute marker in the car. He's done just under an hour and 39 in his stint time, so they'll be coming in imminently.
Well, if it does, I mean, because in effect what they've done is the same as what Neary and Short have done in the BMW, because Ramsey Mutran and Phil Quaife have shared the car since 7 hours into the race. So practically midnight. We had Nabil Mutran relinquished the car at just before 1 o'clock in the morning, and since then it's been Quaife, Ramsey. So if Quaife gets back into it, that'll be the third stint with only a 2-hour rest in between. It's legal as far as the regulations are concerned. They only have to have a 2/3 rest, but it does mean that over time, I'm suggesting to you, it means over time those shorter rest periods do take their toll. If you're only getting 2 hours rest and then driving for 2 hours.
Yep. Unfortunately for Ramsey and for Phil Quaife, both Bilo and Sami Mutran, they're good, solid drivers. They perhaps don't quite have the outright pace, but they're a very solid, safe pair of hands.
And presumably their thinking is that the difference in pace is more marked in these greasy, difficult conditions than it would be if it was fully dry.
Very much so, very much so.
So lots to think about then as the leading two cars approach their pit stop. In fact, the three of the leading four cars, as you say, Ramsey Mutran is going to be most likely the first one to pit. He has currently done 34 laps in this current stint. Richard Neary is on his 29th lap, and Sebastian Bleekemolen is actually only on his 22nd, because remember at this beginning of this stint they had that problem with the, I don't know if you were here at that point, were you, Rob?
No,
beginning of this stint, Sebastian Bleekemolen had this problem with the front splitter where it was a little bit shaky on the translation, but there was a front splitter which seemed to have been damaged when Sebastian hit the bodywork of another car that had been left on the circuit. And so there may well be some work to be done on that front splitter for the leading Bleekemolen Seat Leon when it comes in for its routine pit stop.
I've been meaning to look at that car as it comes by, in fact, which it's doing now. No, it's not the one. I heard there was it sounded like a splitter flapping and touching as it came through Woodcote, but it wasn't our race leader, fortunately.
From what I understand, they've actually taken the splitter off altogether.
Okay.
So, as I say, that kind of delays the car, but they've got to then make the decision how much time they're losing on the track, how much time will it take to repair, and then make the judgment.
Changing a splitter on one of these TCR Seats isn't the work of a moment. It's quite a weighty item that's bolted to the floor, and of course without the splitter, which the job of the splitter is to aerodynamically force the front of the car down into the road, and with a front wheel drive touring car, the car's going to really suffer without it as we go towards drier conditions.
So, well, then we'll be able to pick that up off the television screens to know whether that splitter is still in place or whether it's just been damaged or quite what the deal is. But certainly when Joe Bradley was down there, as I say, he was talking to someone whose English wasn't that good, and it took him 2 bites at the cherry to work out exactly what had gone on. But certainly the car had hit some debris which had been left on the circuit from another car. And obviously you just can't, you can't make the debris disappear. You can't change your line, and the damage was done when it hit the hit the debris.
That's so frustrating from a driver's perspective. You know, you try so hard to stay out of trouble, and when you're on a long straight, perhaps you just get distracted by doing a bit of housekeeping with your seat belts or glance down at your predictive lap timer, and bang, it's like, oh, what was that? And if you don't see anything straight ahead of you, it's just hugely frustrating, and you know, well, it's now going to cost them time. So as conditions come back towards the drivers in terms of going from wet to dry, it'll be interesting to see how much of a lap time change that we look at. And watching the little 2:16 clear there, a big move over to the right as he comes out of Woodcote to make a positive effort to cool those Hankook wet tyres. So more of the drivers now looking for deeper water to cool their wet tyres to enable them to go for longer. One of the 235 BMWs, the 235 BMW, making his way through Farm and Abbey and then into the loop. P20 overall for that car.
It's not bad considering that car stopped out on the circuit in the middle of the night, came to a grinding halt, well in fact not a grinding halt, came to a gravelly halt on the exit of Club Corner. So they managed to get the car back, and this is the beauty of the Creventic rules that allow people to get the car back onto the circuit even after it's had a problem. So that car is still going strongly, as you say, Rob, in 20th place for Alexander Wetzlich, the current driver of the BMW Cup 1 car.
'20th overall and second in the Cup class.
Second out of 2 in the Cup class.
Guaranteed a trophy. Keeps everybody happy.
As far as the other classes are concerned, the D1 class leader is still the 194, the Resi Racing Team BMW, which has Wim Mulders at the wheel at the moment. And it's in 8th place overall and has a massive lead. The next one up in the D1 class is way down in 22nd place. 271 laps, so 14 laps of an advantage in the D1 class. Still the A3 leader is Bradley Philpott in the Ultran Peugeot 208 GTI, and the next car behind that is some 13 laps behind it. And what's happening in A2, the leader there is still the 212, despite its couple of hiccups that car has had, getting a heartbeats racing a couple of times when they had a problem in the pits with the car and then a spin out on the circuit. Tim Serdahan is the driver at the moment leading in A2, but he is only a lap ahead of the next car back in the class, which is the 112 car. So 212 Tim Soderman leads the 112 car, the Presenza.eu Racing Team Clio Cup car, and that's in A2. That just rounds up the leading class cars.
So we have a yellow flag now being displayed between turn 7 and turn 8, so something out on track.
That's down in between the two elements of the Vale. Coming out of Stowe, going into Club Corner.
You can predict what's happened there, can't you? Somebody's found the braking area at the Vale a little slippery, perhaps. Still no sign of a dry line as such, and it was interesting to look at the Team Ultran pit stop. We saw the car stay on wet tyres, no sign of slicks, and it would be a brave man to put slicks on. Even though there's no standing water as such on the racing line, the ambient temperature, you would really struggle to get any heat in a set of slicks. And of course the slicks that Hankook provide for this type of endurance racing, they're not a super soft compound sprint tyre, very much a strong, durable compound. Also circulating, the number 203 SP Touring. Recovering from his electrical problems that they had in the early part of the race.
I think that yellow down in the Vale may be the GT86 again, the Rogue Motorsport car number 162, which has had various problems. Merrill Redet the driver at the moment. That's not the first time that car has ground to a halt out on the circuit. Whether it's a spin or whether it's just a mechanical grinding to a halt, we don't know. But that car is missing in action out on the circuit. In the gravel, we're told, and that is at the end of the Vale, but either a Vale out or Vale in club corner area. And if it's in the gravel, then that probably means it's going to need to be towed out, which might mean that we have another code 60, which might be quite convenient for either Richard Neary, certainly Ramsey Moutran, because he's coming towards the end of his stint.
Ramsey Moutran, I'm told, is handing over to his brother Nabil. So Bilo Moutran getting into the car. He's got all his family here supporting him. His wife and child here at Silverstone for their first visit to the Northamptonshire track. Still looking very, very slippery through the two fast right-handers and left-handers at Abbey and Farman. Interesting to see the Team Brit car running with his wipers still on, just clearing the spray from the two cars ahead. Not actually raining here at Silverstone, but enough moisture just hanging in the air that the driver there still feels he needs his windscreen wipers. The slightly darker looking surface you can see towards the centre of the track there is just the beginning of the track beginning to dry. So it's moist where he is now, just to driver's left. It will start to clear from the crown of the road, and there's actually, as he comes into Brooklands, there's slightly more grip on the left-hand side, which is why you see him position the car more towards the centre of the track as he slows the car down for that long left-hander.
Yeah, it's a long left-hander leading into a long right-hander, isn't it? And it gets all a little bit fiddly around that little bit with other corners on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit so much faster and flowing, and then you get those little ones in between. And I guess with a car like this, it doesn't compromise the setup quite so much because you don't have so many options with setup, but with more highly tuned race cars, it's a very difficult track to set your car up for.
Yeah, you have to make the compromise. Do you want to be quick to the high-speed corners, or do you want to seek mechanical grip for the low-speed corners? And quite often, a car around Silverstone, you'll run with quite a high aero load and be slower down the straight, surprisingly, given the nature of the Grand Prix venue.
But the aero load is what gives you the speed through the fast corners, and if you're fast through a fast corner, then in effect that's where the lap time comes from, isn't it?
Yeah, if you can go out of the fast corners quickly, down the straights quickly, that's exactly where you'll get the lap time from.
The Toyota GT86, by the way, has made it back to the pit lane, number 162. So if it was in the gravel, it must have driven itself out of the gravel. So 162 GT86 on the screens, having a driver change.
The mechanics having a good look around that car, and you can see just a couple of little small piles of pea gravel both at the back and the front of the car. So brake ducts, cooling ducts sucking up the gravel. They'll be looking to clear those out so no gravel gets in untoward places. But a slightly longer stop than they would have liked, and of course out of sync.
Yeah, that car having got itself up into 27th place, and it's been getting on for a minute and 3/4 in the pit lane now, so not unduly long there, but certainly longer than they would have wanted, but way down, as I say, in 27th place overall, 5th in the A2 class. Meanwhile, Ramsey Moutran onto his 39th lap now of this stint. Phil Quaife in what was a much damper stint for him did 40 laps, so I'd be surprised if Ramsey does many more than 40. Well, he's just gone on to his 40th lap, in fact. So Ramsey not yet in the pit lane in the number one car.
No, he's still in the first sector of the track, and of course if he goes round again, they'll be hoping that the code 60 flag doesn't come out, because if you start a lap with more than an hour and 55 minutes on the clock and the code 60 flag comes out, you're going to exceed your maximum stint length. So I would suggest that Ramsey will be pitting next time round.
I think that's entirely wise suggestion, and not far behind him is likely going to be probably Richard Neary, because maybe he's got more laps in that car, because it wasn't too bad on its fuel economy. Richard Neary got 41 laps out of it when it was very wet.
Looking at a replay here of the 1-2-3 BMW having a big lurid slide there. The rear-wheel drive struggling for traction in comparison to the 1-2-5 Seat. Front-wheel drive technology in the Seat, putting the power down in a much more controllable manner. Yeah, Richard Neary, 1 hour 33 on the clock. Ramsey Moutran, 1:52. Sebastian Bleekemolen, an hour and almost 25 minutes into his stint. The one that's running kind of out of sequence there is Bert de Huys in the Brokers 303 Seat. He's only, half an hour into his stint now. How long have the Team Ultran Peugeots been going on fuel in these conditions? I see that Bradley Philpott, the leading cars, just coming up to an hour and 40 minutes, Paul?
Yeah, that's right. The longest stint of the car thus far has been a 41 lapper from Stefan Ventaya earlier on in the race, and that only included one short period of code 60. But around 36 laps for Sarah Bovey. Bradley Philpott's last stint was a 32 lap, so there's not a lot more in that car, depending on how the fuel filling has gone, whether they filled it during the code 60 and so therefore not quite being able to brim it, or whether they've run it very, very empty, so because they have a fueling limit on the amount of fuel they're allowed to put back into it, they may not have quite been able to get it full. That's why all the stints aren't quite the same length, not quite as predictable as they are in WEC racing. But no, I would think that that car, Bradley, will be bringing the 208 car in fairly shortly. I think their problem isn't it, is knowing how much to push for overall positions and how much just to say, we've got a whacking great lead in A3, let's take life easy.
Of course. So, my prediction was wrong. The number one car that we're riding on board with now has continued round for another lap. So, Natasha Moutran, the team manageress, will be sat on the pit wall with her fingers firmly crossed that we don't see a code 60 flag.
And it's that kind of decision that you know is being forced by the competitiveness of the race, because
of course, yeah, it's a gamble. It's
taking a risk. You evaluate all your risk. You're taking a risk when you go out in a racing car. So but it's calculating what are the chances of this purple happening. No reason for a purple to happen in the next 2.5 minutes, so we'll probably be all right. Just make sure you don't spin it, because that will be the other thing which throws it into disarray.
It's great knowing where the fuel alarm is on the dashboard of the Seat TCR cars as well. The red bar that appears at the bottom of the dash to warn the driver when they're running dangerously low on fuel isn't illuminated on Ramsey Moutran's dashboard there. So we know in the commentary box that the Seats can comfortably do 2 hours on their allocation of fuel.
Yeah, 42 laps, as I say, was done. That was very early on in the race. So, it's time that constrains you. And I think the problem will be, as it gets drier, of course, the speeds will go up, and that means the fuel consumption will go up. So then fuel will start to become an issue, and you won't be able to do 2 hours on a single tank of fuel.
Speaking of lap times, they're really starting to come down now. Very few people in the 2-minute 30s, but Richard Neary's last lap, a 2:33. So that's much quicker than he's been going previously. He and Bradley Philpott have been around the quickest, but no, Richard really now starting to stretch his legs in that BMW M3 V8 running to the SP Touring regs. So as we follow the Mehmet Ogilvy number one, the championship winning car from the 2015 Creventic series, down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands Corner, I would expect to see that Seat Art car stay to the right, driver's right, as he comes out of Luffield. And this time round, my crystal ball working slightly more accurately as it has done in the past. Apologies for my genuine incompetence.
Well, I think it was an entirely reasonable assumption. He's got up to 1:56, so you're absolutely right. If that had been a 6-minute lap, then it would have taken him over the 2 hours, but it would have been pretty unlucky, I'll have to admit. So it was one of those, I've got to throw a double 12 here, or a double 6 here, and it worked for him.
Bruce is down there for the dual racing pit stop. Bruce?
Yeah, they took a while coming out, and you were, I think, nearly going to be spot on, but that extra lap from Ramsey, he's out coming in for breakfast. But I just noticed they brought a trolley out with the suggestion there could be a disc change during this stop. But Nabil has got on board, so the sort of cycle of Ramsey Philquaif has come to an end. But in the last 20 minutes, the increase in light is just so welcome in the pit lane. I think it gives everyone a bit of a charge after getting through the night, and certainly we'll find out from Ramsey how much nicer it was his last sort of 20 minutes or so, being able to see where he was going.
Bruce, have they taken 4 tyres or just a pair of fronts?
I was so busy talking to you, I only noticed them doing the backs, but I think they've done the fronts.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, they have. They're lying on the deck, steaming away.
What do the tyres look like? Do they look like they're still relatively happy, or are they starting to grain up badly?
Just taking a look as it rolls in. No, reasonably happy, I'd say. But steaming like mad, because as you'd expect, cause trying to keep them on the damp line for the last short while. But I'll find out from Ramsey in a minute when he gets his helmet off.
Super. We're seeing some terrific pictures on the monitor here of the mechanics doing a very quick rear pad change. So the driver's perhaps reporting, or Ramsey reporting, that the brake pedal's going slightly longer. A new set of rear pads will do the world of good for that.
And they'll just be doing the rears, presumably, on this, Rob? They won't do both at the same time.
They had a good look at the fronts and immediately just put a new pair of front wheels and tyres on. So, no, obviously the mechanics judging that they don't need front discs or pads at this point.
Because I would have said the fronts will be all the ones that take all the wear. It may be that they've changed them early in the race when it was still dark and we didn't see it happen. There are new discs available if they should choose to put them on, but of course time is ticking away whilst all this is going on.
Bruce, any sign of Ramsey down there yet? Has he got his helmet off?
No, he's run away, actually. I'm going to go and find him. I'm going to chase him across the paddock and bring him back.
So it was 41 laps in for Ramsey Moutran in the end there, and in effect that was as far as he could take the car within the 2 hours. And looking at Richard Neary, again comparing his last 10 lap times with the last 10 lap times of Sebastian Bleekemolen, 3.1 seconds the average lap time difference between them. So it was one of those calculations I should never do because they'll probably turn out to be wrong, but he's on schedule for it, so I'll keep an eye on it. And generally something bizarre happens that completely wrecks the whole plan. But
sure, we've still got 9 hours to go.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Amazing. We're thinking about tenths of a second, and there's still 3 Blancpain Endurance Series races left to run.
But that's how you have to treat these things. It's the car got itself out into that position, and they probably thought, oh, we've got this cushion, let's just relax a little bit. They can't afford to relax that much because if they lose the ground, there'll be somebody down in their pit, presumably, monitoring the same kind of detail that I'm monitoring and making the same kind of calculations that I'm doing up here.
And one person who certainly won't be relaxed is Nabil Moutran. This is the first time that he's driven the car in a long, long time, and circuit conditions far from ideal. He'll be feeling particularly nervous as they refuel that Seat before sending him on his way.
Yeah, he got out of the car just after 10:30 last night. So it was raining by that stage, but it was... getting into darkness, and as you say, he'll have had a good rest, obviously, which is a good thing. But it will be with a certain amount of trepidation, I could imagine, as he takes that car back out onto the circuit.
Still looking very slippery as we ride on board with one of the Ultrans. It's our pal Bradley Philpott again as he makes his way through Abbey and Farm. Bradley done a really solid job, and a driver who's done as much as he possibly can to maximise career opportunities with Peugeot. He's a very good brand ambassador for them, and such a genuine enthusiast. It's great to see him out here at Silverstone for the Hankook 24 Hours.
So the other thing I was impressed with, Rob, was I can't remember who it was. I think it was Bruce did an interview with Sarah Bovey, and what an enthusiastic personality she has. Absolutely bubbling with the experience of driving round and you really got a sense of how much she was having fun.
Sure.
And she did. She's doing a good job as well. It was not that she'd been out there and just driving around slowly. She was pushing on hard and setting some good lap times.
At the Dubai 24 Hours, we were in garages alongside each other. We were in garage 12 and they were in garage 11. And the whole team has that attitude. They're a pleasure to sort of be alongside. There's loads of high fives from the mechanics when they send the car out after an efficient pit stop. The drivers enjoy it, the team enjoy it, which is often something missing from the very highest level of professional motor racing. You see it in WRT from time to time, but very few other teams in something like a Blanc Pan or a WEC pit lane.
It's almost like a kind of forgetting that it's supposed to be a sport and a joy and it's supposed to be there to enjoy yourself, and people just taking that a little bit too seriously and going about their business. I must admit, when I'm doing my day job, I don't exactly kind of give a high five every time I solve a problem. It's just my job. But I think that's the difference between sport and work, isn't it? And you have to try and mix that somehow. But it does make it much more of a pleasure somehow to witness. And as you say, if you're working alongside people like that, it just gets you going a little bit better.
Well, and it's a team spirit that will drive the car to the result. Ultimately, we're watching what the drivers are doing, but every one of the guys and girls down in the pit lane has an essential job to do. Riding on board with the number one Mehmet Ogilvy dual fuel racing Seat, Bilo has already run slightly wide at the middle part of Beckett, so being very cautious and just feeling for the grip on that new set of Hankook tyres as he makes his way through Stowe Corner and down into the Vale for the first time. If Bilo's got his wits about him, he should be a car width to the left here, but no, he's braking on the slightly slipperier surface initially before he finds that extra grip on the run down towards the new Formula One pits and paddock straight.
Now, a question about the refuelling, because we're coming to the end of Richard Neary's stint at the moment. And one of the things I've noticed, since they've been doing these 2-hour single stints, no refuelling in the middle of it, which they've been able to do during the wet weather with the fuel consumption being a little bit better, their pit stop times have been significantly longer. Now, presumably, that's been because of more fuel having to go into the car. It takes longer to do. Through a pistol grip, presumably it's a fairly slow refuelling process. So in terms of time spent in the pits, it all gets eaten up putting fuel in.
It seems like a lifetime when you're sat in the car and you're waiting for the bang on the roof to turn the car back on, because of course you can't just turn your lights off, you have to power the car down completely when you're in refuelling, so you've lost your radio as well, so you're not getting a countdown from the guys. You get a call from the pit box as you leave from where you've done your driver change and your tyre change, and you get a call from the guys in fuel, but as soon as you get into fuel you turn the car off completely. It's silent, and yeah, I'm sure it's only 2 minutes, but it seems like 7 or 8 when you're sat in the car.
And of course, the longer you've been, or the longer your co-driver has been before you, the longer you have to spend there. And as I say, I think that's where, so just looking back at the recent pit stops for the 246 car, has spent much longer in the pits on its most recent pit stops. Maybe they've been doing extra work in the garage, in front of the garage as well, which has added to the pit stop time, but they've been up in the 5-minute kind of range, which is not going to protect them when they comes to their pit stop from Bert de Hoijs taking over second place again. What I was wondering is whether that nearly 4-minute margin that Richard Neary has built up between himself and the 303 Seat, whether that would be enough to keep him in second place when he comes in for this pit stop. But I don't think it's going to be, because they are quite long pit stops from the BMW now.
Sebastian Bleekemolen has reacted to that change in pace from Richard Neary as well. I'm sure his team will have informed him that the BMW started to go a wee bit quicker and have asked Sebastian to experiment with the road surface and try and find a bit more grip.
Unless they were just listening to me saying that he's going to get
True. True.
So Sebastian Bleekemolen, as you say, yes, fastest lap of his current stint done in the 310th lap, the one before the one that he's currently on, at 336.334 for the race leader, 127.
Bruce is down at the Mehmet Ogilvy pit box, I believe, with Ramsey Moutram. Bruce?
Yeah, Ramsey's been waiting patiently, desperate to go and sit down, but you've driven that stint that gets transformed at the end as we get a bit of light. You can see where you're going. Is there a dry line that you can see, or is it really dry now?
No, I didn't see any dry line. It's definitely getting faster. There is a drier area on the track and a wetter area. People are still going over now to wet their tyres a little bit. But it's still slippery. I wouldn't go for slicks yet, personally. It's still wet enough, and you still got to brake in a straight line, you got to accelerate in a straight line. You can't do anything silly in a corner because it'll flip you around like this.
Now, we saw rear pads being changed. Was that part of a routine cycle, or have you just been having to use them really hard?
No, we've had to dial it back a lot throughout the night because of the wet conditions. And the pads at the back of these cars are not meant to be used that often. We would normally change them once in a 24-hour, and this is the one time. The front pads actually look amazing for some reason. I guess the cold weather and the fact that we're constantly sliding, we're not stopping. So it's
Now, through the night, through the rain, it's been Ramsey, Phil Quaife, but we've got a change now. Nabil's taken over. With the pad change, at least you had time to tell him how the car's handling and how it's behaving. But he's still got to really dial himself in, hasn't he, over the first few laps?
Absolutely, he does. But that's one reason we did it, because Phil and I dialed in through the night and we were able to do it in the dark. And I think in the daytime he's going to be able to see it. He's going to be able to watch the other cars a lot easier. There is a clear line now where people are driving because they've all learnt it. You know, lots of us aren't used to the circuit. Lots of the locals, you can see them. And I was watching them in the middle of the night. They were just diving off the track, and suddenly there was grip, and they were disappearing. And I was learning the tricks of the circuit through the night. And I think everyone out there has that now, so he'll be able to learn that quite quickly.
Good stuff. Thanks for waiting for us, Ramsey.
Great to hear there from Ramsey Moutran down in the Mehmet Ogilvy dual fuel racing box. His brother now comfortably getting back up to speed. His last lap round a 2:45, which is comfortable.
And 1 hour and 52 minutes on Bradley Philpott's stint time. 1 hour 49 minutes on the stint time for Richard Neary. So both of those will be into the pits within the next 5 minutes or so, I would suggest.
It's great looking at these stint timers. Gives us a real insight into how the team managers are running the race. Bradley Philpott due in as well. So Bleekemolen, Richard Neary, Bradley Philpott. So 3 of our top 4 runners coming in very shortly. So if the team managers of those cars have got their code 60 buttons ready, they'll be looking to take advantage of the code 60, but no sign of it at the moment. Looking out of the commentary box window, the flags are flying. We've got a real breeze here in Northamptonshire, which will help to dry the road surface. The rate at which a track dries is proportionate to 2 factors. Not only the wind speed and direction, but most importantly, the temperature of the tarmac before it started raining. And we had quite a nice day yesterday, so we're looking at a relatively warm road surface there as we see the Team Brit car losing a lap to that flying roll centre BMW of Richard Neary.
Richard Neary on his 41st lap now of the stint. Last time he came into the pits at the end of his 41st lap, and we already have the race leader into the pits, as well as Bradley Philpott with the Peugeot, the A3 class Peugeot. Into the garage gets pushed the 144 car, Jacob Hodgson, which is one of the TCR cars that has had problems. Most of them haven't. As I say, the 4 of them in the top 6. 122 that went into the garage. I beg your pardon. Thank you, Graham Goodwin. And so in the pits, Bradley Philpott, Sebastian Bleekemolen, and this will be a driver change for Bleekemolen. What we didn't get was a camera shot of that Bleekemolen car to know whether or not its front splitter was intact. Richard Neary, meanwhile, is halfway around his lap and will be then coming in. There they are. It's
front splitter on the race leader. Looks good to me.
It's in perfect nick, doesn't it? So maybe somebody was misleading Joe, or Joe got the wrong end of the stick, but that looks in good nick, doesn't it? Away they go.
So Richard Neary coming round to complete his lap as Sebastian Bleekemolen makes his way down to the fuel station.
And that will mean that for a moment Richard will be, it'll still be 3 laps of a difference, won't it? Richard will be coming up to 310 laps as Blake Molan completes his 314th lap.
So the race leader of the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone makes his way into the fuel bay. Richard Neary makes his way through Woodcote, or is he coming into the pits? So P2 is into the pit lane as well now. So one car into fuel. Richard Neary making his way to the Roll Centre pit box for a routine change.
Interesting.
I was just going to say he'll be handing back to Martin Short again, so they're going to continue the pattern of Neary Short,
which, as I say, yeah, at some point he's going to, and they not necessarily have to change because they're both experienced drivers, and it may well be that they feel more comfortable, and depends what the rest of the team decide to do, and indeed what conditions do as well, as to whether it dries more quickly or more slowly. But just comparing the stint lengths, 41 laps, as I said, from Richard Neary, compare that to Sebastian Bleekemolen, who wasn't desperately tight on his time, but his stint was just 36 laps. So perhaps the BMW getting slightly better fuel consumption than Sebastian Bleekemolen.
So joining us here at Silverstone, the sun is now up, but the track surface is still incredibly greasy. Cars moving offline to cool their Hankook wet tyres, looking to maximise their grip as much as they can, cooling the tyres to make the blocks of rubber move around as little as they possibly can.
I mean, is that cooling, or is that preserving increasing the performance of the tyre, or is it increasing the longevity of the tyre, or a bit of both?
All of the above.
All of the above, yeah. So it just make everything better, in a nutshell.
Yeah, if you stay on the drier line, your tyres become much hotter and the rubber actually becomes almost like gummy, and it moves around and it gives you this feeling of the car drifting and sliding, whereas if you get offline, cool the tyres down, the blocks of rubber become harder and that feeling of movement is a lot less. So riding on board with the 216 Modena Motorsports car as they come into the second of our stadium sections, through Abbey, through Farm, 2 really quick corners, then into the loop.
Just Richard Neary still in the refuelling area, and just trying to monitor the progress of Bert de Huys in the 303 Seat, the Dutch Seat, the Broekers family Seat. He's just coming through Woodcote at the moment, and Richard Neary still in the fueling area. Now, we'll be watching to see when Richard, the light, there goes the 303 across the line now. Richard Neary still in the refueling area, so the second place is going to change again. but it's going to be a lot less than it was on the previous time when the orange 303 was in second place. And in a sense, it gives Richard Neary now something physical to go for, because when he does come out, it's taking a long time to refuel it, isn't it? Richard Neary's still not out. When he does come out, he'll have somebody to go for.
And that man he's going for is Melvin de Groot. His co-driver, Sebastian Bleekemolen, is down with Bruce.
Sebastian, you look as though you've just been for a drive in the country. Feeling fresh or feeling bad inside?
Well, it's getting light now, so that's much better. But we survived the night, which is good, and the pace was perfect. We were quickest on the track most of the time, and we have a big gap between P2. Only the BMW is catching us up a bit because he's a bit quicker on the. Yeah, it's getting dry now, and yeah, he has more power on the rear. And well, when it's dry, I think we have the same pace again. Only we can drive a bit shorter because our fuel uses.
The black and green BMW talk of the ABBA commercials, you know they've just been using 2 drivers through the night, so one of their drivers hasn't even gone in the car yet. So Martin Short and Richard Neary, they're going to have to take time sitting down soon.
Well, I think they can continue, but it would be nice if their third driver would also do some laps. No, they were really quick, and I think that their strategy was okay as well. We were a bit lucky with the code 60s and our pit stops. Yeah, let's see how we went up, but for now it looks perfect.
Yeah, it's looking good. Sebastian, thank you.
Looking very confident, wasn't he, Sebastian? He kind of... you almost had the impression that he knows that the car is running well. Very often, there's a little bit of doubt about, I don't know, the gearbox sometimes just hesitates a bit as I go from third to fourth, or there's something that you can feel in the driver's voice that you know there's something wrong with the car, and he doesn't actually necessarily have to say anything, but no, Sebastian looking supremely confident there, and the way that the car has gone thus far, it's certainly been very impressive, and I'm sure they're trying to preserve it as much as they can, and to an extent, Rob, they're going to be trying to win this now at the slowest possible speed, aren't they?
Yes, they're going to obviously look at the gap that they have to P2, and as we watch Melvin de Groot now picking his way very cautiously and carefully through the traffic, you can see these little clumps of cars that you come up in these Creventic series races. You come across groups of cars, maybe 2 or 3 Clios in any one point, as he just has as he makes his way down the Wellington Straight. Yeah, you've just got to be so careful, and yeah, just keep looking at your lap timer and continue to do the maths. But Sebastian Bleekemolen, yeah, looking very cool and calm, and with an air of, well, it's all going well so far. Nothing untoward. The last problem I remember them having was a slight ignition problem in that first stint of the race.
That's right, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, if anything, because didn't Rick Roykers also report a problem in the very early stages of the race when he was complaining that the car had a little misfire? That seems to have gone away. So yes, it is looking good for the white Seat, but there's, say it again, a long way to go still, and just under 9 hours of the race remaining, and as we were saying earlier on, the temperatures are going to rise inevitably as the morning turns into daytime, and temperatures will rise if the track dries out. If we do get a bit of sun, then heat might start to be a problem, and of course the possibility of longer pit stops, disc pad changes, disc brake, discs themselves being changed, additional maintenance tasks that only have to happen when you do a 24-hour race. They're not needed if you're only doing a 6-hour or 12-hour race, but when you're doing a 24-hour race, there are additional maintenance tasks that do have to be done.
And speaking of additional maintenance, looking at the 120 BMW there, that's the car that's missing not only the front splitter, but the front floor, the front bumper, everything bar the towing eye. So, yeah, they're really going to be struggling for front grip. That car will be pushing at almost every corner it comes to, regardless of whether it's a slow speed, a medium speed or a high speed corner. So with 8 hours 48 minutes of the race remaining, that's going to be a long afternoon for those guys ahead of them.
And Nabi Moutran in the number 1 car, having slipped behind Gijs Bessem in the 1-2-5. That's a change that kind of happened through that pit stop. But Nabil is lapping around about 2 seconds a lap slower than Gijs Bessem. So Gijs in the 1-2-5 car is pulling away from him. And behind him, the number 102 Stephen Licorice BMW, the JR Motorsport car, is closing in on him, although he is a long way behind. It'll take a long time for that gap to come down, but I think he's safe for quite a while yet, is Nabil Moutran. What's he got? Some 8 laps of an advantage, isn't he? So the gaps are ahead of Nabil rather than behind him. He won't lose any more places in 6th. But it's that lap times at the moment slower than those cars both in front of him and behind him.
As I've settled into the timing screen as I came back into the box, I've been looking not only at the flying lap times but also the out lap times. And Martin Short's out lap was a 7:32. Nabil Moutran was over 8.5 minutes. So Martin really getting up to speed in that BMW quickly shows the advantage of knowing the circuit conditions, not being out of the car for too long. So the roll centre plan of just circulating 2 drivers, not only making a difference to their flying lap times, but also to the out laps as well. The drivers can get up to speed as quick as they can. Riding on board with Bert de Huys as he comes down the Formula One start straight into Abbey, past one of those little GT86s, riding with him as he comes through Abbey and then into Farm. 2nd position overall, indicated by the number 2 illuminated in the rear window of that orange Seat. He's been doing a great job so far, and another driver who's been doing a great job all night is Bradley Philpott. And I'm pleased to say Brad joins me in the commentary box. Brad, how are you, man?
I'm good, Rob. How are you?
Yeah, awesome. Good. So, from the driver's seat, how was it? It looked very, very slippery.
Yeah, it is. It's obviously, there's less water down than there was during the night, but as everyone knows, it's still very, very greasy. So even if it looks a bit drier, it's still just like driving on ice. So.
It's been great to watch from our onboard footage, these front-wheel drive touring cars with oversteer everywhere. You know, the rear of the car has been sliding, coming out of Club through Abbey and Farm. You're really working hard. They're not dull cars at all to drive.
Yeah, that's just the only way at the moment to get the lap time out of them. You have to be pushing hard enough that they move around. Obviously within reason, because we don't want to completely destroy the front tyres, constantly spinning the front wheels to save it. But yeah, they move around, and the more laps I did and the more I could see where I was going, the more comfortable I became with that. So,
how hard are you working to cool the tyres? We see the drivers moving offline to sort of cool the tyres, preserve their front tyres. Is it something that you're looking to do more now as it becomes drier?
To be completely honest, I didn't see a lot of places on the track where there was a great amount more water offline, and I was quite focused on just trying to squeeze the most out of the car the whole time. My tyres weren't really degrading. The car seems to be really good on its tyres, obviously front left limited. So as long as you're just smooth getting on the gas, I was just keeping them at roughly the right temperature, I think, anyway. So we weren't really working hard to cool them. But maybe that'll happen more now Guillaume's in the car and the track gets even drier.
Awesome. OK, thank you very much. So as we watch Martin Short then making his way up to a line of traffic ahead of him, gives us a challenge in terms of where he's going to position his cars as he comes through Maggots and Beckett's. So he's up behind the leader. So what we're looking at now is Martin Short taking a lap from the leader and cutting that gap down now at the head of the race. So, Bradley, looking at my watch, it's 7:15 in the morning here at Silverstone. When are we going to bolt slicks on, dude?
I really don't know. We've only just stopped, so we'd ideally like to not have to stop again anytime soon. It's still greasy, like we said, so provided his Guillaume's lap times are in the ballpark, I don't think we'll be pitting anytime immediately soon. We're not really, as you can see from our position at the moment, we're not really in a flat-out battle. We're trying to just keep the car going, preserve the nice little cushion that we've got at the moment. So Guillaume's got a very sensible head. Oh, there's something hanging off the bottom of our car there.
Oh, it's all right. It's been hanging off since day one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine then. So yeah, Guillaume just needs to keep driving around at this same pace, and if the tyres completely go off, I'm sure he'll be straight on the radio, screaming in French for some new ones, for some nice slicks.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the car as it makes its way through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. He's just making his way past. I thought he was moving offline, but no, he's actually just putting a lap on the BMW down into Brooklands. Everything looking good with the car, and nice to see that illuminated number panel in the back window saying number 4, fourth overall. Is this what you were expecting?
Well, initially we were hoping to at least be in the hunt for the outright win, and as the weekend progressed, it kind of looked like that wasn't going to be the case, but during the race we've steadily moved up from our starting place of 10th overall, I think. We're now up to 4th. Obviously there's a reasonable gap to the cars in front. Looks like a couple of laps, or maybe just 1 and a bit laps as he crosses the line now. It's doable. I mean, we back in 2013 in the same car with the same team, we took a podium position in the final minutes when our competition had a problem. So anything's possible. An overall podium would be great, but obviously it's the A3 class win that we're really looking for.
Well, and there's still such a long way to go. You know, we've been pushing hard all the way through the night, and we've been looking at these little battles where you and Richard Neary were the 2 quickest cars on track, and we're working out how much the Roll Centre car has to take out of the Bleekemolen car to catch it, and looking at with a microscope at times, and there's 9 hours to go. There's still 3 Blancpain Endurance Series races left on the clock, and you know, anything can happen in that time. With so long left to go, you've just got to continue with the mindset of do not spend time in the pits, and maintain that concentration as you come through lapped cars.
Yeah, and with a start time of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's easy to think that the race is further through than it actually is. So it got to about 10 o'clock last night, and then I realised we've really not been running that long, and we had such a long way to go. So I think everyone in the team has the same focused mindset, and they're going to try and get the job done. BMW is slow at the start of the pit lane.
The BMW there, the 102 car, receiving the valuable Marshall's assistance. That's Steve Licorice aboard the car that lies in 2nd position in SP2, being pushed into pit in. Steve is only half an hour into his driving stint there, so that would be an unscheduled pit stop. So the car not out of fuel as he makes his way into the pit lane, but a mechanical problem. Perhaps if Bruce is in the pit lane, he can make his way down towards pit in and see if he can grab a chat with Steve, see what the problem is.
Well, the car's being pushed in right beneath you, Rob, and it seems to be no motive power, just Marshall power, but they've got a couple of mechanics from 102 who've run. They are literally the penultimate garage, the one before pit exits. So they've got a big push, and the pit lane is uphill very slightly, and but running freely. Steve's staying on board what he's doing. The car's in neutral. He's playing with the switches, actually, as he is just trying to get it to fire up again. But
has he got lights on in there? Is it?
Yes, he's just fired it up. So the mechanics will be saying, oh, thank you, sir. But they're walking along with the passenger door open, shouting into him. Don't know what he can hear. Saying number 7 on the illuminated window. Steve Licorice's name, the top above Christoph Ulrich. Bob Herber and Martin Lanting went so well in the early stages of the race. In fact, I think that one led. It was certainly sparring at the front end, but clearly a hiccup. So I'm going to walk to the far end of the pit lane. He can't get it into gear.
Okay, so if it's got power, if it's got obviously engine power and electrical power, it must be a transmission problem. Where the problem has happened, after Brooklands, after Luffield, it will be unusual to lose a drive shaft in these conditions. You know, the wet conditions they're flattering for the transmission components, but it could be a drive shaft, and
it's certainly rattling like it's one.
Okay, and that's not going to be the work of a moment to change. That would be a good 15 to 20 minute stop for a BMW drive shaft, I'm afraid. So that's going to drop them down the order. That red number 7 illuminated in the rear window will soon become 8, 9, 10, etc. as he drops down the order. And a number of team managers now being called to race control. Whether that's for circuit limits, whether it's for drivers crossing the white blend line as they came out of the pits during the hours of darkness, we wait to see. But I'm sure there'll be a number of penalties being served in the box beneath us here at Silverstone. Martin Short continuing to circulate around. He's the quickest man on the track. 2 minutes 35 his last lap time against the leaders 2 minutes 38. So Paul Truswell's prediction of the Roll Centre car has to be 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Dutch Seat is continuing to work its way out as the 303 car comes past me to complete his 316th lap here of Silverstone. We're looking to complete over 500 laps, which is an enormous distance around the Northamptonshire venue. Bradley, when are you next in the car looking at the team Ultram Peugeot running around Woodcote? When are you next scheduled to be back in? You're still in your race suit now?
Yeah, I'm only still in the race suit because I've only just got out of the car actually. So around 12 o'clock I think I'm next in, all being well. It's interesting to see a couple of cars that are quite close to my heart, obviously our car and then Team Brick car as well, being driven by Martin Compton, who is a good friend of mine. It's nice to see these guys still going and going well at the moment. How have they been?
Yeah, they've done a really strong job. They're one of the cars that we have the onboard cameras with, and looking at them, they've got a really good understanding of the wet line. They're offline in the braking areas. They're right the way around the outside at some of the quicker corners. So no, good solid job. They must have had some solid driver coaching in the past, I'd imagine.
I think David Pittard, who's also driving for them, has been doing a pretty good job of that as well in this car. He's a great coach, and obviously he's been pulling his weight when he's been driving as well.
So the 102 car is in the pit box now up on air jacks. The mechanics looking to do a full service as well as remedy that transmission problem. Bruce, any more details from down there?
No, not yet. I'm going to see if I don't want to get in their way. Stephen Licorice has stayed on board the car. Would you expect him to do that if he thinks it's a drive shaft, or would he pop out to stretch his legs?
I would normally pop out to stretch my legs.
I would have thought so too, but he's staying resolutely on board, so perhaps it's something else.
Okay, well, we wait and see.
I'm going to go and see if I can just have a lean through his window. I think they've worked out what things are. Let's have a quick... see if I can open his door, have a quick word. Stephen, what do you think the problem is?
I think it's a gearbox detonated. 4th to 5th down the National Straight, and just suddenly it sounded like a bag of spanners in there, so tried to kill it as quickly as we could and coast into the pits, but yeah, it's definitely a gearbox, I think.
Yeah, we were worried it was a drive shaft, which would take a little longer perhaps, or would it?
No, drive shafts were not too bad. They're fairly quick with the drive shafts, but we'll wait and see.
Good luck. Fingers crossed. It's been going well until then, as you heard. Sudden problems, and in he came.
Well, thanks very much indeed for Rob Barth's efforts in the early part of this morning. He's now going off to solve building problems in Cornwall, I think. Day job, he's telling me. And thanks too for the insight from Bradley Philpotts about an exciting overnight session for the number 208 Peugeot, still running in a very strong 4th position, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I kind of whispered it to Rob at one point, and it'd be quite interesting. He didn't really answer the question, but they've got this difficulty.
Driver. Of course he didn't answer the question.
They've got this difficulty, hasn't he? Because do they go for overall position now? They're in 4th place overall. Or do they just say, well, actually, hang on a minute, we're 15 laps clear of the next competition in A3. Let's just take things a little bit easy. And there's a piece of me which says, actually, at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember whether you finished 4th or 5th or 6th. They'll just remember you finished fairly well up. If you finished on the podium, that might be a different story, but I think that might be beyond them, unless there's mechanical mayhem that strikes the cars ahead of them. But it's one of those things where your heart kind of wants to say, push, come on, we could get a podium here.
But the conditions are only going to improve from this point on, which is going to skew things the way the cars ahead and the cars behind.
They need to accept the fact that they're 15 laps ahead of their class, and they just need to keep on going round and round on the grey bit and do that for another 8.5 hours, and the class victory will be theirs.
Just wanted be something very clear at this point in the race. We've got the lead gap 9 minutes and 50 seconds. That's 4 laps plus, isn't it now, for the 127 car?
I just have to turn around here and look at that screen now. It is not quite 3 laps plus, because 303 is going to come round first and make it
just
3 laps. So it's 3 laps and a lot.
Right. Not quite 4
laps.
But it's 4 laps, presumably, as we've got trouble for the number 76 car with a front right puncture on the Civic, the Synchro Motorsport car. That's a car that's had troubles overnight.
It's had troubles after troubles. It's had a spin, stopped out on the circuit, and now that puncture. Yes, so will be able to make its way back to the pit lane, for it is not far away. I think they're just coming through Luffield at the moment, aren't they, Graham?
Looks that way to me. 14th position still, though, for a strong run when the car's been able to get the miles down, but it's going to stay on the rim, just.
Yeah, I think if he'd had it any further...
there would have been rather more sparks than flapping about, wouldn't there, for that troubled Hankook on the right front corner.
I have to admit, the gap that I'm monitoring is more that between 246, the BMW, and the Blake & Molan Seat than it is between the two Seats, because and I think it was Bruce was talking to Ivo Breukers, and I don't think Ivo did recognise the fact that the other Seat is so far ahead that they're not going to be able to catch it. But I do think it is within the capability of the BMW to
on
catch.
Pace.
If it's purely on pace, and if it's everything's reliable, then it's certainly doable. The problem, of course, and I think Bruce recognised this when he was doing his interview for the BMW, is that they have another 2 drivers back in the garage who haven't got to get in the car. There's nothing that compels them to get in the car, but probably they feel they ought to. And I think it'll depend on whether the reliability of the other cars ahead of them stays.
Well, the gap I've been watching exactly the same gap, but the gap I've been looking at is that kind of bogey 10 minutes. And towards the end of Richard Neary's stint, and what a great stint that was, he got the gap to the leader under 10 minutes. Martin Short has been working that gap after the time lost for a longer pit stop to the BMW, and that gap first to third now, getting down towards the 10-minute mark. It's what is that, 9 minutes? It's about 10 minutes and 20 seconds, but Martin consistently taking 3 to 4 seconds out of the leader, as you were saying a little earlier, Paul, sticking to that schedule. So it's not going to be that long, and we're not halfway into, we're only 22 minutes into Martin Short's 2-hour stint. Presumably he goes the full way here. And that is going to be a chunk of time out if there are no problems for the number 246 car.
Yes, I mean, he's done 8 laps as Martin on this stint, and that gives him an average of 2:36.2 on those 8 laps, whereas the race leader in the same 8 laps, although we saw Melvin de Groot getting into the car a little bit earlier, he has done an average lap time of... we've paused whilst the computer works it out for me. 2 minutes 39.4. So the delta is still 3.2 seconds a lap.
Well, and he's sticking to it. And
Martin Short doing just as well as Melvin de Groot. And as Richard Neary did before him.
Indeed, 2:34.8 last time around for Martin Short. Quickest lap I can remember seeing for a little wee while. And this boding well for a busy season for this pair. Also taking part full season, of course, in the British GT Championship, and next Barwell BMW Z4 GT3. So that's, I think, looking very good for those two.
Exactly. The other thing that's happening, of course, is that the assumption I'm making is A, that conditions are going to stay the same, B, we're not going to get any I shouldn't say it, code 60 periods, and indeed we've been running now for more than 2 hours, 2 hours and 8 minutes since the last code 60, and that's almost as long as the period of green flag running as we've had in the entire race. We had 2 hours and 19 minutes at the beginning of the race, green flag running, and we're getting close to that at the moment, and as long as it remains green, then that means that people can run at the full pace. The only thing that Martin Short, Richard Neary and the rest of the team have to bear in mind is that as it dries completely, they are going to be constrained by that minimum reference lap time. They're not going to be allowed to go underneath 2 minutes 18. Now, whether they actually will do that or not, whether the track will allow them is what I mean, is a moot point, because I think it's going to take a long time to get down to 2 minutes 18 type of conditions out there.
Well, we're getting very much into full daylight. That removes some of the risk out there of disorientation we saw in the worst of conditions. Completely completely oriented, rather, into his pit lane role is Bruce Jones. And Bruce, you've got someone else to talk to down there. Is it Alan James?
It is Alan James. Alan, you came in, not much rubber left on your front right corner. Where did that go? It must have gone with a bang.
It did. It was quite sudden, going into Beckett's, I think it was, when it went. So it was a little bit hairy. I had one of the beamers quite close behind, but luckily he managed to avoid me. I haven't had a puncture before. It's the first for me, and it's pretty hard. The vibration coming through the car is pretty aggressive.
Well, there wasn't much left, as I said, when you came back. Were you starting to think as you went around, dry line appearing, next time we can send the car out on slicks, brackets with someone else at the wheel?
Definitely, yeah. Martin's in now, and yeah, it's getting close to that. It is greasy, offline, definitely. It's getting close. I would have thought maybe the next 2 hours, if it doesn't rain again, we might be able to see slicks going out there.
Now, for Synchro Motorsport, the car's been running beautifully, but it's had a few problems which has really affected its position. Is it behaving properly at the moment?
It is, yeah. We've had a few errors or something that have caused some mistakes and things, but nothing really. The car's only done 10 hours of racing before coming here, so we're really sort of now in the unknown. Now we're way past halfway. So fingers crossed. The car feels good. It does feel okay. I was worried it was going to be any damage after the puncture, but it seems the guys have checked it. Everything seems okay with it, so we'll just keep plodding on and see where we go.
Excellent. That's the approach to 24 hours. Thanks very much, Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah, eyes still attached to the socket, so the vibration clearly not at critical levels, but it did look a little bit uncomfortable, didn't it? And I guess if that's not an experience you've had in a racing car before, Paul, it is a bit of an eye-opener, if you pardon the marginal pun.
Yes, quite. Is he... Yes, he is. I got a little bit lost there. I'm talking being orientated as he was coming out of the refuelling area there. I wasn't quite sure how they got him out, but it was kind of once around the scrutineering bay and then round the Parc Ferme area and then out onto the circuit into the pit lane entrance. So that's how they come back onto the circuit via the refuelling bay.
Martin Byford now at the wheel of the number 76 car. I was looking just a little bit further up the timing and scoring screen. Was somehow surprised to see Koroiser that far up the list after some early problems with the 71 car. But that car seems to have had a solid run into daylight.
They've had all manner of problems, haven't they? But they obviously, Made of Stern stuff, have managed to overcome them. As you say, they've spent practically an hour in the pits, but not much more than that. So when you can compare that with some of the other cars who have only spent 40 minutes in the pits, that's a lot less.
So that gap at the front again. Martin Short takes a solid 3 seconds plus out of Bert de Huys in the battle for second position. Under 25 seconds now, that gap. And the gap to the leader for Short coming down just 10 seconds over the 10-minute mark now. And these will be the kind of targets I'm sure that Shorty's setting for himself.
Yes, I do hope he's done his own calculation, though, and he doesn't just come to me afterwards and said, do you know what, I needed to take 2.5 seconds to lap out, and I still would have done it. But, as I say, the other thing, the other milestone, if you will, is just looking at how long the number 127 has been in the lead of the race, because he's not far short, pardon the pun, of being 12 hours in the lead of the race. They took over the lead at 5 minutes to whatever it was, 12 hours ago, 7 o'clock this evening, 5 minutes to 8 yesterday evening, and it's now 25 to 8 this morning, so another 20 minutes and they'll have been in the lead of this race for 12 hours, which, considering how many lead changes we had in the early stages, how closely therefore these cars are matched, really is an impressive performance. It shows just how well, having got the car into the lead, they've been able to just protect that cushion. And despite what we heard Sebastian Bleekemolen telling Bruce Jones, I don't think that's entirely been down to the luck of the Code 60s. I think that's been down to the way the team has managed the gaps. And yes, they've made some strategic calls to call into the pits, but that's not been luck. It's they've made the call to come into the pits under the purple that other teams had the opportunity to make and didn't.
They've been pretty faultless, haven't they, since the early part of the race? And it's that odd point at the moment. We just heard about teams waiting for slicks. Whereas with the roll centre guys, I think they're rather enjoying the performance advantage they're getting in these kind of transitional conditions.
I was surprised there that we heard it would be soon, until Bruce kind of tried to push it, and he said in the next 2 hours. Well, that doesn't quite count as soon in my book. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to depend on how quickly it gets warmed up and how quickly the temperatures start to rise, and then we get a little bit of evaporation of the wetness that's on the circuit at the moment.
So a 2:38 last time around for the leader, 2:37.9 for the second place car, Bert de Hoys, we've got on screen at the moment here, 2:34 for Martin Short, continuing to take time out. So it is this wonderful game of automotive chess we often talk about, don't we, in endurance racing, at a very different sort of pace with these touring cars, but no less engaging in terms of the battles out there. We are talking about substantial gaps, the lead to second, but Martin Short powering towards the back end of the 303 car. That gap now 21 seconds last time around. It will be the 303 car that needs to pit first. An hour and 22 minutes on the stint for Bert de Hoys, just 30 minutes, half an hour behind the wheel this time around for Martin Short, but he's continuing to, well, hack time out of that. So there's a further 3 seconds already out of the gap.
It's not necessarily the case that the 303 is going to be able to do the full 2 hours on its fuel, of course. Bert de Hoys, as you say, an hour and 23 in, but he's also done 31 laps. I reckon he won't be able to do more than 40 laps. Add another 10 laps onto that at 2:20 per lap. It's going to take him very close to his full 2 hours, so it'll be quite how they get that balance right. So Bert de Hoys will probably go to around about 2 hours, I reckon.
And with just around half an hour on Martin Short's stint, he now brings the lead gap first to third under 10 minutes for the first time since he's been back in the car. That was the mark that only happened for Richard Neary towards the very end of his stint.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a line on my little graph, if you want to look down there. There's that line. As that line comes closer down, that's the progress that's being made. What Martin hasn't managed to do is to actually overcome the pit stop yet. As you say, from before the time, he's getting very close to that point where he's closer than Neary was before his pit stop. I think what will happen first, though, is that Martin will be able to make up sufficient ground on Bert de Hoys to be able to get past him before de Hoys makes his pit stop. That'll be the interesting one. Of course, that will just inspire Martin more and more. If he's got a target that he can aim for, if he's got a car that he can see, and of course, getting past de Hoys before de Hoys makes his pit stop will be a bit of a motivational factor as well for Martin.
See the 127 car, lead car, going by the number 1 car to put another lap on the 6th place car, Nabil Moutran at the wheel of the number 1. The car involved in the very early lead battles with Phil Quaife and Sebastian Bleekemolen. Put on a great show in the sunshine we had at the very beginning of the race. But now it's a matter of managing that gap for the 127. Melvin de Groot's doing a good job of that at the moment. 2:37. The time's coming down as track conditions continue to improve. And, well, we're certainly, I think, talking some substantial time yet, Paul, before we get into that transition.
To slick tyres.
To slick tyres.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be at least 2 hours. Purely, as Rob was saying, the function at which the circuit, or whether you can use slicks or not is not only due to the temperature, the ambient temperature, but also of how warm the track was last night. And I think that's just going to take a little while before the water begins to burn off. Otherwise, it just gets kind of lifted into the air by the car passing over the track. That just forms it into a fine mist, and it then just drops back onto the circuit and makes it wet again. Just one factor which I didn't actually pick out before. Part of the reason why Martin Short has got his work cut out in closing this gap down to the 10 minutes is the fact that he spent 50 seconds longer in the pit lane. And that is a factor which has repeated itself since that car, the BMW, has been doing these long stints. It's taking an awful lot longer to do the refuelling.
So more fuel.
But that fuel is going in relatively slowly because it's just an ordinary pistol grip. So if you can get the fuel economy, then that does give you quite an advantage in terms of pit stop time. Even if you can't go as long on your stint, you are getting advantage because you're being able to put the fuel in more quickly when you get to the pit stop time.
That's the first lap I've seen since Martin got into the car that he's taken anything less than 3 seconds out of Bert de Huys. It's 14.2 seconds is the gap now, but quicker again this time. So Martin managing traffic on that last lap around. 327 laps under the wheels of the leader, 323 laps under the wheels of the chasing pair.
And although that sounds like 4 laps, it's only 3 because, as I say, both Bert de Huys and Martin Short will come around before Melvin de Groot does, and therefore it'll go down to 324 against 327. In terms of total time spent in the pits, interesting to compare the team Blake-Molen Seat has spent 40 minutes and 4 seconds in the pit lane, whereas the Roll Centre team ABBA BMW has spent 45 minutes and 24 seconds in the pits. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds more spent in the pits. And if you consider that's 2 laps and some.
And on top of that, I think I'm right. I'm sure you can correct me if not. Then I think the 127 has spent a greater proportion of those minutes on the pit lane under Code 60 conditions than the Roll Centre car, which accounts for the remainder of the difference.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's neither car, even though they've spent more time in the pits, neither car has had a particular problem that they had to fix whilst they were in the pits. But the Seat has just been that little bit more efficient, both of them having done 13 pit stops. The 303 Seat has only done 9 pit stops and has spent just 36 minutes and 48 seconds in the pit lane.
So the difference there is more or less all about pace on track. With the gap now, Martin Short is going to be able to see that car on the Hangar Straights very soon, if not already. 11 seconds now, the gap for the 246 car to the 303 ahead. So 127 from 303 from 206. The 2 TCR cars continue to lead. The SP Touring 246 BMW third place overall. Then it's the little A3 class Peugeot, 4th position overall after a great run overnight. The D1 leader, the 194 BMW 120D, the Racing Racing Team car, is running in 7th position, so another class leader in the overall top 10, and the final class leader in the overall top 10, a car that had problems overnight but has recovered very well indeed. It's the 154 Cup 1 leading car. This is the BMW M235i JJ Motorsport run, Barwell Motorsport Crude car. Timo Sadarov is at the wheel of that car at the moment, and with a very substantial lead now over the more troubled progress of the other car in that group, the 235 numbered BMW 235. You see now Martin Short going around the task of catching, overhauling the second place 303 car.
Good looking livery as well, isn't it?
It is.
Martin was ever one to put together a good looking car, but it has to
offset the looks of the driver. This is the thing.
It's fundamentally a very simple pattern, but very eye-catching. And if anything, drawing attention to the ABBA commercials sponsorship down the side because of that simplicity. You're not kind of staggered by all the colours on the car. You just your attention is drawn to it, and then to the words on the side of the car, which is what it's all about, isn't it?
And yeah, absolutely, and matched by the team's BMW Z4 GT3 for British GT Championship this year. So it will become a look, I'm sure, that becomes very familiar indeed throughout 2016 to followers of good racing. And we're watching more of it now. Shorty now 5 seconds back, and that means that at current pace he's going to be with the second place car at the end of this lap. Meanwhile, on board with Guillaume Romain, a bit of a wave as he passes a back marker, continuing his progress in 4th position. He's being caught slowly, but being caught by the 125 car of Guy Bessem. This is the NKPP TCR class Seat in 5th position at the moment, and catching this little car, one of the stories of the race, I think, the little Peugeot 208 GTI. And always been strong players in this class in 24H Series racing, Paul, but I'm sure enjoying their time in the metaphoric sun here.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just me, because I'm generally watching the GT cars more closely than I'm watching the A3 class cars, but my impression has always been that the Ultron cars have run well, but then have had problems. They've not quite been able to do trouble-free runs, and as I say, I may be doing them a disservice there, but this car has really run, and I shouldn't say it, but it's had a very, very solid run, where all they've done really is bring it into the pits and put a new driver in it and send it on its way again at every pit stop.
There is that kind of psychological aspect to this car, the little Peugeot 208 GTI, with that keyword little. Yes. You therefore assume the car is going to be slower than it actually is. This has been very quick, and through the worst of weather, able to, well, exploit more of its quotient of power than the potentially quicker cars.
And as we said during the night, the fact that it has got less power means that you're less likely to do something silly, or if you do make a mistake, it only has small consequences rather than the bigger consequences that you would have if you were going more quickly.
Great to see it. I think this one a bit of a fan favourite. And particularly Sarah Bovey getting out that car, what a delight it was to see someone so enthusiastic after such a great stint.
Yeah, in difficult conditions.
Very difficult conditions, the very worst of the conditions. Came out and was almost turning cartwheels, wasn't she?
Mainly because she'd met Joe, wasn't it?
Almost certainly. Yeah. The man, the myth, and indeed the legend.
So Bert de Hoijs, an hour and a half into his stint, he's done now 35 laps on the stint. This is the car, of course, that Rick Breukers took out right at the start of the race and did some 47 laps in.
On board now with Bert, he's got Martin Short a second and a half back as they cross the line, and Shorty, I'm sure, will have taken the advantage as well through the little bit of traffic. Bit of a wobble there for the 303, and I think if we get the right shot, we're going to see bright headlights of the black and green ABBA commercials, Road Centre Racing BMW, right to the rear of this car, and looking for a way past, which would be for second position overall. 9 minutes and 40 seconds back now from the overall leader.
And Bert taking to the right-hand side of the track as they went down the Hangar Straight now. Whether that was to keep the tyres cool and be on the wetter side of the track, or whether it was just to stop Martin coming up on the inside of him, we didn't see, because we didn't see out of the back window of that car. We only could see out of the front window. But you're absolutely right. Martin Short, as we predicted he would, closing in before de Hoijs makes his pit stop.
Well, we'll keep an eye on who breaks Sector 2 first on timing and scoring in front of us, which has been remarkably efficient overnight. But now beginning to work the lead gap as well as the gap to second. Shorty. And we wait to see which of the drivers will get in next. I suspect we're going to see one of the other two drivers, whether it's Charles Lamb or the remonikered Darren Cox, back aboard.
Although on the other hand, Shorty would have then done one more stint than Neary. although you could count Neri's opening stint at the beginning of the race as an extra stint.
Well, I just wonder whether or not Richard might do the final stint of the race.
I see, the final stint of the race.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yep, that's... I mean, certainly it's going to dry. I mean, Martin's still got an hour in the car, hasn't he? So conditions will improve in the next hour. And, might be good enough to let DC out.
Sufficiently close together that the times popped up for Sector 2 absolutely the same moment, so either nose to tail or side by side as they come to complete the lap. We'll see them by us within the next 10 or 12 seconds.
Less than that, there they go.
And there he goes.
Shorty's ahead.
He is fairly
by
substantially
2
ahead.
seconds. 2.3, sorry.
And in their bargain, by the way, taking a 3.5 seconds out of the leader too. So the gap now, 9 minutes and 36 seconds between Melvin de Groot and Martin Short. You can measure that in laps. I think I prefer the time at the moment because that's the real-time gap.
Yes, the only time when that gap becomes misleading is when you're about a lap or 2 laps out of a purple sector, because in order to get that time, they're effectively winding back the time to when Melvin de Groot came past us on lap 327 and comparing the time spent for Melvin Groot to get to lap 327 with the time taken for Martin Short to get to lap 327. So that's how that time works itself out.
Which is only going to be in Short's favour because he's consistently quicker.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, absolutely.
Those sums are way too hard for me at this time of the morning, Paul, I can tell you. Way too hard.
The great thing is that all this data is available on the online. It's not just...
Which is, you know what?
It's the first time that I can remember that we've actually turned down live timing screens that get put in front of us and put on a website. We've actually got a TV screen in front of us which is showing a website rather than the official screen coming from the timekeepers.
And whilst it should be said, 24-hour series has been principally marketed, I think it's fair to say, as a series for competitors rather than for an audience. They're providing unrivaled detail to an audience and gathering an audience as a result.
Yeah.
Which is a wonderful thing. We do see certainly huge amounts of complimentary comment, don't we, in social media and in email. I know that you've seen, I've seen.
If you look at social media.
Emails that both you and I have seen from people really getting an extra layer of pleasure out of these races because of what's available to them online.
Yeah, quite, absolutely. And while we're giving credit to timeservice.nl, I'd like to thank Rob and Sanna particularly for setting me up with a nice little link into their system, which enables my system to work directly from their data and do lots of clever stuff. That is why I've been able to bring you all kinds of extra bits of information this weekend, which was absolute chaos for the first half hour of the race. I don't know if you could remember that back. That I was in deep trouble at the first half hour, but since then everything's gone remarkably smoothly, touch wood.
Well, I was breaking the habit of near lifetime and watching the trackside for the first time in an awfully long time, which was a great pleasure.
Indeed. And of course, talking of where we started this thing, we shouldn't forget that that BMW Martin Short's driving started from the very last row of the grid, some 15, nearly 16 hours ago. That was right at the back of the grid, so apart from anything else, it's had to fight its way up from all the way back there.
Martin Short through this time at a 2:32.3, so quicker again for Shorty, taking 4.5 seconds out the lead of that time. 9 minutes 31 seconds is now the posted gap. And another fine stint from the Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing squad. And yes, the quicker cars now looking for ways to cool these tyres.
That doesn't necessarily mean that slicks are the order of the day, though. The fact that the wets that they've been on, in some cases because they've been double stinting, they'll have been on them for 2 hours or getting on towards 2 hours, doesn't necessarily mean that when they get into the pits, those wets are shot. You want to put a set of slicks on. It might well be you just want to put a fresh pair of wets on. So I think it would be
a while yet.
Yeah, well, let's. Who was it we spoke to in the pits? Can't remember. Somebody in the pits said 2 hours, and that was half an hour ago. So we're looking at about 9:30 this morning at the earliest.
Potentially towards the end then of the current stint for the 2 lead cars, which could be very interesting.
Well, yes, that's right, because they're both on pretty much the same refuelling or stint schedule, although thus far the longest stint that's been done by the race leading car, number 127, has been 36 laps. 38 laps Melvin de Groot did earlier on, whereas the BMW has done 41 laps. So the actual range is greater on the BMW, but they seem to pay a penalty on that by having longer pit stops while they put that extra fuel into the car.
So it's at one of those phases of the race where we've got a bit more long range in our predictions here, which is aided beautifully by the timing and scoring screens. It's a joy to watch these cars being pushed, and particularly in these tricky conditions. They've got to certainly have their sensible heads screwed on here. Martin Short pulling away from Bert de Hoys at will just now, down to 2:30 now from Martin Short. That's 6 seconds out of the lead.
But interestingly, Bert de Hoys still lapping faster than the race leader.
Correct.
So it's not as if Hoys is going slowly. No. They're both going quickly. They're both catching the leader, but Martin doing so at a much faster rate.
So just over, it's 8 hours and 3 minutes still remain in the race, the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. And, Melvin de Groot completes the 333rd lap on a 2:36.769, confirming that 6-second advantage on that last lap to the second place car. Does though still have well over 9 minutes advantage after pretty faultless run for the 127 car, the Team Blicker-Molen Seat Leon. And it is the near all-white car. These TCR spec Seats have proven to be very effective weapons in this race thus far. The ruthless efficiency of this package matched up against the brute force and attacking style of the 246 car. Richard Neary and Martin Short taking charge in attacking stints through the night hours, where we've seen very poor weather indeed. Lots of incident and drama, lots of cars finding the gravel traps in the darkness.
And many of them requiring the Code 60 to get them sorted. But the beauty of it is, of course, Graham, that the Code 60 is relatively short in all cases. I think we've had, of the 13 Code 60s, only 2 of them were longer than 10 minutes.
Yep, and managed very effectively, and there's been some real sensible stuff going on track as well, hasn't there? Not seen very many moves that would make you're going to suck the ear in through your teeth. Sharp contrast to what we've often seen when we've had the mixed bag with the GT cars coming through.
I think there's a combination of things. It's people being sensible, having respect for one another, and also the closing speeds of the cars being less noticeable. So, yeah, absolutely. And I think what they've achieved is winning the hearts and minds of the entrants and the competitors and the officials and everybody around that's associated with the race.
Lots of very positive comment. There's a big stone chips that from with the Team Brit car and the windscreen of the 136 car that continues just outside the top 10 now, 11th position for Dave Pittard in the VW Golf. And we get to the 2/3 of the way through this race, Mark. 8 hours remaining. So, with 8 hours of this race remaining, it's the Team Blicker-Molen car, the 127 Seat Leon Cup racer, leading the race overall, and the TCR class, of course. 3 laps to the good ahead of the number 246 car, this Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing car, leading SP Touring and leading the attack too. Been enjoying this run from the team into daylight. Pulling away now from the third place car, and second in TCR, the 303 Red Camel Jordans.nl Seat Leon, now in the hands of Bert de Huys. And completing the 1, 2, 3 in TCR into the top 4, it's the NKPP car, Guy Bessem in the NKPP Seat Leon. So 3 Seat Leons in the top 4, and it's 4 in the top 5 with Nabil Moutron in the number 1 Maimak Ogilvy dual racing car. Team Brit were just with those a little while ago. A3, that's 136 car, 4th position A3, because lots of those A3 cars in the top 10. And the A2 car, the little 212 car, 21st position, the number 111 Seat Leon Super Copa, the track club car in A3. Then the Coroza car making great progress through the night after some early problems for that car, the number 71 car. The Vortex V8, this is the Silhouette BMW. That car in 23rd position now.
And all the class leaders again gathering towards the sharper end of the field. Let's head down to our pit lane reporter in the early morning hours, Bruce Jones, here at the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. Morning, Bruce.
Morning, John. I blame the people in the commentary box. No sooner had they talked about Team Altran having a trouble-free run for the first time than 208 is standing on the tarmac. Too noisy. It hasn't changed its exhaust. Some people in the team are livid, but it's pushing out 107 dB, which is too much. They've played with it. They've got it down to 106. They can't get it any lower. Standoff. Lots of officials around the car. And Sarah Bovey's father, Kieran, who knows a thing about touring car racing, is absolutely livid. He said the other car, the 205, has the same exhaust. That hasn't been pulled in. And he said if this was a problem at the start of the race, why didn't they stop it then? So he's suitably upset. But obviously we saw this car rise as high as 3rd place. Now it's showing 6 on the window, but it's standing, not going out until who knows what they can do, because they don't have any other exhausts of a different type. So as you can imagine, John, enormous frustration for Team Altran.
Oof. Bitter goal for that team.
Only thing I can suggest is they run it to a lower rev limit. If they can enforce that electronically with the car, they might be able to persuade the guys to let them back out again. But that would involve it not being able to rev beyond the level where it makes too much noise. Go ahead, Bruce.
I've got Kieran Bovey coming to talk again.
If you do this control to any car here, in static like that, they will have the same noise. It's just a joke. If I was the boss of this team, I leave the championship, I tell you. It's a shame.
Now, Kieran, is there anything they can do to maybe lower the revs?
That's right. We have the same exhaust on both cars. We made it here in Silverstone with the specialist. We tested before the practice. They say it's okay. We changed nothing. So what? Maybe we are too fast? I don't know.
I feel for you, Kieran. It's such a difficult situation.
It's a shame, really. Because if you take any car in static like that, 4,500 revs, it will make the same noise.
Kieran, I don't have an answer. Thank you for talking to us.
The question for you that you might not be able to answer, but maybe someone down there can, Bruce. Was the car pinged for noise out on the circuit and then subsequently tested, or is this a random test for the car?
I think it's a random test in the pit lane.
And it's a static test at 4,500 revs, as we just heard.
Yes.
Right, okay. Well, I can understand their displeasure about that if it's not being pulled from on the circuit where it's actually racing and it's a random test at 4,500 revs. It depends where you stand and what's around it, and I can understand the... Oh, and off has gone the Kia Riser Peugeot, the 171 car, which has had a bit of a yo-yo of a race. It's still on a comeback drive.
Big dramas overnight for that car, weren't there?
Yeah, it dropped all the way down to the bottom of the field. Thomas Sorensen, not the former Danish goalkeeper, we believe, because he's dropped it. Sorry.
Oh dear.
8th position in class and 35th. That was his outlap in that car. We'll bring you more news if we can of the 208 car. Guillaume Romain trying to get out of the pit lane. I think my common sense part of me understands completely why the officials have said, well, it's not where it should be, therefore we can't let it go. But by the same token, if it hasn't been pinged whilst it's driving round, what's the issue? If that's not the case, somebody tell us, please. Paul?
The regulation, and there is a specific section in the supplementaries for Silverstone about noise. It is very clear that it says must not exceed at any time 102 dB static or 102 dB drive-by. So it's very clear that's what it says. I think if it were me, I'd be interested to know, is it 102.5 or is it 107? Because what we don't know is how much.
It was 107 and they got it down to 106 on the static.
Okay.
That's a big difference in decibels because it's a logarithmic scale and not a linear scale.
But to get it down to 102 from 106 is
a big
Yes, but if it's that loud on the static, it would have been rattling the meter on the drive-by, and it's not.
Well, no, because it's 102 dB on both. It's not that there's a louder limit on the drive-by.
But it hasn't been tripping the drive-by, that's what I'm saying. So if it hasn't been tripping 102 dB on the drive-by, when it's racing, out on the circuit, what's the problem?
It's a regulatory problem.
No, I understand. 102 dB on a drive-by is not the same as 102 dB on a static test.
Car still on pit road. We can see halfway down the pit lane with the cluster of people around the 208 car. And that car is going to start to lose positions fairly soon. It's already down 6th position, a little while yet, half an hour I think before we actually see it lose another position.
But nothing is being done to it, is there? So
and there's nothing that can be done to it. And the irony is that the other car is running around with exactly the same exhaust system. I can understand the frustration of the team. And Kieran Bovey there talking about how the test is being run. It will depend at what angle you stand from where the exhaust is, whether you stand to one side or the other. Now it happens that the exhaust on that car is right down the middle, but it will depend where you stand and at what angle you stand and how far away from the exhaust you put the device as to how loud it will sound. There's very specific regulations within the RAC Blue Book about this, and having done a bit of rallying and road rallying in my past, I understand why this is an important part of it. It needs to be clarified. We'll get some more news from that in a moment. So Hankook 24 from Silverstone, daylight and the semblance of a dry line finally. Interesting to see a number of people offering some potential solutions. Steel wool. Put a cap. We've seen it here before. If you just put a cap over the exhaust, it can make things much quieter. There's the 120 BMW that's got the exhausts angled away from it. No temporary baffling not allowed here. No hard cut rev limiters to be used in the pit lane to reduce fuel explosion noise. Soft
Code
cut
60
limiters only.
We've got a code 60.
Now, why have we got a code 60? That's See if who is missing. Leader's just come into the pit lane, so that's worked rather well. And
the 1, 2.
Can't see anything immediately. Is
that the 127 car?
172 appears not to be moving, and whatever that one is there, we don't have any missing at the moment on our timing and scoring. Paul?
The other car that this will work well for is the 303. Bert de Hoyst was due into the pits anyway. The problem that he has is that he's only down at Vale at the moment and not up at the pit lane entrance. If he be into the Formula 1 pits, that wouldn't be a problem, but he's got a good 4 minutes, I would say, to run to get back to the start-finish area and therefore get into the pits.
Just a number of people, including Martin Lanyon, about the noise issue, saying if they're doing the noise test where they saw on the picture, it's right next to a pit garage and the echo will affect it. Yep, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Doesn't say in the regs that it needs to be done in an open area or where it is, but if they were done it over by where scrutineering is, and depending on where the car was scrutineered, if it was done in an open paddock, 102 decibels in an open paddock is very different from 102 decibels 6 feet away from a wall.
Pull the shutter down and ask them to do it again.
The 303 is the Seat Leon TCR spec racer.
This is the Red Camel Jordans.nl car. And
that car is sitting with Bert de Hoyst at the wheel in third position at the moment. The big three on the Spiro5.com panel along the side. We're in our 14th. Let's go down to Bruce, who now I was just sort of seeing as we were going into a junction there for some of our syndicated TV partners that there was a semblance of a dry line. Bruce Jones, does anyone agree with me?
Poor old Roll Centre Racing, they can't afford tyres with grips anymore, I'm afraid. They've got some that have got absolutely no grip cut into them at all. They just told me to be quiet. I just happened to be standing here, and Ricky Bobby's watching from the front of the pit garage, but they thought, well, who should be the guinea pig for trying slick tyres? Well, of course, it's Martin Short, so he's staying on board. Can't see if he's smiling or if he's crying in the cockpit, but yes, we were talking a while ago and Paul was reckoning it might be 2 hours, but looking at the pace that the 246 BMW has had, Richard Neary's even helping to roll the tyres out for the front of the car. From behind the line, he's shouting to me. Of course he is, but of course this is a car that's risen up to second place and is the fastest car out there. It could be even faster, but the next few laps for Martin Short are going to be very, very interesting. But he could be out there still under code 60 unless they're putting fuel on. Let's see how long the code 60 takes before it runs out. But slick tyres for the first time since the rain came down in the evening.
Bruce, what was what's the white Seat a couple of cars further down that is in the pit lane? I think they've just had
127.
Right, they've just had a disc change. They had a front disc change, I think.
Well, I'm running up there now, but you know what? We talked. Sebastian Blake and said we've been lucky under the code 60s, but there has been an element that they've been in doing pit stops when code 60 has struck. But yeah, it does look like yes, you're right. They are doing the brakes at the front end. But they're working the system very well indeed.
Penalty for 303. It's being soaked up at the moment. It's quite a long one as Rick Breukers is standing waiting for the arrival of the 303 car.
Yeah, Bart de Hoyst is still stationary down there. I saw the team managers. I ran back into the pit lane after a battery change, saw those slick tyres, stopped at... I shouldn't talk about that. That's right, I'm next to 127. I'll be giving the secrets away.
It's a long penalty.
127. Wheel spins away with a new set of front stoppers, discs and pads, and that was a long penalty for the 303, Paul.
Second penalty that car's taken, because on its previous pit stop, when Ivo Breukers got out of the car, he also had to take a penalty. And I think you were here at the time when he did the offence, which was going over the pit exit blend line when he was following another car out and decided to overtake before he got to the end of the blend line, and he had to serve a 10-second penalty for that. That's a second penalty that car has had to serve, and it all goes to add to the time spent in the pit.
That looked like about a 30-second penalty for me, so it was either something more serious or a repeat offence of something, because normally if you do something several times, the penalties get more punitive.
There was wets going on to the 303, John, for Rick Breukers. It's the team manager car 122, the latest one to get an invitation to race control. This is another interesting phase, isn't it? We know that the 246 car is out there fueling at the moment on slicks. We don't know, do we, whether or not the 127 followed suit? We do know it got new brakes.
No, I think that's on wets. I think the 127 is on wets. And
by the way, that's also Martin Short taking one of those laps back.
Martin Short now with half his fuel load, having been put aboard the M3. He goes now, gets the wave as the 303 goes into the pit lane. You know what?
This is a top three, one shot there.
Super elegant solution of how to keep costs down, not have to have fuel rigs, not worry about fire in the pit lane, is to have this. And it's been a feature of the 24 hours here since James Tucker did the first 24 hours in 2005. When the fuel stop was at the other end of the pit lane. And if you remember, Paul, they even at one stage had lights to show how many pumps were available when you came under bridge, through Bridge Corner, and then you peeled off. That shows you how long ago
it was in the old
circuit.
It was in the old national, in front of the BRDC, wasn't it? Yep. With the mobile fuel unit.
The old Grand Prix circuit. Yeah, I wasn't actually here that year in 2005, but it does mean that Martin Short, as you were just saying, Graham, is now 2 laps and a lot behind the race-leading Seat number 127, rather than being 3 laps and a bit, which is what it was before.
Martin, just reminding one of the other cars what 60 looks like.
That's the 173 car, which had an engine change overnight, remember, after comprehensively coating the circuits. This was the car that caused Martin to come back and say the circuit was ruined with the fire underneath the car after losing its oil.
Yeah, he'd be looking at that and think, hang on a minute. I know, hang on a second. It's all right. He wouldn't have recognised it because at the time he thought it was a Seat and not a Honda. And now it's the daylight. He won't remember that now. No, absolutely not. So the Hankook 24 hours at Silverstone is under full course control. Code 60 here. Everyone holding 60 kilometres an hour. Out comes the 303 now with Rick Breukers behind the wheel. Now watch him as he comes out on the left hand side of the car with those new wet weather Hankooks staying well to the right. There's the blend line ending now.
So Martin Short's got 48 minutes available to prove whether or not this is the right move.
Well, yes, a maximum thereof.
Because what he won't want to do is to put either Charles Lamb or indeed Ricky Bobby, a.k.a. Darren Cox, back out.
Let's just call him Darren Cox because that's his given name.
Yeah. Darren just checking, I gather, with air traffic control locally to make sure there's no helicopters to distract him on his first lap.
That was the best racing driver excuse of all time. Did you hear this, Paul?
No, tell me.
I was on my fastest lap when I was distracted by Lawrence Tomlinson's helicopter landing in my line of sight. Shame on you, Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Yes. Oh well.
I think it's Racing Driver Book of Excuses, page 131.
It's in the supplementaries.
Oh, it's the supplementaries, is it? Yeah. It does say Lawrence Tomlinson or Dr. Jonathan Palmer.
Yes.
Apparently in there. You can use JP as well for that.
We haven't had a reason for this code 60 yet, have we?
We didn't, but we thought there was a car maybe off at turn 7, but we've not seen that yet.
Not seen down there. Team Blake & Moreland lead from Team Aber Commercial, Royal Centre Racing, Red Camel. All of the big names, NKPP, Mehmet Ogilvy, Ultran, Peugeot, still in 6th position for that car, and it still hasn't gone out. The A3 leader, the car with the problem with the static noise test at the moment. Take it somewhere else. Take it somewhere else to do the noise test. Take it back to Scrutineering Bay and do it there.
Not in the bay, open air somewhere away from
exactly.
open space.
Where it was done before. Yeah, exhaust's going to degrade throughout a 24-hour race. There's no doubt about that. That's why you have a drive-by regulation as well. But if it's passing a 102 on the drive-by, when it's revving its whatnots off...
I'm guessing the one thing they've got available left to do is to fit a new exhaust system.
Well, only if they've got something that would fit.
Well, if it passed with the new exhaust system at the start of the race...
Oh, you mean if they've got a similar system?
Correct.
But a new one?
That's the only thing
Oh,
they've got left to
that's
do.
a very good idea, Graham, yes. Well thought. So if it passed at the start of the race...
And it's degraded.
And it's degraded to the point where they don't think they can get anything out of it, then throw that one away, put a new system in to the same spec that it was scrutineered, and off you go, fellas.
Bingo.
Right? So there's a question for Bruce then. Do they have a similar spec but brand new and unused system? And there's the guys down at Ultran Peugeot.
Well, they do have a similar
that,
spec.
I think, is what they're doing, because the car's gone back into the garage.
Yeah, they do have a similar spec system. It's on the other car.
Yeah, but that's degraded as well, hasn't it? That's the problem.
They don't want that test, do they?
And you don't want that, then you've got 2 cars out of the race. Bruce is down there. The car's been pushed. Bruce, this is the 208 Ultran Peugeot GTI, has been pushed back in the garage. Clearly some work going on. Graham positing that the idea from him as team manager would be to go and get a brand new exhaust of the same spec they started with and throw that on. Is that what's happening?
Well, let me find out. And I found Bradley Philpott in a sea of long faces of the 208 crew. Bradley, explain the situation, how it is.
I'm not totally versed with all the technical details, but from what I can tell, we've been black flagged due to noise violation, along with several other cars, I think. We have had a static noise test in the pit lane, and they've told us that we're well over the noise limit, which is very strange. We've altered the exhaust with an additional silencing cap, and I've personally been asking the marshals who seem to be dealing with it if they'll come and retest us, and at the moment the answer is no, they won't do anything until race control tell them. I think the code 60 that's on now is to do with the noise problems of several cars, although it sounds like maybe we're back under green again, and the idea was that we would be allowed back out to do the drive-by noise test and see if everything was okay, but we are categorically not being allowed out of the pit lane. So from a 16 lap lead, I think we're still leading. We are sat here and not allowed out of the pits. So it seems right now, by the look of the people in the know and the management of the team, that we're not going any further.
Now, just to clarify, Bradley, was it only for the static noise test, or were you also black flagged for noise out on the circuit?
I believe the noise out on circuit was what caused them to then make a list of cars and bring them in, and then they came over and did a static noise test whilst we were here.
OK, looking for solutions. Have you another exhaust set you can put on and hope that works?
No, in fact, the exhaust that the car normally runs never normally has any issues with noise problems. At the start of the weekend, we were told we were slightly over, so we actually had a whole new system manufactured to make sure we were well underneath, and both the cars are running that system. I don't think anything's actually broken, but maybe it has. It seems everything's working as it should, but now we're stuck in this position.
Bradley, thanks for defining frustration for the TV audience. So that was Bradley Philpott, the 208 Peugeot that had been running so beautifully, running in as high as third place early in the race.
Well, huge frustration you can see, can't you, from the 208 crew? But that begs the question, was that list, Paul, the list we saw people being called to race control?
Oh, yeah, we've been doing this far too long, haven't we? We think exactly the same way.
Yeah.
If you get a big long list of drivers to go to, or team managers to go to race control, and then you find out that one of them was pinged for noise, chances are the others were as well.
Absolutely right.
And I will put my hand up now and say, if they've been pinged out on the circuit and they've been brought in, I absolutely understand why they won't be left back out again.
Yep.
If it had just been a random test. Now, here's the other car. This is the 205 car, which apparently is okay. So there is the opportunity to whip the exhaust off that. That one isn't one of the ones that's been pinged.
Certainly can recall that none of the leading group of cars, with the exception of that 208, were in that list that popped up. I seem to recall the 216 being on that list as well, but I may be incorrect.
So I'm just going to... Let's just quickly recap on the situation then. A number of cars have been... And I've said this all through the weekend, but Silverstone are very, very good on their noise monitoring. They have a drive-by meter, which takes a picture of any offending cars and shows the meter reading as well. It's 102 dB here. Go ahead, Bruce, down in the pit lane.
Well, they're just flagging away 205, but Marshall just come up and suggested they can get 208 out of the garage, so they needed 205 to get out of the way. So suddenly it's all scrambled down at Team Altran, and hopefully that means it's going back into the race. Luckily, they had a driver on board. It's not Bradley Philpott because he was talking to me, but it still has the 6 on the orange number on the side. Still 6th overall, still leading its class, but a huge amount of time lost. But well, they've got plenty of time to go racing, but that was a very frustrating 15 minutes, obviously, for the 208 crew, but they're back into the race.
There is a very shiny new tailpipe, shiny new looking tailpipe
aftermarket
on that car, and wait an hour or so, and Porsche Toaster will be open, and they can go and get a tailpipe from a Panamera. You'll never hear it standing next to it.
It is Sunday, though. I'm not quite sure if they open that soon on a Sunday.
True enough. Let me just go back to what we were saying. A number of cars then having been caught over the 102 decibel limit by the noise monitoring, by the drive-by monitoring here at Silverstone. Now, I've been praising Silverstone all week for how they look after the noise here, and so I'm not going to go back and trample on it now. So that was not, as we were originally led to believe, a random test in the pit lane. It was brought about by the fact that the 208 and a number of other cars had already been flagged up for excess noise on the drive-by. Now, the drive-by you're going past, it's normally taken at a place where you are flat out. When you do a static test, you're normally at 75% of your rev limit static, with the measuring device either at 90 or 45 degrees, depending on what's in the standing supplementary regulations. I'd have to look that up. We do have them. There'll be a little diagram somewhere about how it's done. But what precipitated is the word I was looking for there, was the 208 and a number of other cars, we believe, being black flagged for excess noise on the track. So that's not just a random event that happened there, and in that case I completely and utterly understand the issue that they've got with those cars being noisy.
And they are now doing the drive-by noise test once again up on the pit wall, and it makes sense that they wanted to wait until all the cars come out, and now they're going to be testing them as they go past once again.
There is an automatic noise tester here that takes a picture and whizzes it into race control. It looks like they're doing a secondary version
Probably
of
just
that at a different part of the pit straight, national pit straight.
While we wait for that to come around, I can tell you that on his slick tyres, and albeit without much heat in the tyres yet, Martin Short 7 seconds a lap slower than the leader. So at the moment, plan B with the slick tyres for the chasing 246 car is not bearing fruit, but let's wait and see as that starts to come down.
Yes, I think it's too early yet to, because that's his first flying lap, isn't it? But it may well be that the slicks will take longer to get up to temperature, and of course all he's been doing is sitting at 60 kilometres an hour whilst that's been happening.
Not much you can do to encourage a bit of heat into them. Just ride the brake perhaps to get some heat into the front and accelerate and brake to try and get some heat into it. Now the 208 is on its way round, and we saw also, did we not, the 127, the leader, get a new set of front brakes, right hand indicator still going on the 127, and the drivers beginning again, as I heard Rob Barth describing a couple of 3 hours ago, searching for the damper patches down the straights, Graham.
Should also make clear that also means, because of that deficit in that first flying lap, the 127 car has taken that lap back from the 246
so
again.
it's back to 4.
3.
Sorry, back to 3, yes.
But just over 3 rather than just under 3. And as I say, with the one proviso that Graham makes about the time being useful, the only thing is immediately after code 60 it's very dangerous to look at the time, because for 3 laps it's going to include code 60 time.
The 127 right up against the pit wall there, but is another car that has the exhausts pointing down and away from where the noise meter would be on the pit wall.
Yes,
they must feel as though it makes some difference. Our viewers on Motors TV will be leaving us for a couple of hours shortly. Remind them and everyone else that there is continuing coverage in sound and vision on www.24hseries.com and over on radiolemans.com as well. So times, streaming video, lots of information from timeservice.nl. So whilst Motors TV are away from the race for a couple of hours, you can keep up with the race there as things are hotting up at the front end of the field. And it looks to me, Graham, now that we are getting much, much closer to the crossover point. It may have been that Roll Centre and the Aber Commercials car have gone a bit early, but it can't be that much further away, with everybody hunting for the wetter patches of the track, with albeit with new wet tyres on.
Slight problem, of course, is that Martin's only just got a half an hour left on this driving stint, and then is likely going to have to put one of the less experienced drivers in.
But what it does do is allows them to make a more informed choice. Martin's going to keep the car on the island. OK, he might lose some time, but there's no speculation about whether they stay on slicks or go back to wet. The 303 car is now sliding around quite significantly in the middle part of the corner. It's the Hankook 24 hours at Silverstone. 4 o'clock this afternoon is the finish. 7.5 hours still to go, and Motors TV leaving us for a couple of hours. www.24hseries.com. It is still the 127 of Team Blake and Molan that leads from Martin Short aboard the Roll Centre BMW in second position. So just in our TV junction there for Motors TV, who've now gone away. Apologies to those of you listening on the on-site radio here at Silverstone, 16:02 a.m. The PA system back up at 9 o'clock this morning. Don't forget the grandstand opposite open all night tonight and all night overnight tonight and into this morning through to the race. Woodcote opening at 8 o'clock this morning. Paddock Diner open all the way through till after the end of the race and was doing a roaring trade overnight. Steady stream of people wandering into there for a little bit of warmth. And we will continue now without any further break for the next couple of hours and then right the way through to the checkered flag, Graham.
Paul, I think, has noticed something very interesting leading into that Code 60 period, and actually we're now getting to the stage where Martin Short is equaling or bettering the pace of the lead car, if not the third place car. Set the lead car quicker last time around, but Paul, leading into that Code 60, something rather interesting.
Well, yes, Martin was certainly able to make up some ground during the Code 60. Now, I noticed you were wagging your finger at him at one point, John, so I'll say no more about that. But certainly if you look at the gaps before they went into Code 60 and the gaps as they came out of the Code 60, then Martin Short was closer to the 127 car, and admittedly during that Code 60 they did both make pit stops, so I suppose one part of it could be that they spent less time in the pits. We can check.
Remember, Paul, they took discs on the Seat.
Yes, so the pit
on the 127.
Yes, that's right. The pit stop time for the Seat was 6 minutes and 39 seconds as opposed to 3 minutes and 58 seconds for the BMW. So that's where most of that time came from. Rather than it being done on the track under Code 60, the bit that was done in the pits under Code 60 was where the roll centre car made up a lot of its ground.
And the net result of that is, we were talking, weren't we, about a 10-minute gap being worked leading into the Code 60. It was about 9.5 minutes by the time they came in. It's now 8 minutes 11 seconds, and the pace of the roll centre car is now better than the two wet tired shod first and third placed Seat Leon Supercopas.
They may have timed this spot on. They could have probably waited a little bit longer, but then they would have had to bring the car in again. I think the roll of the dice tells me all I need to know about the roll centre ABBA Commercials team, as the 162 Rogue Motorsport, GT86 takes an unconventional line, to say the least, through the first corner at Cobbs. I think these guys realise they're in with a sniff of the victory here, and they are not settling for being conservative. That is not a conservative choice. They want to be able to say with some certainty in about 30 minutes time, when Martin has to come into the pit lane, to whoever gets in, right, you're getting a set of slicks and you've got to make do with them, and you've got to keep it on the island.
And for the moment, if the other teams feel the need to respond, they will need to make an extra pit stop to do so.
Exactly right. And this may be as much about putting pressure on the other teams to jump as jump themselves, because they've only got this window before the car is back in again. If it was the wrong choice, as I said before, it's a smart decision, because if this had been the wrong choice, Paul, they had to come in again at the end of Shorty's time.
127's in the pit, the leader is in the pit.
Now, this is
to go to slicks.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
It's come to they've realised what Shorty's done, and they've thought, well, if he can go that, then we can do that. Let's get it onto slicks as soon as we can. And having just recalculated the pace at which Martin has to make up ground, it's down to 2.7 seconds per lap. John.
And a rooted set of Hankooks off the front end of the 127. Now, you can't mix tyres, so it is either a brand new set of wets, or I'm pretty certain a new set of slicks that have gone. But we saw tyres, these Hankook tyres being wet tyres during the night. Joe Bradley making sure that we saw them on camera being exceptionally durable. going for another set of fuel, of course, as well, because they fueled last time under code 60, and that's sensible by 127. They've been pushed into this additional pit stop. You might as well make the most of it. But those tyres that came off the front end of that car in particular were absolutely rooted.
And it could be proven that if this all goes to plan now for Roll Centre Racing, that could have been just a spark of genius in strategic terms, couldn't it, for so many different reasons.
As soon as we saw the 303 car flat sliding through the middle of the corner in the way that we saw it, I was pretty certain that they had got it right. It's never going to look good to start with, and everybody now hunting for damper patches. And what happens, there will be people watching this at the moment saying, hang on a second, I run treaded tyres, of course, on my road car, and they're very durable and they last for a very long time. And of course they do, all four wheels off there through entry for the 303 from Rick Breukers, and he can't afford to do very much more of that. This car's already had a couple of penalties, but of course the grooves on the tyres do not give you grip, contrary to popular belief. They are only there to move water. What gives you the grip are the pieces of rubber between the grooves which contact the road, which why when you have a full slick racing tyre you put the most rubber on the road in terms of surface area as you possibly can. The problem with the wet tyre is they are incredibly soft, so that they can get up to temperature, operating temperature, very, very quickly indeed under cold, damp, horrible conditions. That means they overheat when they have not got the water on the track to keep them at that pressure. And once they start to overheat, they have all of the structural rigidity of a Mars bar left out in the sun, and you don't want that. What happens is the tread blocks start to move around, and instead of providing you with a stable platform, you are effectively driving on a tyre that is moving around underneath you even more than when you're normally leaning on it. That overheats the rubber more, and you have a vicious circle of tyre degradation. And there, it doesn't matter which tyre manufacturer we're talking about, that is the case. And the Hankooks that came off, you could see where the rubber, Graham, had rolled off one side of the tyre and just been peeled away. And the 130 Seat out there at the moment making ground hand over fist on Rick Breukers, which we've not seen happening in the earlier part of the race, which leads me to believe that John Cullum might be in that Zest Race Car Engineering, either on a newer set of wets, this is the rebuilt car after the accident earlier on, or he may actually be on slick tyres as well.
That was the car that had the issue for Lucas Orrick with the incident that took the 99 car out of the race. Just looking roughly where the Roll Centre car is on the circuit. We've just had the 127 car clear Sector 2 on its outlap. I don't think Martin Short is terribly far behind that. He's not, and takes another 5 seconds out of that car. So there's another lap in this for the 246 car pretty soon at that sort of pace.
Yes, that's right, because what will happen first is that 127 goes through and completes 346 laps, just does that, as I say, the sentence. Martin is coming through, just coming out of Woodcote at the moment to complete his 344th lap. So it's 2 laps and a little bit, whereas before that pit stop, it was, remember, very nearly 3 laps.
Pit lane for the 303. Rick Breukers has realised he's got the same issue. And now, is he going into the penalty box? Is he going beyond it? No, he's gone beyond it and heads down. The tyre's being rolled out at the far end of the pit lane. By the way, the good news if you're a Peugeot and Team Ultran fan is that Guillaume Roman is continuing to circulate. His last lap around was a 30, well, he's done 1 lap around. A 30, no, excuse me, that's the difference. 2:35 last time around. I'll read the right column in a minute as my eyes recalibrate. And slick tyres, no grooves on the Hankooks that are going on that 303 car.
The 246 car, around 10 seconds on the road behind the 127 at the moment, but was, 3 seconds quicker through, 3.5 seconds quicker through Sector 1. So, yes, the 127 car will be getting those tyres up to temperature, but Martin Short on a charge at the moment to get that gap under 2 laps, Paul Trustwell.
It's just a matter of doing what you can, isn't it? I mean, I don't for a moment suppose that Martin is saying, I need to be getting 2.7 seconds a lap or 3 seconds a lap or 3.5 seconds a lap. Therefore, this is the speed I'll go at. I'll go at how fast I can go and see how quickly I can catch up.
Steaming Hankook wets taking it from the front. The back's probably not so much of an issue on these front-wheel drive cars, but the front tyres are absolutely goosed. And steam coming off them in the pit lane. Hello to Dominic Window, enjoying the race in Australia, and Nick Holland back with us saying always appreciate a strategy call that forces your competitor to make a response. Well played, Roll Centre. Completely agree.
Very much so. And do you remember in the middle of the night when we had Joe Bradley down in the pit lane putting his hand on the wet tyres that were being pulled off the car and saying you could leave your hand on there, they were not hot to touch. Those tyres are causing water to evaporate. That means they're way over boiling point.
It's just rolled, the tyres that came off the 127, the rubber has just rolled off them, as opposed to tyres that came off during the night that looked brand new. Now, in the same camera shot now, the green and black of the Roll Centre racing car.
Just one car between the two now, John. Let's not forget, this is not for the lead. This is for the Roll Centre racing car to go under 2 laps down. It's got better part of 2 laps back, Paul, under strategy.
1 lap back as a result of the pit stop that was made, and it was a short pit stop, whilst the pads were changed on the Seat, the 127 car, and then another lap back. Discs were changed on the Seat, and then another lap back as a result, pretty much of a whole lap back, as a result of the 127 car having to come into the pits to go onto slicks without the benefit of the code 60.
Chris Suku tuned in to us this morning. I'm not sure whether he's listening on 16 or 2 a.m. as he heads down to Potters Bar Camera Fair. I know he's starting his journey from not too far away from us, and the atmospheric conditions should be conducive to a bit of skip on the AM, or whether he's tuned in via www.24h series or radiolemans.com. Martin Short now really pushing along. 2:35.1 last time around, Graham.
And Dennis de Boerst not happy on these slicks, weaving to try and get heat into it. That's not going to help. Martin Short going up the inside past the wing.
And that is a lap back. That is a lap taken back, and Shorty will realise, but he's gone wide and holds on to it just. The problem that Dennis de Boerst is going to have, that is not such an issue on the BMW, is he'll get the fronts up pretty quickly, but the backs are going to be like rocks at the moment, and the back end of that 127 Seat is going to be frisky.
And the other thing, of course, Martin Short's had 10 laps on his slick, so they're nice and warmed up, whereas Dennis is still on his first flying lap. He's done his out lap, he's on his first flying lap on his slicks. And remember, the first couple of laps from Martin weren't that quick.
Weren't that great.
Dennis, don't wave when you've got someone alongside you. Well, it's quick in a straight line, though, that 127, even though he didn't get a good exit from the loop and Aintree, was still able to hold a similar car behind him. So Shorty then, that's another lap back, so that's 1 and quite a lot now he's behind, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
That's a technical term.
I'm not so sure race control are going to be very happy with Dennis de Boerst. He's done that 2 or 3 times now with the car clearly quicker than him in the current conditions. He's weaved in front of them, trying to get the heat into his tyres.
I don't think he's trying to hold the car back.
Completely certain he's not, but that doesn't avoid the point. He is weaving on track ahead of another car that has been alongside him.
Yeah. There is the leading Blake and Molan car. Team Blake and Molan. And
the number 1 car, Nabil Moutran, brings in the Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing car in from 5th position now. That almost certainly will be the same again, serving up a dose of slicks. It's the 125 car trying to get by 127 here.
Stint time 1:43 for Shorty, so coming towards the end of the stint. Now there's a couple of questions for me on this. Is number one, who are they going to slot into the 246 car in 10 minutes time? And number two, are they confident enough now that they can put another set of Hankooks on, or leave the tyres on that Shorty has put some heat into and put a heat cycle through? That's the question. Let's see if we can get some answers. Bruce Jones is down in the Aber Commercials with Roll Centre Racing Pit.
I'm with Charles Lamb, who's wearing his race suit, which is a good side, because so far, Charles, no racing for you yet.
Yes, I mean, we're a bit unlucky on the timing of the early stints, and basically Darren got out for his first stint, and then the rain was due in, and we decided to change strategy at that point. Richard and Martin have been doing all the wet running, and now it's drying out quite nicely, and hopefully at the end of the stint...
Of course, Martin Short was the first one to go onto slicks. Quite a bold manoeuvre. He's making it pay right now, and other people having to follow. So how keen is he going to be to relinquish the car? He's enjoying it.
Well, you know, I think he'll be keen because he'll be tired because he's been racing all night. But effectively, we were the first, I think, onto slicks. And the first few laps were a little bit tentative because it took a long time to get the heat into the tyres. But now they're warmed up nicely, and we're slightly ahead of the curve at this point. So I think we've got some advantage from that strategy. So it's been good.
And providing it continues to dry out, I presume we're going to carry on with slicks and go for another set, because we're looking at some more rain tyres, I think, behind you. I think they just happen to be there.
Yeah, I think they're there at standby in case Martin wasn't happy with the slicks, but essentially there's no more rain forecast, so we're expecting a dry race from here on, and it'll just get drier and drier, hopefully, which will be good for us.
Now, it's worth pointing out, Charles, you raced this car at Barcelona last year, but you're quite short on Silverstone experience.
Yeah, I'm effectively a Silverstone rookie. They've changed the circuit so many times. I think the last time I raced here was in Martin's Mosler back about 13 years ago, when the track was actually very different. So it's another new track effectively for me. So I've had a few laps in practice, and we did a test a couple of weeks ago. So I've had some good laps, and I've got down some reasonable time. So I'm reasonably comfortable in the dry, but I've not been around here in the wet yet. So, you know, we haven't done that one.
Sky's looking all right. Your time's coming. Thanks, Charles Lamb.
Bruce Jones down there in the pits for us. 24 hours of Silverstone, powered by Hankook, the first round of the Touring Car Endurance Series. Let's see if we can square the circle and finish the story, the drama of the 208, number 208 GTI in A3 in 6th position for Guillaume Roman. Is still out on the circuit. He's clearly leaning on the car, and his lap times would suggest nothing less than competitive times. 2:34.6 last time around against the leaders 2:36.4. So he's on it, and we've not heard any further issue from race control about the noise. Now this again, I'm going to just again remind everybody they were pulled from the driving noise test, the drive-by noise test that's on the circuit, along with a number of other cars, and then failed a static noise test in the pit lane. The car has been pushed back in the garage. We know not what has been done to it, but it has been allowed back out, and clearly now it is to the officials. The officials are happy that it is back out there, and have not certainly indicated that there's any problem with it again.
Cost the car 4th and 5th position, 6th overall, but no position in class lost to that issue. Meantime, with the story at the front of the race, two significant things in the last couple of minutes there, John. First of which is the 246 car in that charge has put a lap on the third place car. The second thing is...
Well, that car's just done an extra pit stop as well, don't forget.
Yes, but it passed it on track,
right,
as Rick Bloke has brought the car back out. The second thing is, we were talking, weren't we, not that long ago about getting that gap to the lead down under 10 minutes, and then 8 minutes. It's 5 minutes now because of the progress that's been made with strategy, with a little bit of luck maybe at the time of the Code 60 for Martin Short last time around, but this is cracking stuff.
But what I would say is Dennis is starting to get some heat into those slick tyres that were fitted to the 127 Seat, because he's down to a 35 now. 32.9 for Martin Short in the 246. 32.7 for Harry Hilders, who's been consistently quick in these difficult conditions, down in 4th position. I remember calling his name last night as one of the people, Paul, who was doing better than most.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, even when Rob and I were here, Harry Hilders was one of the 4 fastest cars out on the circuit. So great job for the car 125.
Martin Byford as well is back in the 76 Synchro Motorsport Honda, 12th position, 5th in class. And Martin 235.5 last time around. Be interesting to know what tyres Martin's on in that 76 car.
Martin Byford as opposed to Martin Short.
Yes, indeed.
I would have thought that within moments they'll all be on slicks. I just wonder. I mean, this is again reflecting on the fact that we're still 7 hours to go in this race, and the issue that I see possibly happening now, which kind of might affect things in the SP Touring class, is that don't forget Martin Short and his team are constrained by the minimum reference lap time. As it gets drier, the more that is going to become relevant, whereas the TCR cars can go as fast as they can go. There's not going to be any case of them having to check what their lap times are, and that might yet, if it gets dry, fully dry, and we get down to the 219s, 218s, might yet be a constraining factor.
And it's a 218.0
for Martin Short.
But nobody's beaten that yet.
No.
Yeah.
Including the TCR cars.
218.2 from the leader, 218.2 from Shorty's car, 219.5 from the 3rd place Rick Breukers, 218.4 by the number 1 car in 5th position. They're having a quiet but sensible run at the moment, the Mehmet Ogilvy team.
And we're going to see the Roll Centre car on pit road in the next 10 minutes, because Martin Short is running out of driving time.
Yeah, but I think the experiments worked, and this is where they've effectively they've made themselves the game in hand, if you will, the pit stop in hand, because they've forced everyone else to take the pit stop that they're about to take now, so they're going to be no worse off than they were when we came off code 60.
Yeah, and I won't accept that people say, oh, they were lucky they got the safety car, they got the code 60 just when they needed it. They got the code 60 at exactly the same time as everybody else did. They made the call to put slicks on the car, nobody else did. Everybody else came into the pits at that point, everybody else could have put slicks on, they didn't. So it wasn't that Roll Centre got lucky, it was that Roll Centre made a very, very risky but a very, very good call, and it turned out that the risk that they took was a calculated one. It wasn't a gamble, it was a calculated one. It gave them the options they needed, and it's left them, I mean, got this, as I say, small matter of 7 hours to go in the race, but it's left them in a much stronger position than they were an hour ago. Let's just leave it at that.
The move by the NKPP car is going very well. I wonder if they made an early call for slicks as well in that car.
I think they did. I think they did, because that car was going very well. Talk of the bracket times, the minimum reference times, Paul. Joker laps?
None. There are no jokers at Silverstone.
Right.
Only in GTs, A6.
Right, so if you break out of your bracket...
Stop and go.
And if you break out of it again...
Stop and go.
Longer?
Stop and go.
Right.
Every time you break it, it's a stop and go.
Right, OK.
It doesn't get longer per...
Right, OK. Ewan Leary asking that question to us here in the booth. At Specutainment on social media. Paul is at Paul Truswell. At DSC Editor is Graham Goodwin. And hearing some sad news this Sunday morning that we've lost an absolute cracking personality in motorsport, or two-wheeled motorsport. However, many people will know the name of Martin Lampkin. Dougie Lampkin's dad has sadly died yesterday. And James Whittam and Steve Parrish passing on their condolences and best wishes to the family, and mourning the passing of a true champion. And yet another motorsport great to add to our Radio Le Mans Roll of Honour for June this year, which is entirely too young, and we're just into April, aren't we? Far long.
Pit stop there for the 208s. Guillaume Romain in the fueling area now and was out of driving time aboard that car as the Vortex V8, although equipped with the V6 here. Silhouette Racer pits.
Yes, that confused me as well. I'm easily confused, in fairness.
No, I won't have that, John. And 1 hour and 53 minutes at the moment at the wheel for Martin Short. So 5 minutes or so, we'll see that car onto pit road as well. And I think I can see the Roll Centre crew getting ready as the 168 car re-emerges from the garage. And back into the race for the Honda Civic.
Yeah, just looking up Martin Lampkin's achievements. The first ever FIM Trials World Champion in 1975, motocross as well, inextricably linked with Bull Tarko. Three-time winner of the British National Championship for Trials Bike, the Scottish 6-day trial, three-time consecutive winner, 76 through to 78, and his son carrying on the family business, Dougie Lampkin, champion in his own right as well. Martin Lampkin, who died yesterday, aged 65 years old. Condolences to family and friends. So Dennis de Boerst this time 2:33 last time, but Martin Short is in the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
And Martin Short brings that number 246 BMW to virtually my feet, and it's Richard Neary who's going in the car. So still on this 2 hours on, 2 hours off between these two drivers. They've been pretty much on this all night long to keep the competitive edge of this car going and continuing. A bit better shape than he was a few hours ago when he got out of the car. He can at least walk this time.
Joe,
yes, go on.
Did they put new tyres on that car? Did they leave the ones on that were already on there?
They are already rolling. They've just changed driver.
Yeah,
no
that's what I thought there. So that's the scrubbed slicks that Martin had on, trying to keep some heat in those tyres, I would think. Now, does it go directly for fuel? I suppose it will, and get the maximum, which is 110 litres for this BMW. This, remember, the chassis. No, straight out for the 246, so driver change only.
This is all about pressure. This is all about exerting pressure. Paul Truswell telling me that Darren Cox got out of that car at 7:15 yesterday evening. So this pair has been exerting this pressure all through the night and into the morning, as we've got
it's practically 14 hours that
between the two of them.
Both Martin Short and Richard Neary have been at the wheel, and just the two of them doing the driving.
There's some spirited discussions going on the pit wall, John.
Yeah, that's Stuart Pringle, who's the man at the head of Silverstone, talking to Gary Willems, the man at the head of Creventic. And can't tell you what's being said, but there's a regulation book there and some interesting conversation. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane, and Martin Short is within microphone reach. Let's have a quick word with the man from Roll Centre. A brave, gutsy move that has sparked a response from the competitors. Slick tyres for the 246.
2 hours on, 2 hours off, mate. It's like it's beginning to get grueling, surely.
I feel really good. the second stint, I got out of the car and I felt absolutely terrible. But then the third stint, it's like, I don't feel too bad. And now I feel bloody great. That was a fantastic stint, absolutely fantastic. Sort of rolled the dice a bit with the slicks, but it seems to have been the right choice.
What was it? Was it the right choice initially when you went out there, or did you think, oh, what have I done? Because it looked slippery.
It was. The first lap was slippery, but I was still only 10 seconds slower than my best time that I'd done on the wet, so it wasn't a disaster. The next lap was 3 seconds quicker. The next lap was 3 seconds quicker. But it took half a dozen laps, and I was being overtaken by a couple of cars. It took half a dozen laps, you know, to get some pace. And now suddenly in the last 3 or 4 laps, boom, it's all working. I'm a bit gutted though, because I could see the sun rising up behind the mist, and I thought, yeah, here we go, and then it clouded over again.
Now tell me, if hopefully you're not going to give too much away here, but yeah, I can understand staying with the same tyres if you've just been brought in on, but no fuel.
No, because we want to get the boys in the car. It's still pretty slippy, so Richard's elected to do this stint, and just as a driver change, I had to come in anyway. And in 40 minutes' time, hopefully, it will be good for Charles to finally get a go in the car. But you know, we're in such a good position. We want to give the car in the best possible condition to the guys, so you know, so there'll be no errors. You know.
And you haven't raced in many endurance series, Martin. The 24-hour series regulations with regards to maximum stint times. That's when it really gets complicated, because here we have Richard Neary now going out for only a 40-minute stint. Now, in other series, that would be unheard of, wouldn't it? Just putting a driver in for 40 minutes. But it's quite a tactical set of regulations. This takes a lot of thinking.
Well, it is because of the refuelling. You know, the refuelling is the big hit. The pit stop, you know, we lose a minute or something like that. But if it done the you know, you've only got the length of the pit lane to worry about. You know, when you come in just for the fuel, you've got the 30 seconds or whatever it is, whatever it takes. So that's what you actually lose if you don't refuel at the same time. And, you know, you can arrive at the fuel pumps and find that they're completely full. So it is tactical, you're absolutely right. I don't know if we've got the best policy, but I'm really chuffed that we've taken 2 laps out of the leader. So we've done something right.
Well, Paul Truswell's calculated that you guys have got slightly better fuel consumption than the 127 car, which you've been battling with all night. When will your target time come into play?
When we reach it, literally. You know, when if the conditions improve enough, and you know, the conditions like this, it's not really going to dry out properly. You know, it's too dry for wets. It's not perfect for slicks, but I'll be surprised if we get near the 218s, which is actually good for us, because I think that we run quicker in these conditions from what they've been telling me. They didn't talk to me on the radio, they didn't tell me what I was doing or, you know, what the gap was, but I've just come in and I've been told that we were 4, 5, 6 seconds quicker. I don't know. But these conditions are great for us, so long may it continue.
Absolutely. It's just done a 26.
Awesome.
Thanks, Martin.
Thanks.
Nicely done, Joe Bradley, with Martin Short down in the pit lane. 26-1 for Richard Neary. He's straight down to business. A little bit of curb hopping and sliding from the two. I'm not sure. And on the front straight, we've got an accident.
That's the NKPP car.
This is the car that has just been stealthily running up. He's been into the wall or something else. This is the fourth position machine.
That's the wing.
Harry Hilders, and it's coming out of
the wing,
the club corner and onto the Grand Prix starting straight. He's looped it coming out of club, I would say. This could again be cold tyres on the back of a front-wheel drive car, and I've got a feeling he's looped it into the wall.
We've seen it happen there so many times, John, even with prototypes and lots of downforce. It really is deceptively tricky, the exit from that turn, and with clearly still limited grip, that proves the point that Martin Short was just making, didn't it?
And also, by the way, if he's gone across the red and white curbs and onto the AstroTurf, that holds the water for a very long time. Steam emanating from the front of that Seat Leon as it sits down to the right-hand side. Now, it's a funny one, this. It's not on the racing line. I just wonder how they get to it, though.
We did see a car there in the middle of the night.
He's just beyond
the same point, didn't we?
He's just beyond the cutout, Paul. If the camera comes slightly to the right.
Ready with the code 60 flags, and it's code 60.
It is code 60. It is code 60. This is just a bit early, I think, for Olsen. to get the boys in. And, well, I think they've got to roll the dice again. This is confirmed as the 125 car, Harry Hildis, as we were saying. The TCR third place car, fourth place overall. And Harry's been doing such a great job all night. He was one of the quickest guys in the worst of conditions. His lap times recently would suggest to me that they might have bunged some slicks on that car early as well, and I wonder if cold tyres on the back of that car has just caught them out, Graham.
Straight into the pits for the 246 and the 303. Actually, John, I think this is an ideal time to put Charles Lamb out because it gives him time, albeit at just code 60, to actually look at the... Paul's shaking his head. You think not?
I don't think so, because I think what's going to happen while the code 60 is out is all that heat that Martin and Richard have put into the tyres will go out of the tyres, and that'll make it even more difficult for Charles.
Change the strategy. Richard goes down, fuels up, extends his window and stays out, and then that extends the time that you've got to make the decision about who you put in the car.
Richard's gone straight for fuel.
Yeah. That would have been I think that's perfect. I think that's really great thinking on the fly. A clear entrance to the pit fueling area for the 246.
No, there's a pistol grip in the back of that car.
There is a pistol grip in the back of that car to the right rear. And I think that is a very sharp bit of moving tactics. You know, you've got to be flexible, gentlemen. You have to be. They're good. You don't. These guys, second in the Bathurst 24 Hours Shorty and Roll Centre, don't forget, won this race.
Have they done endurance racing before?
I think they've done a bit.
It's not a name I'm familiar with.
Stop it.
Was it fourth overall at Le Mans, remember?
Yeah, absolutely.
And led Le Mans, of course.
Well, Shorty did lead Le Mans for a while, was never scored as the leader, much to his chagrin, but we definitely saw him. Stop it. The 171k Riser car with the bonnet off the Peugeot and then straight back on again in the pit lane. Tyre changes. Now, everybody left who didn't change their tyres and was still struggling around on wets now get the sort of free pass, although they've been losing a heck of a lot of time, as out goes the 139 Sub-Zero Wolf red and white Seat, which I like a lot, that car. Graham?
Rick Broikers, who changed to slicks after the 246 car, has not yet made it down to fuel. So are they changing tyres again in that car?
I think they might be getting a penalty for track limits.
Aha.
Just throwing that. Joe Bradley, can you see the bright yellow car? A bright orange car? Oh, no, they're not in the pit box.
No, there is a bright orange Peugeot RCZ, but no bright orange Seat.
Joe, you might have to go and... Can you go and check their pit garage for me?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. This is what Code 60 allows you to do. We've got a flatbed on the track going to pick up the Seat. So this is going to be cleared absolutely as quickly as possible. The flatbed is quicker than the cars that's going at 60 kilometres an hour. It can drive on different parts of the track, and we will be able to lift that car using the grab on the front straight. Now, it helps that's on the straight. It looks like Harry Hilders is out of the car. Yes, he is.
Don't you love the way that the chap who was driving the flatbed, or the guy who's got the strop thick cables that are going to go on the car, he ran. He got out of the car. He ran round.
He gets it, yeah.
He didn't have to.
No.
That was a run that he made out of his own choice. I'm sure nobody said you've got to run when you get out the van.
Mercedes-Benz safety car is deployed, I would think, just to go and watch over that incident area, as we saw when there was an extended Code 60 for a recovery in the Vale gravel, and also be looking for, as Paul said, looking for potential fluids on the circuit. It's still very difficult for the marshals to see that. We're back into the time of day with enough light where the marshals have been using the flags again, so the slippery surface and debris flags will be being deployed where the marshals can see what's going on. But the safety car is not gathering the field behind it. It is going out as a quote-unquote intervention vehicle and having a look around the circuit. So everyone else staying online, driving at 60 kilometres an hour, and the Mercedes-Benz, the only Mercedes-Benz, and there is the 303. Joe Bradley, it's coming out. What have they been doing in this? Was that a brake change?
Not sure, because I'm not quite there yet.
Come on, Joe.
But I've just seen what you've seen, mate.
I see you in the background.
They've just wheeled the car out, and now it's on its way. Let's see if it turns right and goes through the end garage, which means it's going for refuel. I would imagine it will. It's going to prove me wrong here, isn't it? He's gone straight out. No refueling for that car. Let's dive in there and find out what's going on with that car.
Thanks,
done
mate.
9 laps.
9 laps, so not
really
much room to put the fuel in. Certainly wouldn't have got half a tank in there. And Joe Bradley on his way to the garage in the meantime.
Leader of the pits.
Denny de Boer. Denny de Boerst.
That's the first time he's arrived at the pits since the Code 60, so he's not made a decision in the sense that, well, I'll stay out for a lap and then come in. That's the first time he's been past the pits since the Code 60 was thrown.
Denny de Boerst out of the car. Just waiting to see what Joe Bradley can give us, or hear what Joe Bradley can give us from the 303 pit.
I sort of think that this is going to be... We're going to have a moment, aren't we, when these cars get back up to speed, where I think we're going to be looking at a very different look to this race. Where are these cars going to be in terms of separation? Cars on the way. Very Nürburgring-esque, isn't it, this process?
No, I've got to say, the recovery teams today have been outstanding. The Stricken Seat, and terribly bad luck for the 125 NK PP team, and Harry Hilders particularly, who's been one of their star weapons out there. That's already rolling, so once that can get off the circuit and onto one of the interior roads, we will go back green, and that is brilliant use of Code 60. Joe Bradley has been into the 303 pit, and that car was in the garage for a brief moment of time. What was going on there, Joe?
I'll tell you what, before I actually tell you what went on with the car, what a bit of innovation, fantastic innovation this 303 team have done. They've got an awning with 4 sides within the garage, and I've just stepped in there, and you could heat your tyres in it. It's I'm going to be down here for a while, I think, just to make sure they have given me the right information. But no, you were spot on. It's a brake pad change, not discs, just pads.
Just pads, okay.
They're still working on reducing the noise. So that conversation you guys witnessed on the pit wall there, between the event organisers and such, there are still issues up and down this pit lane, and people are still working on it. They've sent the car out, and they're hoping to find that the situation's been rectified, but time will tell. I'll not be long. I'll be about an hour in here.
Thank you, Joe. At gas mark 8, 175 Celsius. Leader is back out on the circuit behind the 5th place car, with now Sammy Moutran behind the wheel of that, Paul.
Yeah, of course noise is still going to be an issue, because the exhaust degradation is going to continue to happen. We've still got 6.5 hours of the race remaining, and if you're close to the limit, then you're going to need to make sure that over the next 6 hours it doesn't get worse. So if you can do something now to stop it from getting worse, then it's a good bit of work to do, especially while you're doing the brakes.
The next innovation that we're going to see here is quick change exhausts, where halfway through the race, you're going to bolt on a couple of different mufflers on there. The 127, as we noted some time ago, is one of a number of cars who have slightly funky solutions, angled down and to the right, both of the tailpipes on that Seat. There's a couple of other cars who have things similar. There's a BMW, the 130, number 130, the black car, that also has, that was the Intersport car that was in getting the drive shaft change earlier. That's got twin exhausts straight out the middle, but with extended exhaust pipes on the end that point away. No such innovation for the 2nd place car, Richard Neri, cursing his luck that he's losing temperature from the tyres on that car, the Hankooks.
Especially going back to the noise thing, John. It's coming up to 9:30. Silverstone has always had a traditional church break on a Sunday morning. Again, that's something that Silverstone has voluntarily done. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of the various discussions that we've seen going on. The PA will be turned right down in order that Silverstone circuit respects its relationship with its neighbours, and that's absolutely right.
There's got to be some compromise from both sides. We understand that. I, like many others, don't understand that when people move to a place called Silverstone or Brands Hatch, they find it odd that there's a motor racing circuit around. And Silverstone have been very clever over the years, and I mean clever in a good way, clever and sensible, in having fostered decent relationships with the local communities. And indeed, before the original race here in 2005, there was a consultation document that went out to the villages around here, and not just of Silverstone village itself, but Whittlebury, Paulsbury and those around here.
Well, even I were talking to Stuart Pringle just a little wee while ago, just outside the booth here, John, and it was exactly that. Stuart saying it is all about conversations. It's about making sure that people know what you're trying to do, know how you're trying to do it, and know what you're doing to help their concerns. And that's the starting point. It has to be the starting point.
Yeah, and we've seen, haven't we, lately, when circuit owners or operators forget that, the potential for, frankly, disaster that can happen. Think particularly of Mallory Park and the issues that they had up there with long-standing residents
of their own making.
Of the people who were running the circuit at the times who were making. Absolutely, the local authority doing everything they could to try and help that. That was a big story not so very long ago that many people got the very wrong end of a stick about.
About to go back to green, John.
Yeah, the race control car is back in. I reckon that's Bernard Cottrell just going out for a Sunday morning drive, frankly, to have a look around. No, I'm only kidding, Bernard, you know that. That was a quick look to see, I'm certain, the status of the circuit out there. Expect the purple code 60 flags to go out and the greens to be raved. That's exactly what happens. And the marshals doing their usual efficient job. They will have been counted down in their headsets, and we are back to green flag conditions after the 15th pole, code 60.
Spot on, yes, John.
Now, meantime, the 125 car will be, we are told, delivered to the middle gates at the back of the pit lane after a gestation period on the back of a flatbed. But that, well, depending on the damage, really, we have 8 laps over the... And the next one up is, of course, the Peugeot, which had that delay in the pits. So they've got some time if the damage isn't too severe.
But what are they on their 4th in class? They've just lost a position. They've lost a class podium position to Sami Moutran in the number 1 car, as well as 4th position overall. There is the Mehmet Ogilvy car about to lose some track position to the 127 now. Pim van Riet has got in the 127, and he looks immediately, I have to say, more comfortable in these conditions than the previous driver, Paul.
Indeed so, and of course, whilst the code 60 was in place, yes, the tyre temperatures will have gone down, but the track itself had the opportunity to dry for a little bit, but we'll see what the lap times are from Van Riet as he sets off. And I'm impressed as well, the Memzi Ogilvy dual racing team, yes, as a result of the accident from the car in front of it, but he has got itself into 4th place. They pulled a similar trick during the night where they had Ramsey Moutran and Phil Quaife double stinted, or doing the race between them, as it were, through the night sessions. But now they've had both Nabil and Sami out in the car, really before it got as dry as it needed to be.
Tracy Walters among a number who have got in touch via social media to point out the great work being done by the Orange Army, as they're calling the marshals and the recovery teams here. 2 minutes was the time it took for that car to be loaded, lifted and gone, and the whole of that code 60 took how long, Paul, that last Code 60?
12 minutes and 21 seconds.
So that's just over 2 laps of Code 60.
A total of less than 2 hours under Code 60 in the 17 that we've had thus far.
So we say 15 Code 60s and people, oh, no. Everyone was required. There were other incidents that have been dealt with under a local yellow, and as Paul's mentioned, despite that, we get back to green so quickly.
And the weather was appalling. Let's not forget that. The weather was absolutely grim.
I'm not sure if we'd had faster and more downforce
we might have red flagged
cars out there that we would have continued through that. If I'm honest, I thought that was brilliant officiating, brilliant driving during the night.
Only 4 of the Code 60s were over 10 minutes. All the rest, as I say, out of the the 15 of them, all the rest were sub 10 minutes.
Which is effectively less than 2 laps under Code 60.
Exactly. Which in itself is, there's a point to be raised there, because it does give everybody a chance to get into the pits whilst the Code 60 is in place. So you can't say, I was really unlucky. I was at Beckett's when the Code 60 got called, and by the time I got to the pit in, it was back to green again. It didn't happen because none of the Code 60s were that short.
Story of the race is the rise and rise of the 246 ABBA commercials with Roll Centre Racing BMW M3, built to GTR specifications, although not originally coming out of the factory as a GTR. This is the chassis, though, that won here in 2012 and acquired by Roll Centre for this type of racing, extensively refitted, basically taken down to a bare shell and rebuilt over at Roll Centre's superb facilities over at St Ives in... Now, are they still just in Cambridgeshire?
Yeah. And catching the leader again to unlap itself pretty rapidly at the moment. So not in the first sector there with a bit of traffic for Richard, but on the previous lap taking a further 5 seconds out. So to get back again, Paul, I think I'm right, under 2 laps.
You are right, yes. When
he gets by, if he gets by.
If he gets by, it'll be under 2 laps. At the moment, it's just over 2 laps.
So the net loss for that additional pit stop for Richard, tiny.
That's right, but then, to be fair, that's because the Bleekemolen car also had an extra pit stop when it had to go onto the slick tyres during the green period. So it kind of what goes around comes around. Really just need this the effect of the Code 60 to work its way out, but we're not in the closing stages yet.
No,
we're still in the third quarter.
What we've got then is order sort of restored. The Roll Centre car, the quicker at the moment on the circuit, having lost a little bit of ground over all that tactical coming and going, but still on the attack.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, I love this now because this race is starting to come to life. We're half an hour away from the distance of an FIA WEC race, which we'll see here in a couple of weeks' time, which will play out very, very differently, but we're getting down to the classic 6-hour sort of endurance race, and people will be starting to make... This is another little thing to tick off, Paul, isn't it, as we get into the last quarter?
It is, and you expect in 2 weeks' time that we'll see at the beginning of that 6-hour race, however many 30-something, very shiny and very sparkly and very well-polished cars, whereas this 6-hour race we're going to start with some very grubby and well-worn cars, which adds a little bit of its own character to it, doesn't it? The big difference, and what Richard Neary's ace up his sleeve is that car's got a lot more fuel. It's
Correct.
got at least 10 laps, if not 15 laps, more fuel aboard than Pimran Reet has in the Seat.
Yeah, and don't forget the 303 didn't take fuel either. That went straight back out again after it stopped for brakes. It had done 9 laps, came in for the brake change. Little lock up for Sami Moutran, 4th position in that multicoloured Seat. Just a quick thought as well about that extra fuel. It's not just that Richard Neary can go further, it gives them more options again. We've got to stress that. It allows them to make a decision based on tactics rather than we must stop for fuel at a certain time. And their scramble to get that car in, fill it, and send Richard out. Effectively, Richard's got, if he wants it, another 90 minutes in that car, and he's probably got the fuel for, if not all of that, pretty close to it.
Pretty close to it. He's now right on the tail of the leader to unlap himself from one of those 2 full laps. He's down. He's going to look up the inside here. He's under. By the way, he's under attack from behind by Rick Breukers.
Yeah.
Because with those new, he takes that takes that lap back pretty easily there.
Yeah, that's in the Brooklands.
Rick Breukers 2:23 last time around. Took 5 seconds out of the roll centre car. 3.5 minutes back. In the 3rd position in the 303, so that's one to be watched as well. 127 takes a bit of a look around the outside, no way by there, and Richard Neary will pull away on current pace.
The problem for the 303 is the distance it is behind. Yes, it can take some time out of the roll centre car. Yes, the roll centre car is taking time out of the Bleekemolen Seat, but 6 hours is a long time, but starting from 3-4 laps behind is a big ask for the Seat, so for the 303 Seat. So it's still going to be thrilling, and there's only kind of maybe other brake issues that still need to be changed. I don't know what the situation is on the BMW. We'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Stefan Vantea has just gone through, or is just about to come through rather, in the 208. That car circulating again after its noise wars, and there's nobody on the pit wall near the noise equipment at the moment, but that does do automatic monitoring and will be continuing to send digital pictures of anyone who has transgressed. Thought that was a minion in the right hand corner of the roll cage there, but it's an onboard camera for the 208 team Ultram Peugeot, although I did see a fantastic shot of one of the World Touring cars which are racing this weekend that had a similar little bulbous orange, yellowy orange camera pod on the roof that had been decaled up to look like Dave the Minion.
Yes,
with the single eye for the lens, which made me laugh an awful lot. Somebody put a lot of effort into that camera pod. Dave Ward into the pits in the 122, A3 12th position for the Kinetic car, Mike Nash's team. 194 BMW, haven't seen that one for a while. The Belgian entered car, 7th position overall.
Running very well, the
Eric
D1
Crabb,
leader.
yeah, that is the D1 leader. Now, I've never been a great fan of that Shape 1 series as a road car. As a race car, it really works for me. There's just something about the little flared arches and that high rear wing on the back end of it.
It says Austin A40 to me.
Yeah, yes. The first hatchback, really, wasn't it? The Austin A40, that rear window opening. Hillman Imp behind that had a opening rear window.
Days of the Austin Maxi. 5 gears, 5 seats, 5 doors.
Austin Maxi, of course, which was smaller and lighter than the current Mini Countryman. It's true.
Well, yeah.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Is my boyish enthusiasm getting the better of me, or is that a little bit of sunshine coming through?
The sunshine that was ordered has arrived. Just coming up over the pit garages at pit out, and I first noticed it's like, oh, someone's turned the lights on.
I just had a quick look out the back, Joe, and Darren Cox is there. I think actually praying to the Lord himself up there on this Sunday morning that he gets better weather conditions to go out in what's still fairly marginal.
Yeah, he wants to actually get out though, doesn't he? It's like, I think if the conditions remained, I think we'd see Richard Neary and Martin Short kill themselves by 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'd literally be carrying Martin Short out. Mind you, he did spring out. He's getting used to it because
he still got pulled out of the car.
Yeah, but as before, when he said, I think he alluded to it, he said he felt terrible when he got out the car a few hours ago because he could barely walk, as we saw. It's all over Twitter now. But that time, yes, he got lifted out of the car, but I think that's more of the kind of tight confines of the orifice he has to insert himself into. But once he was out of the car, he could actually walk this time.
No, he was good. Thanks, Joe. Down in the pit lane. I'm indebted to James Newbold for sending through some photographs of a quite pre-loved looking NKPP Seat with extensive damage to the front end after contact with the wall on the exit of club on the Grand Prix straight.
Would say, though, that we saw the 130 car with what at least initially looked like more serious damage that, albeit it lost a lot of time, did get the car back out there.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, it's a bit of a question of parts that were available, wasn't it? I think, and the parts that were damaged.
Indeed.
So Martin Haven will have had great fun with that after his antics with the Dave the Minion photographic app at the 24 Hours of Catalonia last year, when Dave the Minion was co-opted onto our commentary team. 154.
Mark Lemmer aboard that car.
Class leader.
Barwell Motorsport team manager, of course.
And in the top 10 again now, the Cup car. This is the BMW M235. Class was sort of important, but as I said earlier, they wanted to bother some bigger cars, and they have done that. 336 against 363 in terms of the lead, but that's not what it's all about. It's about getting up into the top 10 with that built to race 235 Cup car, and they at the moment are achieving that aim.
And with Joe Osborne on comms for them this weekend in that car, so not driving this weekend, Joseph, but he is on the radio and is no doubt giving his as well team manager for 2016 plenty of grief.
See, that's why this event is great. Well, now here's an interesting confluence of cars as they go three abreast, with the Peugeot 205, number 205, the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy car, and the number 111, all together in the braking area for Stowe. The 111 being the Adam Ballon A3 6th position track club Seat, but that's a Seat Leon Super Copa, so not the full developed TCR car. So that, I think that means that Super Copa will have the DSG gearbox that you can stick in drive and let the car shift for yourself in difficult conditions. It also means that car's got traction control, which I'm led to believe the TCR spec cars don't.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
Saving weight, but adding challenge.
The TCR cars are allowed in this series to have ABS, which I don't think they are in their parent series, but that comes as part of an endurance racing kit that Seat Sport do for that car, which includes bigger brakes, heated screen, bigger fuel tank, wider seat. Go ahead, Paul, sorry, did I misread that?
Yes, TCR 2016 ABS is not allowed.
Not allowed, sorry, yeah, okay. Not allowed. He's going to make that a bit of a handful then.
I'm impressed, meanwhile, by the progress of this car. It had its problems, remember, late with a puncture for the number 76 car. Daniel Wheeler at the wheel of the Civic Type R, closing in.
Olney's finest, Dan Wheeler.
Absolutely.
From Dread.
12th position overall, 5th in A3.
Martin Byford did brilliantly in that car overnight. He was consistently as quick as the leaders.
Absolutely right.
Whatever the conditions were, whatever tyres they were on, whatever tyres he was on. And it's a shame that car was delayed earlier on, because I think it would have been a factor. It still has half a chance, more than that, of getting in the top 10. And Dan proving again his worth behind the wheel. The venerable Dread clothing company, family company for the Wheelers.
212 car there, and the Renault Clio's 13th position overall for that car. That is the leader in the A2 class. At the moment, in the hands of Christian Ritter.
Leaders in the A2 class have tended to have horrible things befall them.
And there's not a great deal of distance between the leading two cars, just a lap or so between two cars in A2.
And I would just mention Mads Christensen's back aboard the 172 Sally Clio that was the runaway leader before that car was involved in an incident at the Beckett's complex many hours ago under cover of darkness.
That is the Sally car there, isn't it? Is it the blue and orange one?
Blue and orange, yes, that's well spotted, Graham. That car has now completed 322 laps.
12 laps behind.
12 laps behind the leader. So given their travails overnight, that's not bad. BMW 117 there with a piece of extra downforce on the front. Picked up some debris there.
Beginning to see at some parts of the circuit getting almost to full dry. Almost to full dry.
No, I think that is classified as really slippery and not quite as wet. Actually, it does look greasy though, Graham, doesn't it?
It does look nice.
It has that. This is the. If we get a bit of sunshine and the cloud is breaking up, and we forecast temperatures of 15 to 17 degrees Celsius in this part of the UK today. Who is? There is the 216, Francis Tia. Second place in A2 and just a couple of minutes behind the leader in class. 13th and 14th, those cars at the moment. Another Renault Clio. It's a Mark III, isn't it? Whereas the 212's a Mark IV.
Correct.
From memory.
Francis Chia, isn't it? T-G-I-A.
Yeah, Chia.
Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, the second and third place cars into the 222s last time around. So conditions continue to improve and they continue to be able to exploit that, John.
Big moment here as the Hindhoff Spider fleece, the mesh comes off. That is
form an orderly queue, ladies.
Oh, evidence of the change in weather conditions in the booth, at least. Duo Racing leads, or second place rather, in the BMW M235 Racing Cup.
They're doing what? The wheel of the car, and that car running in 17th position, lapping pretty quickly.
Guys, I know we only started with just over 40 cars, but we've got something in the region of the mid-30s still running, certainly the early 30s, still running, and the top 25 still putting in relatively competitive times for their classes. Oh, there's proper sunshine now. There's proper sunshine here at Silverstone. And the cars look absolutely filthy and worn out. Brilliant.
Excellent.
Exactly what I want to see.
Proper endurance
race. Yes, absolutely right. We're coming down to the last 6 hours of racing.
Just got a quick shot as we're on board now with the 303 car in the hands of Rick Breukers of one of the Toyotas. Keeping an eye there. And the 168 car is not a Toyota. Which is the lead of the two cars there. We've got the 162 car in 30th position. They wanted a top 30 finish. On track for that at the moment. 195, one of the cars that's been in various woes. The less quick of the two Red Camel's Jordan.NL cars. And the first time we've seen that, I think, for, well, how many hours? 14 hours? A fastest sector of the race for any car, and it's gone to Rick Breukers in Sector 1. So we're at or around the kind of conditions, certainly in the first sector, they were exploiting at the start of the race, John.
Fastest sector for that car,
personal,
yeah, 42.1 for that car. But nevertheless, you're right, Graham, things are starting to come out. And this is not good news, of course, for the 246. A best lap of 2:18.2. They have a reference time of 2:18. How close will we get to that? Well, we're at 21s at the moment, so still 3 seconds to come. That's a lot of time, even around this longish circuit.
Yes, but it's the ideal conditions for putting either of the two other drivers, be it either Darren Cox or Charles Lamb or even Richard Roberts, into the car. And if you're going to do it, then you want the conditions to be as good as they possibly could be. So, you know, if Darren and Charles are going to have their go, which they, you know, have to. I mean, they don't have to, but I'm sure they want to. And the race is long enough that if the two of them each do a 2-hour stint, or if they do 2 1-hour stints, see how they get on, that gives Richard and Martin 4 hours to rest, and then if they need to go for it in the last remaining 3 hours of the race, they'll be able to.
Down to a 2:20 now for Richard Neary, and the gap coming down to close to 4.5 minutes.
And still around about 45 minutes of driving time available to Neary. 2 or 3 minutes less for Pim van Riet at the head of the field. Little half spin from the 144 Seat.
Wasn't trying quite hard enough there for the full spin.
Yes, only a 2.4 from the judges. Who's in that at the moment?
Lee Hodson.
Lee Hodson, thank you. Sitting in 20th position and 5th in TCR. 1 or 2 hardy souls starting to make their way back into the grandstands. Thank you for staying with us or coming back to us this morning here at Silverstone.
At no point through the night that I observed, and okay, I was at the Hotel Audi for a couple of hours, did I see nobody in that stand. At no point.
And I think it's the first time that the grandstands have been left open, or a grandstand have been open all night, and the diner was doing, or the Paddock Cafe was doing fair business during the night as well, with a number of people who decided to stay in even during the worst of the weather. 2:24.6 for David Pittard is the best lap of the race for the 136 VW Golf from Team Brit.
8th position overall for that car, 2nd in A3 to the 208 Peugeot ahead. So we are now beginning to see, that's been there for some while, the stone hole in the
stone chip in the windscreen.
Second 2 stone chips. So that's a car that either has taken a strike on track or has been through a gravel trap at speed.
Or both.
Or both.
It did indeed go into a gravel trap, of course, and had to be towed out backwards. So for that car still to be in contention is great. And also, again, in fairness, a testament to how the series works in terms of get the car back, get it back out there. And, you know, we want you, if you're competitive, if you feel you're competitive, we want you to stay competitive if you can be.
Of course, the more likely scenario was he was following somebody else who'd just been through the gravel.
Yeah.
2:20 again for Richard Neary. Against 2:22s for the leader, Pim van Riet, and 3rd placed Rick Broikers at the moment.
1-2-2 back in the pit lane with Dave Ward of Progressive.
It'll be strategic, I've no doubt.
It's very funny, actually. I was talking to Dave the other day. They're based just down the road from the circuit here, down towards Brackley, and he's coming off wets onto slicks, says Joe Bradley. Progressive, absolutely famous around the world for their pressurised drink systems. Pretty much everybody in the WEC. There's, I think, 9 or 10 teams at least here who've got them. GT teams all over the world. They're suppliers, almost original equipment suppliers to a lot of race cars and teams. He's never used the system in a race car himself until this weekend, but he's really been bitten by the racing bug, and
that's going to be trouble in the office, isn't it?
Well, Howden Haynes was here with Family Haynes, and thanks. Oh, that's just reminded me.
You've got the cakes.
I have cakes. This is going to be a sugar hit at this time in the morning.
Oh, he's going to get excitable, ladies and gentlemen.
Family Haynes were here at the weekend. Howden, his business partner, Howden about his plans for the future and how much he's been bitten again by the racing bug, to the point where he's offered to pay for Howden to get his race licence back again. So
I think the car might be suffering a little bit. We said he was coming in a couple of times. He's had 3 stints in the last 20 minutes, one of 1 lap, one of 3 laps, one of 5 laps, with a rather long pit stop in between. So I think maybe that 1-2-2 has already been suffering over the course of the race, down in 33rd place overall, even 12th in A3.
It's not going to be in weight difficulties. We've got one of the cars going way off. That's the 155 Seat. To get back safely, it does. But it's not going to be weight problems. It's shed so many bits and pieces. It must be well under its posted weights.
The other thing I'll say as well is Wardy is looking as fit as a robber's dog and its personal trainer. I mean, he has been cycling a lot. He's taken this very seriously, his return. Had raced in the past. He's licensed back up to International D.
I heard he could have been a contender.
Oh, absolutely. No lack of talent, only lack of finance. Same as you, Joe, that, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Category.
You missed. I think you might need some new radio batteries. What a shame, we've missed the opportunity there to Joe to tell us how he got into the finals of the Marlborough Search for a Star competition.
Never mind, and this, with only 6 hours and 8 minutes to go, there's no chance to go back and do it again.
Can't fit that in now. What a shame. That was we should have had that during the night.
No,
Still, there'll be another Creventic endurance race along in a moment for Bradley to get that one in.
So pace at the front of the race, led by this car. As he bursts into the booth behind us.
Into the booth
with his notes.
Let me tell you all about it. I'm just slapping him down now. What a shame that we didn't have a commentator cam there. That was perfect time with Bradley.
Get the sack. 2:23 for the 127 car in the hands of Pim Van Wheat. Richard Neary, 2:22. Continues to just nibble into that gap, not making very large strides into it anymore.
And it is now, on occasion, just one lap the separation between them. It's one lap and a lot. The problems are going to be that the next pits caller, they're going to be around about the same time, but I think Richard Neary is going to have to call in the pits just before Pim Van Riet does, despite the strategical wisdom of doing what they were doing. What I don't know is quite how much fuel Van Riet has aboard, because he stopped during the code 60 last time, so he won't have been able to get a full amount of fuel. The time before, when that car stopped, it was under green conditions, so it should have been able to make itself full then. So the period of green flag running before it came in was a little over an hour, so that's probably about right for a top up of 50% of its fuel. So fuel strategy critical, and I say the Roll Centre team getting themselves back onto the same strategy by that extra pit stop.
I've just had an awful thought about this effort. Now, I mean, what I'm not sure yet, depending on where this goes, is whether or not they will choose to put Charles Lamb in the car. If they think they can have a chance to attack. But worse than that, I'll just ask you to consider this for a moment, John Hindhaugh. I
know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
That Coxey's been in the car, and even if he doesn't drive again, we're never going to hear the last of it.
Never going to hear the end of it. You got to exactly the same point as we're never going to hear it if they can't win this race.
Just don't answer the phone.
Ever again.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
No, I thought about that about 3 hours ago.
I'm just
when we were
take
talking
his
about
number out of my phone. Hang on a minute. There we go.
When we were talking about how that might go, and just what he's going to be like. Never mind.
It was a nice friendship while it lasted, wasn't it?
I need to persuade Martin to let me have a go in the car so that I can just pace myself against Coxey's times.
Shall we just have a little reality check here?
6 hours and 5 minutes to go.
That is one part of the reality check. If I were to throw away 2 hours of that, and I'll tell you why in a minute, and say there's only 4 hours and 5 minutes to go, and then say that
and this is like election night here, and Paul is playing the role of Peter Snow. If this happens, which it might not, but if it does, the swingometer's over.
Absolutely. If the 246 is still going to be able to catch up that missing 4.5 minutes, it's going to have to do so at a rate of about 2 seconds a lap. Now, at the moment, I just mistimed that sentence, didn't I? I was going to say, at the moment, Richard Neary isn't able to catch up 2 seconds a lap over the 127, particularly with Pim Van Riet at the wheel. But on that last single lap, he did. But we have to look at
the wider
trends.
The wider picture, yes.
We have to look at trends. So it all depends on how much of the race you're going to not account for on the assumption that the other two drivers, when they get into the 246 car, I'm sure they're still going to play a role, But if they can go as quickly as the 127, all well and good. If they go more slowly than the 127 car, what they're then doing is giving a bigger task to Neary and Short to do in the remaining 4 hours of the race.
And come on, tell the ladies and gentlemen what just happened as you actually made that very, very well voiced point.
He took 2 seconds out of the car.
He took 4 seconds out of the car ahead. And both the second and third place cars into the 218s.
And where is the 127 on the circuit? That is over on the backhand side of the circuit. So I'm not quite sure how much traffic that is in.
You really threw me a curveball there, because you said, where is the 127 on the circuit, and looked behind you.
Ah, yes.
On the far side of the circuit. And I'm thinking, he's looking at the breeze block wall. But of course, I've just realised you were looking at the map that you've got.
Yes, I don't have a Silverstone map, but I have a circle map, and that works just as well, except for the fact that Sector 3 is the same size as the other two sectors, which is patently not the case.
It's Richard Neary's turn to be in a little bit of traffic, I believe, at the moment. A slower middle sector than he managed last time around.
Well, I've had my sugar rush courtesy of Family H.
Yep.
Thank you for that. And the cupcakes as well as the banana bread. Very good indeed.
Banana bread, you say?
Yes.
What is this witchcraft?
Do you want to try some?
No, I couldn't possibly. I've got a coffee now.
Okay. Very good.
Feels a bit test match special in here at the moment, doesn't it?
Do you know, we're not on the on Motors at the moment. We're on the TV stream around the world and on RadioLeMans.com. Somebody very kindly during the night compared us and said we were the test match special of motorsport for events like this, and merely to be considered and mentioned in the same 140 characters as at BBC TMS is a huge honour for me. That to me is the absolute pinnacle of sports broadcasting.
Yep, I agree entirely.
If we're getting anywhere near that kind of level, I'd be very, very happy indeed. I'm not sure, Paul. It's not the first time it's been mentioned, actually.
Mainly talking about you, Paul, in fairness.
I can understand what people mean in the style of it. I'm not sure we've quite reached the heady heights of the technical brilliance.
I thought it was to do with the prodigious consumption rates of cake.
Well, there is probably that as well. And the merriment.
The Rick Broyhirs, to put a serious tone on it, that time which he just set, which was the fastest time that the car has done thus far, his last lap on a pretty empty tank of fuel, 2 minutes 18.728. But it was not just the fastest lap that car has done of the race, it was a second faster than any other lap that car has done during the race, which suggests to me that the track itself has dialed itself in. All the rubber has provided a lot more grip, and that's helped enormously. John?
Leader of the A3 category, Stefan Ventaya, in the pit and in the garage.
Oh dear.
That looks like it's up on its hijacks, that car, because he's turning the wheel and A is turning in B. They're pointing at something on the front. They're doing something with tyres, but I think there's a worry about the front end of that car.
I think they may have had a driver change there as well.
Whilst they're doing all of this in the garage, they don't look to be too worried about this at the moment. 303 is having its service on the pit lane. Rick Broyhirs standing in front of the car.
Steamy tyres.
Slick
tyres.
Yeah, slick tyres on that car as the pneumatic jacks allow the car to fall gracefully to earth. And that is Bert in the car now, isn't it? With the bright yellow racing helmet. As that car pulls away. Bert de Heus. 6 hours to go. A length of a World Endurance Championship race. The classic distance for endurance, and into, as Paul Truswell mentioned earlier on, the last quarter of the 24 hours of Silverstone, powered by Hankook, the opening round and first ever round of the Touring Car Endurance Series, which already for me has proved its worth. Third round, of course, of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook, which started with the 24 and the Hankook 24 at Dubai, the Mugello 12 hours a couple of weeks ago, and all of these cars and drivers scoring points in their third round of the season. If you want to know how the championships stand, go to www.24hseries.com, and there is a page in there that will give you, as the championship stands right now, with the cars in the positions they are.
It's the front left corner being attended to on the 208 car, but one of the crew ready to release the jacks quickly, so I don't think they're expecting it to be there for very long. The 168 car, meanwhile, seems to have found a different course.
I think there's a problem with the left rear of the 168. No. But he's definitely trying to stay off the racing line and out of everybody's way. He completely drove across the infield of the circuit. That was at the loop. He missed the loop altogether and rejoined somewhere.
I wonder if he just had a moment there, and that was the quicker way to rejoin rather than going against the grain, if you like.
Joe Bradley watching the Peugeot.
Yes, let's find out. Bradley, do you know what was going on in that left front there? Bradley Philpott?
They obviously had some kind of problem, but I didn't want to get in the way and
neither do I.
Stick my nose in. Yeah, they obviously had some kind of issue getting something on or off. But this team of mechanics, this is their first live brake change. It's a new team of mechanics for Team Altran for this race. So they've obviously practiced at their workshop, but that's their first on-the-job one. So that's, I think it went reasonably well.
So that was a scheduled brakes, pads, discs, or just pads?
I didn't see. I don't think discs. I think just pads.
Sorry, Bradley. Yeah, I can only see pads. So what was supposed to be a relatively simple job, they had a problem, something sticking.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, despite the problems we've had this morning and our dramas, we still have a pretty comfortable buffer. So nobody needs to get stressed. If we have small issue changing pads, it's not a problem. We're just trying to go about the business and just keep putting the laps in. So it's fine. It's not a problem at all.
Yeah, I saw the big digital number 5 in the rear window. That's obviously not going to change when we come through the timing beam again because of that buffer, I hope.
Yeah, I think hopefully we're safe in 5th overall at the moment. Without our problems earlier today, and with one of the TCR cars that was in front of us having a problem, I don't know whether he had an accident or whether he hit another car or something, we would have been 3rd overall now. So we're a little disappointed about that, but still running first in class, so that's the main thing.
Now, I know you're primarily here to drive the cars. Have you been let into the innovative ideas that were brought into being to stem the noise issue that stifled you guys?
I'm not 100% sure what the solution ended up being. I know we added a cap to the exhaust. It's like a belt and braces solution. We already thought we had a pretty quiet exhaust. Something's obviously happened during the night and it's not so quiet. We fitted that extra silencing, which is essentially a riveted metal box that goes on the end that's supposed to dissipate the noise. They noise tested us again and it was still too noisy on the static test, I believe. And then out of nowhere we were suddenly allowed back out of the pit. So some decision was made, a higher authority I think, to allow us to continue. And I don't think we've had any other problems since we've been back on track. So hopefully the drive-by now is okay with our little solution. But that's all I know really.
Was that something that you guys had in the back room kind of thing to bolt on?
Yeah, the 205 car has had that on from the start. So maybe that's why that car didn't get pulled in. But we haven't, as far as we're aware, been tripping the noise monitors with the 208 car. And it's a slight performance inhibitor, so we didn't want to run it unless we had to. But now obviously we have to.
You're answering all the questions I've been forming in my head. I'm kind of communicating with you telepathically, clearly, because that was my next question. What's the performance issue with that? And there isn't any.
There isn't a massive performance deficit, and to be honest, because we have to stick to the minimum lap once it dries out, it's not really going to affect us, I don't think.
Right. Okay, Bradley, when you were next in the car?
I'm out at 12 o'clock, or roughly 12.
Okay, mate, best of luck.
High noon for Bradley Philpott. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane asking the questions and getting to the bottom of that noise issue, which, whilst frustrating I'm sure at the time for the guys who were bothering the front of the field there in the 208, has been resolved. That car is racing, and whilst its overall position was affected, its class position hasn't. And for me, the interesting part of that is that the 205 car already had an additional noise suppressor on the exhaust. The 208 didn't.
Bit of a hum moment for that one.
One might say so, yes.
We'll correct Bradley on one point. They wouldn't have been up into 3rd position because the car that they've profited from its misfortune, the 125 car, only overtook them because of their delay. So they've only really picked up one of the two positions they lost to the delay they had with that noise issue in pit lane. The 3 cars that were already ahead of the Peugeot have continued untroubled from there.
By the way, a moment here, because Julian Thomas next time around in the A3 second position car, the number 136, that's the VW Golf of Team Brit, will move up into 7th position next time around, whilst the number 125 Seat that we saw with the front end damage after overcooking, we think, the exit from Club Corner a little while ago, is still not back out on the track and has fallen down slowly, in fairness, because it was laps ahead in 7th position at the moment. It will lose that when the 136 comes by next time, Paul.
It was 35 minutes that the Peugeot lost in the pits whilst the noise issue was investigated, and of course part of that was standing around, part of that was spent trying to find a fix, and part of it was spent, as we just heard from Bradley Philpott, waiting to be told that they could go back out on the circuit. But 35 minutes in all lost in the pit lane on that pit stop.
I'm in the 303 pit with Rick Broikers. Rick, you had the enviable task of being in the car when the conditions started to change, and we started to see a dry line appear. Your car went on to slicks. Was that your decision or the team's?
It was a team decision, but the rain tires were getting pretty old, so we had to. And I think it was a really good decision because the times dropped down very fast.
And from a driver's point of view, when the wet tyres start to melt and go off, does the car become pretty unstable?
Yeah, especially on the front, because you have a lot of wheel spin and a lot of understeer, so the front tires are getting pretty old very fast, and it's very difficult in the fast corners to keep on the line.
You've had all right, we're on the run into the finish now, but you guys have had a kind of a season full of stories just in one race, haven't you? You've had spins, you've been off the track, you've been on, you've been battling at the front. It's quite an exciting race for you guys.
Yeah, very, very much. And the first 2 hours we had a little engine problem, so we lost some time there. At night we were very fast, but also a lot of mistakes, a little bit off the track, even in the gravel for 3-4 minutes. So it's really an exciting race, and now it's going very well, so I'm happy.
And have you had any rest? Have you been able to rest some?
Yeah, very much, actually. From 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, I think, so that's good.
Yeah, not for someone your age, I'm sure. Are you going to be in the car before the finish?
Yes, maybe. I'm not sure yet. We will decide later.
And only 3 drivers in the car. That makes everything quite tough, only being 3 drivers over a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it makes it quite tough, but I think in a Seat it's not that hard, so 3 drivers is okay.
Thanks, Rick.
Well, Joel, what you missed there, of course, is Rick has to be out of the car at this time because he's got his Sunday paper round to do right now, and back to scale tomorrow.
And if you were curious about what Ivo Broikers looked like 35 years ago, that's roughly it there.
Yeah. Oh, there's no running away from that one. There's no running away from that one, Ivo. Absolutely not. And a very self-assured young man, and a young man who has a future in driving endurance racing. He's driven a number of different cars, very different in personality, and he's dealt with them all very well indeed. I've been very impressed with that young man over the last, we've seen him, I suppose, about the last year, Paul, since he came on. It was a year ago gone at the Dubai when he first came in.
A year and 3 months or so. And the first thing that Ivo said to me when I saw him and said he got a fast car this weekend, he said, got a fast son. So when
bartered off against doing well in his exams.
That's exactly what I was about to say, which means he'll only get in again if he does okay at school.
Now, Richard Neary is getting very, very close to his personal best, which, remember, is the fastest lap of the race, 1:18.221. What Richard can't do is to do 1:17 point anything. 1:18.0 is his minimum reference lap time. So as long as he does 1:18 point something, it's fine. 1:18.221 is just 1/5 of a second slower, so around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, 5.9 kilometres very nearly, is pretty fine timing from Richard, and he's still got fuel for about 25-35 minutes or so.
Perfectly judged with the very outside of the right hand side and not perfectly judged at Vale. I was just about to say perfectly judged, kept the very minimum of tyre on or over the right side of the white line as he came through the exit of Stowe to get past one of the TCR cars, but he's gone straight on through the gravel at Stowe, but rejoined. Meantime, a spinning BMW. That's the 102 car, is it not?
The 19th position car. Martin Lanting in the 3rd position, an SP Touring car.
He's off in the link section between the loop that goes straight on and rejoins the bottom of the Hanger Straight.
So has he just spun it there, or has he stalled that come off?
I think he's driven it there and parked it to watch the race. Nice place to sit.
Comfy seat.
It's when he gets the tartan blanket out and his thermos flask and sits by the side of the road, you'll know.
That's memories of the Brit Car 24 of years gone by with the Mercedes-Benz with the tartan blanket.
Yes, the Rennwagen.
I was thinking of South Bank at Brands Hatch. You spent picnic blanket out there and watch the motor races.
The Reich Rennwagen.
Well, the story we're talking about here, Paul, was the Reich Rennwagen Mercedes-Benz coupe that came in a freezing cold overnight section, complaining that the driver was cold. They threw a blanket in so he could put it over his legs. Fantastic.
Last 10 laps of Richard Neary, average lap speed for them was 2 minutes 20.8, 1.4 seconds per lap quicker than Pim van Riet. So it's quick enough if they keep up at that pace to catch the laps back before the end of the race. But I don't know that they'll always be able to keep up that pace depending who's at the wheel of the car.
A couple of submissions from the wider world. From James Foster says, I love the look of the Peugeot Sport 28 GTI. Looks brilliant on the streaming of the 24-hour series. And yes, I want one. Marketing worked? ? Answer, yes. Well done, James. Exactly what they're here for, to make sure that car gets, and its anniversary colour scheme gets into your psyche. And Ian McCarthy asks, what's the driver ID switch list on the dash of the 303? Do the drivers key in for drive time logging? Effectively, yes. It's a transponder, a switch on the timing transponder that is programmed to each of the driver names. 3 in that car, of course. Bert Hurst is the man behind it at the moment. The driver needs to manually activate that when he gets in. There's various other ways of doing it, including a chip in your radio plug. I've seen that done before. It won't be long before we just RFID drivers, and we'll be able to swipe them across the line as they go through.
We'll all have an individual barcode before much longer.
Yes, exactly. But no, seriously, Ian, yes, absolutely right. And that is an enforceable piece of kit now. Whilst it uses the technology in terms of the transponder going back to the timing monitor, it does have to be switched manually to one of 3, 4 or 5 settings. But Paul, if the teams don't do that, they can be pulled in for stop. It's not just good enough for the teams to say, oh no, it is Dave Miggins that's got in, he's just stupid and he hasn't flicked it over to driver D.
It is compulsory that it is set, and each driver has a mandatory sticker that he has to have on the side of his helmet, which says whether he is driver 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. Problem is, while he's wearing the helmet, he can't see what number he is to then check what number he's supposed to set the switch to.
Meanwhile, as the conditions improve, one of the cars that was way up, in fact led the race in the earlier stages, the 117 car, they told us overnight, didn't they? I'm trying to remember, Neil Primrose, I think, was telling us they were struggling with that car in the worsening conditions. But Clint Bardwell is finding time and finding very fast lap times indeed at the moment, 2:20.371. They've got a reference time of 2:19, I think, in that car.
And the SP Touring car, right, they took the higher, did they?
Yeah, 117, 219, yeah.
Does that mean they get slightly less fuel?
Yes.
So they're on 100 litres?
They're on 90 litres rather than 100. Except for the roll centre car gets 110.
110, yeah.
But that's because it's a BMW and it carries 1,300 kilos of weight.
Yeah, all of these things are compromises and balances to try and make the balance of performance work. And again, we should give great kudos to the technical team at Creventic I used to say not that big an organisation, but they seem to have brought half the population of Holland over here.
It's 3/4 of the population now. It's a national holiday.
It is a success story par excellence. Bit of shenanigans out on the far side of the circuit by the 111 car and Adam Ballon, but holds onto the car coming out of club. We've seen people penalising WEC for taking that line around the outside. Just about to say, we appeared to have stepped through a hole in the space-time continuum and moved direct to summer from the depths of winter a few hours ago.
The other thing noticed, John, is the wind has changed direction for 180 degrees overnight. The flags were flying.
It's gone right round the compass since we started. It really has. Isn't it? But it looks like a summer's day out there at the moment. I dare say it was only about 6 or 7 degrees Celsius when I peeled myself out of the comfort of the Jeep Renegade, which served as hotel bed last night, and I would suggest that it's still not very much warmer than that, but the sight of some sunshine is a psychological boost for everyone.
But De Hoyst had that little whoopsie, didn't we? We saw when he was travelling over the gravel bed a couple of laps ago in the 303 Seat.
In Vale,
He then had another lap that was a little bit slow, and now he's come into the pits after just 6 laps, which is a worry. I would say. Mm-hmm. 2 slow laps. Well, one was a lap with an incident that we saw, then followed by a slow lap, and now he's come into the pits unscheduled.
Could be something as simple as a bit of gravel stuck where it doesn't need to be.
It could be, yes.
Or maybe that's pulled something off. I'd be suggesting
Jack's going under the car.
In the pits at the moment. I'd suggest they'd be looking at the... looks like they're bleeding air out of the tyres there at the front end, and they're also having a look, I think, at the front brake discs. I wonder if there's just a bit of gravel stuck somewhere where it shouldn't be. It has happened in the past that it can get in the calipers. No, out it goes. It looked to me as though there were bleeding air out of the front tyres on that car. Now, does it need fuel, Paul?
Shouldn't do, no.
Joe's there. We'll find out, I'm sure, immediately.
Joe is asking the questions in his own inimitable way with Ivo Breukers. Joe Bradley? Nothing heard from Joe for the moment. Well, yes, Joe, go ahead.
Are we getting me now?
Yes, Joe,
yes,
go ahead.
we are. Ivo, hello.
Hey, Joe.
The only thing I saw there was some air being bled out of the tyres. Is the handling bad or something?
No, he was driving and suddenly his belt came loose. And so we had to come in to fix that. So we don't know why, but...
Too much for breakfast before he got in the car and now it's all settled, yeah?
Probably yes.
I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you.
So no major problem with the car, although there was a little correction of the tyre pressures there. Took the opportunity to do that. We mentioned this the other day, worth mentioning again. It is just not worth trying to be clever and fasten a seatbelt yourself coming into the pits. By far the best thing to do. I wonder if he was just moving around in the seat a little bit, Paul, and that may have caused the stumble at Vale.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I just felt there was something we weren't being told there.
Do you think?
But that's me being cynical, I'm afraid.
Prosecutor Trustwell over there.
I do wonder why they would have been putting the car on the jack.
Yeah, that kind of thing. You know, if he says I've come out of the belt, you don't lift the car up off the ground, do you?
They knew the car had been off, guys. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
No, I will.
I've got a loose belt. Let's bring it in, check the tyre pressures. Well, we can drop them a little bit, we think, now as the track is coming back to life and the track temperature with sun on it will start to rise. We've just bounced the car over the gravel bed. Let's have a look underneath to see if anything's about to fall.
No, don't you get in the way of our conspiracy theories. The next half hour, Paul and I will be discussing who shot Kennedy.
No, I grant you the point.
Big shot.
I think what we do is monitor the lap times.
Yeah.
And if he's going down, because Rick Breukers on his stint before this one was actually marginally quicker on more occasions than not than Richard Neary was in the BMW. So the car has it in it. We know Bert de Hoijs has it in him because he's been very quick in the race already. So if the lap times aren't comparable, then it's something that has changed with the car, and we'll open up the conspiracy theory box again, Graham. But if the lap times are good, we'll go along with John's precautionary checks.
Meantime, Richard Neary is on a tear again. 2:18.5 last time around, 2:19.2 this time around. The gap is coming down again, under 4 minutes and 15 seconds now. It's taken a wee bit of time out of the leader in the last 2 or 3 laps.
Richard, I think, though, is getting towards the end of his fuel, because at this kind of pace, the fuel won't be lasting as long, and I'd be expecting him in sometime within the next 15-20 minutes max.
And, so we'll wait, we think, Charles Lamb, don't we, aboard the car, if they're going to change to one of the other 2 guys.
I think it's going to need some more investigative reporting to find out. Might be Joe Bradley for all we know.
Yeah, we'll just see whether or not it's Charles Lamb or whether or not Darren Cox has been persuaded out of a particularly fetching cardigan he was wearing earlier in the race.
But it was warm.
Warmer.
Yes.
Yeah, well, somebody said it might be sunny out there, but I'm not taking any of my layers off yet. That was Papa Juliet, at Papa Juliet, PJ, here at Silverstone. And... sure which car you were asking. The 168 Ewan O'Leary was asking about, didn't it make an appearance in one of the races last year? In fact, this is only the 2nd race for the car.
Absolutely.
They had a 2-hour 750 Motor Club race at Donington a couple of weeks ago.
And that is 30th position, the 168. Carl Swift aboard that car on an outlap now, 6th in A2. And it's the sandwich... it's the filling in a trouble for the 136.
Oh, no, this is Team Brit, and they were challenging at the head of the field in this Golf. Now, that was a stutter and a cough from the 4-cylinder engine. They haven't run this out of fuel, have they?
136.
What's the stint length on that?
24 minutes.
Nine laps. No.
Should be fine on that, unless they were... short. When did their last fuel, Paul? Was that
9 laps ago? They're on 9 laps worth of fuel.
Okay, so that's...
Now, there's no lights on that car.
Well, it's daylight. They could have turned them off.
They could have turned them off, but looking for clues as to what's going on here.
All the wheels are pointing in the right direction. All the Hankook tyres have air in them. And the driver sensibly...
staying way
across. Who is behind the wheel of the 136? Is that still Julian Thomas? He's lost a position to Mark Lemmer, who takes the leading Cup 1 class BMW, the 154 car, up into 7th position as he crosses the line. But this is fundamentally more important than just dropping a couple of positions on the general classification. I think they're going to get it into the pit lane, and Joe Bradley is already en route to meet the car as it peels off right-handed now into the pit lane at the exit of Luffield, just before the final right-hander on this configuration of circuit, which is Woodcote, in the pit lane, but not to the pit speed limiter, which is where he is now. And now Joe Bradley will be able to see that Team Brit Golf.
That's going straight to the garage.
Joe, I think that's going straight in. Are you there?
I am indeed, yes. And he is being told, to slow down, cut the engine, not allowed to drive into the garage, have to cut the engine and be pushed in, or at least be out of gear. So the 136 car, let's see if there's anything visual. Nothing really.
Engine was still running, Joe, yes?
Engine's still running, but he is being pushed in. Pushed to the back of the garage. They're sharing with the ABBA Commercial Rule Centre team, so the...
I'm thinking driveline. I think he might have lost a gear there, and the stutter that I saw was him just forcing something into that car and then bringing it back virtually on tick-over. Done well to get that car back to the pit lane, if I'm honest. Meantime, we'll leave Joe there to do a bit of investigation, whilst the Mehmet Ogilvy number 1
loses another lap to the leader, John.
Yeah.
The 127 car going through on that lap. So 383, almost 384 laps in the book for the 127 car. Then Simon Neutron continues and approaching the end of his 375th lap. But 4 minutes and 10 seconds last time around ahead of the 246 car, the number 127. And with that little bit of traffic, it goes up to 221 for Pim van Riet against 219.2 for Richard Neary, but is getting closer and closer to the end of his fuel window.
Let's check back in with Joe Bradley, who's down with the second placed car in Class A3. This is the 136 Golf, well inside the top 10, lost a position down into 8th and looked like something fairly fundamental, Joe. I was suggesting drive line.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're certainly in the right area. They're looking towards drive shafts here. We've got the wheels off at the front, and we might even be a drive shaft CV joint. They tend to be the Achilles heel of front wheel drive hot hatches.
And you speak of what you know, having run Clios, of course.
Yeah, very much, and Minis as well. Minis were worse than Clios for that sort of thing, especially if you use the curbs. But I'm not really sure that these guys will have been using clattering curbs that you would do in a sprint race. There's just no point. They're still trying to get the bottom of it, so there's nothing apparent visually with regards to the drive shaft.
Joe, we're going to rejoin our live TV audience at the moment on Motor, in a moment on Motor, so I'm going to ask you to stay there and probably recap what you've been talking about once we get back to the European TV audience. Our international TV stream continues, of course, on 24hseries.com and the pop-out player at radiolemans.com on the endurance page.
The news for that crew will only get worse, I'm afraid, John, because the next two cars in the train are close together and are for position. So if they can't get that car out within a lap, it's going to fall off the podium position for A3. What a shame after a very clean run through the night for the 136 car.
Yeah, the circuit at Silverstone transformed by a bit of sunshine with a genuine dry track now. I'll be honest, I didn't think we were going to see this anywhere near this kind of time frame. Still looks a bit slippery offline, but there is a genuinely light grey dry line on a lot of the circuit, and the whole of the Hankook is absolutely dry, should I say. So with just on 5.5 hours to go, we'll stand by to rejoin our syndicated TV partners for the run to the flag from the Hankook 24 Hours at Silverstone 2016. Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Silverstone, where in the couple of hours that you've been away on Motors TV, we have gone directly from the depths of an English winter with temperatures hovering around the freezing point, fog, rain and basically irk is the technical meteorological term. We've gone straight through spring and into summer. As you can see, the sunshine shining on the righteous here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for the first running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. The touring car endurance series kicking off in style here with this big race, and the stories and headlines keep coming. The latest bit of drama playing out for the second place car in Class A3. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane with Team Brit and the VW Golf GTI that was climbing its way up the charts towards the head of the field. Joe, what's going on down there?
Massive shame. These guys are going so well. Have gone through some appalling conditions during the night weather-wise, and now after a really strong run they're losing time, just soaking up that massive deficit that the massive advantage, I should say, that they have. Driver reporting something awry in the handling of the car at the front end. Team directed immediately towards drive shafts or maybe CV joints. They can't see anything or find anything in that area, so now we're looking towards wheel bearings and stubs and front uprights. Still working on it down here in the 136 Team Brit pit.
Thank you, Joe.
Bit of goal.
It is bit of goal for these guys. Remember, that car has been in the gravel once in the depths of the very dark, very cold and very horrible night just in the bottom of the picture there, the team rule centre BMW, the ABBA Commercials car, Richard Neri at the wheel, who has shared the driving in 2-hour on, 2-hour off stints with Martin Short through the night. The tricky strategy that put this car on slick tyres before anyone else has paid off. Everyone had to then react to the decision. Martin Short, after a couple of laps to get the Hankook slicks up to temperature, was taking chunks of time out of everyone and basically forced the cars around him onto their strategy. Then Richard Neri jumped in, originally just to do a 40-minute stint whilst the other two drivers were getting ready for the conditions to improve, but a Code 60 scrambled everything again, and Rule Centre deciding to change their tactics, fueled Neri and threw him back out, and he's been now in the car for something approaching 90 minutes, 1 hour and 28 minutes, second position for that car, Paul.
30 laps Richard Neri has been out at the wheel of that, and I don't reckon he's got more fuel than will take him about 32 laps, so it will be coming in pretty soon, despite the fact that he's closing in on the race leader, the 127 Bleekemolen Seat, but that car also will be due for a pit stop for fuel.
Also dramas for the 303 car. The bulk of the work due the night done by Broikes Per Advies, the son and father, Rick and Ivo. Bert de Hees in the car at the moment had a belt come loose recently, which caused him an extra pit stop. He'd also had a little trip over the gravel at Vale Corner, right at the bottom of Vale. So he turned left and right to go into Club, went across the gravel there.
And the pace we're seeing in the moment out of the second place car does indicate, Paul, that we're getting close to the end of that fuel window. Back into the 218s again.
That's the nip back to Joe Bradley, as he's got an update for us on that car that was second place in A2. Joe, what do you got?
Well, process of elimination and diagnostic methods has uncovered that it's probably the diff that is gone. It's just made an appalling noise there, so that isn't good. And I think at this stage, well, we're certainly going to see those laps out away, that the laps advantage that we've got. I doubt even that the guys have got a spare diff. I mean, it's not something that you really expect to go. These things are usually bulletproof.
Thanks, Joe. That's really bad news.
It's already dropped out of the podium position, and if they do get that car out, it's a long job, if indeed, as Joe says, they have the wherewithal to undertake it.
So let's take you through, as we've got a slow Seat on the Hanger Straight heading towards Stowe, and that was a white car.
Was that the one?
I think that was the leader.
It's the leader.
It is the leader. Pim van Reet has got a problem. There was just a part of me there, and there's smoke coming from the exhaust pipes, and there's fluid. There's fluid, and the Bleekemolen car is in real trouble. Massive drama for Team Bleekemolen, and the leader for, well, more than half of the time that we've been racing now is into the Grand Prix pit lane. That is very considerate driving from Pim van Reet. He may be able to get that car back on the surface roads, but that looks to me like an engine problem. These TCR cars are not built primarily for endurance racing, but have proved to be a very good endurance racing tool. Let's just have another look. Oh dear.
Oh, no.
Great catch by the replay text. Thanks, guys. That was from the engine and from the exhaust pipe, and white smoke would suggest to me turbo or something related. And Richard Neri, next time around then, will put himself onto the lead lap. It's the Synchro Honda behind him with Dan Wheeler at the wheel, turning some very quick laps indeed. And at the moment, keeping pace, well, at least through the twisty bits, keeping pace with the BMW ahead. That tells you, doesn't it, just how much that car's been turned down in terms of power as Neri's coming to the end of his stint. He will have to be careful here. There is oil on the line there. But a good job by Pim van Reet to to make as little influence on the track surface as possible.
Stayed way over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Crossed across to get to the place of safety. So they will be looking for a way to get that car back as quickly as possible.
That lap, that fastest lap, is the fastest lap of the race, the 2:18.2, and that was done by Richard Neri, who's at the wheel of that car. Oh, so unlucky again for the Blake and Moreland team. They have run so far, Paul, an absolutely faultless race. They took the opportunities when it came to them. Oh, the engine has died, and it's been pushed rather ignominiously down the Grand Prix pit lane. Been at the head of the race for how long?
15 hours that car has been leading the race, and that very nearly 200 laps. It took the lead on lap 94, and we're on lap 388 at the moment. So, let's say more than half the race has been led by that car without any interruption at all.
So this car, number 246, the ABBA Commercials with Roll Centre Racing BMW. Well, this is a car that's won this race before, 2012. This car won the Britcar 24 Hours here at Silverstone. And then 2005, the first year of the Silverstone 24 Hours, Roll Centre Racing won the race with one of the drivers that revisits this race this year, Martin Shorts, as part of that Mosler crew. What an astonishing story.
Well, yes, it's just this question of 5.5 hours to go in the race before we start counting any tissues. But Richard Neri will be close, I think, to the using all the fuel capacity that car has. He's currently on the 33rd lap of this stint for that car. His first stint in the same car he was driving, it was 36 laps, so he's not going to go any further than 36, and he may choose to come in a little bit before that. But
now, does this change the mentality of the ABBA Commercials with Roll Centre team? Because they've been pushing and chasing in the past and trying to force people around them to do things. They are about to get the lead with that car, the Blake and Moreland car, not moving anymore. Do you switch now to say, OK, now we've got track position, now we've got the lead? Or do you just say, let's keep doing what we're doing?
You switch, but with great care. You don't just everybody rush around and start high-fiving, because that's the point when you come into the pits and you suddenly forget to do something and something terrible happens. You have to stay right on the ball. The team manager, if he's... I won't say if he's any good, he is a great team manager, will be going around saying, don't take any notice, we keep doing what we're doing. But in his head, yes, his mentality does change.
Good down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. He's made his way down to the Blake and Moreland pit. Joe?
Cruel and character building are two things that I can say right now. The 127 Seat has led this race for 15 hours. Dennis de Bost, I don't know what to say. The car at the moment has been peeled off into the Formula One pit lane down at Club Corner. It must be dejecting for you.
Yeah, I believe it's an engine failure. The motor is gone.
There's nothing you guys could have done to avoid that. It's just one of those things.
No, it's a totally new car. We haven't expected that.
Yeah. I suppose now it's just gathering yourselves up and thinking about the next race. That's what we do in motorsport, isn't it?
Yes, we're going to look for the next round in Zandvoort.
So has the team manager had any kind of communication as to whether the car may be brought back? It might be something small.
Yes, the car is at the new Formula One paddock. Yeah. It's going to tow to the pit box.
All right. Fingers crossed, Dennis. There might be hope yet. Might get some kind of finish. Thanks, Dennis.
Oh, just utter dejection in the voice.
What can you do? What can you say?
Well, there's nothing. The bright red number one on the side of the 246 guys. Is that the first time that's led?
First time that car has been in the lead of the race, John, yes. So the first, and don't forget, having started from the very back row of the grid, having missed the whole of the qualifying session on whenever it was, Friday afternoon, the qualifying session.
Drive shaft failures.
Don't even say things like that. Do you want Shorty round here to hit you on the back of the head with something?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Very heavy. Sammy Moutron has taken the number one car in to the pits and for fuel. So Richard Neri on lap number 388 is scored as the leader for Team ABBA Commercials with Roll Centre Racing, the BMW M3 V8 which won the race in 2012. Can it do the double and repeat in 2016?
Was there ever a 24-hour race that didn't throw drama?
No, and you know, what did we say earlier on? Was it late last night or early this morning? Does it actually matter how you categorise it? Laps between the leaders here, but don't think everything's cut and dried, ladies and gentlemen. Those words actually came out of my mouth. What I didn't expect was the kind of drama we've seen since the sun's come up.
Astonishing.
And still 5 hours and 19 minutes to go.
And it's come from all sorts of different directions. The dramas we've just seen for the 127 car, losing the lead and potentially into retirement. Engine failure, we're told, for the 127 car after leading the race for 15 hours. The issues earlier in the morning for the 208 Peugeot with the noise... failing noise testing and falling back in the order. Now back again into 5th position and will, by the look of things, get back its 4th position as a result of that issue for the 127 in some little while. But yeah, time and time again, it just pulls open the drawer of improbability and pulls out a surprise.
The infinite improbability drive has been engaged. 208 with, at the moment, Stefan Vantage at the wheel of that car. This little Peugeot has the sorry sight of the Bleekemolen 127 TCR and race leader a moment or two ago, now being craned onto the back of a flatbed. And again, kudos to the recovery teams, because they've had to find a way into the Formula One pit lane to do that. They've done that very nicely indeed, and that car will come back on the surface roads. And by the way, amidst the disappointment that Pim van Riet must have had behind the wheel, for him to have the presence of mind to take that option and get off the racing line rather than come around and spread oil or potentially put out another code 60.
Sportsman.
No, that is the respect for your other drivers that we're talking about. This is not just about side by side, not just about racing people for position, not just about when you're passing slower cars. It's that sort of thinking that I think characterises the Creventic style of racing, and it's a state of mind. It really is. So we have a new leader, and for the first time in this event, the Team Aberystwyth Roll Centre Racing M3 V8 leads, becoming the how many leaders? What does this add to the leaders, Paul?
We've had 5 different cars in the lead of the race, John.
By the 246 are by Richard Neri, former Ford Cosworth driver. It's the demise of the 127 that has put that car ahead. It's rather robbed us of the battle that was just beginning to heat up anyway between the 246 and the 147, the BMW of Aber Commercials team, with the flat black and very fluorescent green livery, which looks great on that car. And they've got a Z4 BMW as well, which is in the same livery, which looks just as good. But the guys will take it. Richard Neri, we're expecting into the pits at the end of his fuel load shortly. He's now done, I think, something like 37 or 38 laps, has he, Paul?
He's currently on his 37th lap, that's right. And your question that you asked a moment ago about whether that changes the mentality of the team would seem to have been answered in the lap times for that car. On the lap that he took the lead, he did a 3 minutes 20. The lap after that, he did a 3:24. And on the lap that he's just completed, a 3:26.
2:26s, I'm presuming, not
sorry,
three.
yes, yeah, 2 minutes and 26. All of those laps preceded by 2. So he's gone into fuel saving mode, so we might actually see him out for a little bit longer just to keep the fuel consumption as good as it possibly can be, and then we'll see him in for his pit stop.
That's wet weather times that we saw during the night, and they were saving a huge amount of fuel during the wet weather running.
In effect, they were making the 2-hour driving limit match the 100-litre fuel tank, sorry, the 110-litre fuel tank limit that BMW runs with.
Scored down to Joe Bradley, who has an update on the number 136. This was another issue just a few moments ago for one of the front-running cars, this time in A3. It was second position for the Team Brick Golf. Joe, what's the score?
It's gearbox change.
Yeah.
Total spirited effort as well. Decision was made. Right, lads, gearbox. Basically, remember, DSG box on this car. Wet clutch. So there was me sort of visualising a release bearing and conventional clutch pressure plate disintegrating and making that horrendous noise that I could hear, and then I was reminded it was a wet clutch, DSG box, isn't it? Of course. So they're onto it now at the back of the
So that's effectively a single, if you like, sealed unit that just bolts onto the engine. So
it's gearbox. I think they just changed the unit as a whole.
Yeah.
So box off, box on.
Thanks, Joe.
Simplifies the job, I suppose.
Yeah, get the ratchet set out, mate. You might be needed. Joe Bradley down there in the 136 Team Brit pit. That has benefited both the 335 Frederick Nymark in the Scangrip Racing E92 335i and Dan Wheeler in the 76. That is the Synchro Racing Honda. They have now moved up into second and third, and in fact also going through the 205, the sister car to the leader in that class, the 205 Peugeot, Gerard Bonjean, who is now up into fourth position in class, and the 136 continues to lose positions, now down to fifth in class and 15th overall.
And in currently fourth place overall, but to shortly inherit third place, is the number one car, the Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing car. That car having cycled through the two drivers who stayed out of the car during the wet portion of the race, Nabil Moutran and Sami Moutran, having both had their goes, has just made a pit stop, and Phil Quaife has taken over once again at the wheel of the number one car, John.
Yeah, the 127 is at least now on the surface road at the back of the wing, the Formula One pit area. Store circuit to the right hand side of them is. Oh, in fact, they're further up than I thought. Actually, they're in the cut. They are the cut through. Yeah, they were in the cut through. Store circuit is being used today for driver training at Silverstone. Rob Barfoot was with us in the early hours of the morning, going to impart his infinite wisdom to some wannabe racing drivers. Budding racing drivers would be a better thing to say there. I didn't mean that to sound...
Want to learn.
Want to learn, yes. Want to learn racing drivers.
Because I think you could do a lot worse than to listen to somebody else when you start racing drivers, and Rob has an awful lot of sense to say. And first time I've actually heard him commentate, he's got a very good descriptive talent as well.
I've worked with him before here at Silverstone in a couple of classic events for TV, and... when he let us know he was available, it was he went straight to the top of the list of people to pop in and help out in a 24-hour race. Obviously, we need our team changes as well, obviously with the constant of Mr. Trustwell sitting off to my right. Now, this is the leader in the pit lane, but in the penalty box. So, a slight stumble to the plans. Well, I've got to say now, I'll be honest, I'd bring Richard Neri in, because you can do that. There's no... Well, this is a long one.
It'll be interesting to see how long this is, because whilst we were on the previous Code 60, I was just looking up to see what the penalty is for overtaking during a Code 60. And there is a penalty for overtaking whilst the Code 60 procedure is on, and on the decision of the race director, this can be penalised with a time penalty of 1 minute.
And I think that's what they're getting, and we saw, didn't we, Martin Short going past the number 172 Honda.
And you wagged your finger at him, didn't? Or you wagged your finger at the screen.
Yes.
You didn't wag your finger at Martin, but you did wag your finger at the screen.
I was in theory, I was wagging it at Martin.
In your head?
Yeah.
Yes, quite. Well, the car has been at rest, it's been in the pit lane for just over a minute.
Joe Bradley has asked the team what that's all about, Joe.
I'm not sure if, while I was talking to them there, I'm not sure if you guys were aware, but Martin Short's just told me they got caught out a little. Martin in the fuel station pulls out of the fuel station, accelerates up to racing speed, overtakes some cars upon leaving the pits, and finds himself in a code 60. And so has been given a minute's penalty for that, and he was unaware of the code 60, and he didn't become aware of the code 60 situation until he'd accelerated way past 60 kilometres and overtaken cars. So they've kind of slapped their wrists for that one, and this is the penalty that they're soaking up now, and that was for pretty much during the night. So
no, it was on camera, Joe. Yeah, we saw it. The bright red engine change Honda, as it shall now be known, was one of the cars that he went by.
The car's up on its jacks, and we're seeing a driver change. Richard Neary gets out. Very good effort from him. 2 hours on, 2 hours off with Martin Short. We now got Charles Lamb at the wheel of the car. Martin, no tyres going on, no fresh tyres? Oh, they are fresh tyres. All right, they did that pretty stealthily. So fresh tyres, and would you believe the number one showing on the window of that car, and quite aptly the 127, the former leader, comes in on the back of a flatbed as the BMW pulls away on pit road.
That is the picture that encapsulates the last 20 minutes or so. The Martin Short's Roll Centre team, ABBA Commercials car, going out of the pit lane with number one on the side as the 15-hour-long leader comes in on the back of the flatbed. You don't see that happen very often, but that was the shot that encapsulates the joy and pain of endurance racing. Richard Neary's just got out of the 246 BMW, and we'll have a word with him with Joe Bradley in a moment's time. He's just rehydrating, and Joe can have a chat with him in a moment. That was a bit of a scrambling stint there, Joe, for the guys, because they clearly Richard only due to be in for about 40 minutes or so while they assessed the conditions, had to get in because Martin was running out of drive time, and then decided to refuel him and leave him in for as long as they could. The penalty assessed and the fuel coming to an end, which is what brought him in. So an interesting tactical change around as the car is just getting the last of its 110 litres of fuel. Now, will the 303 car get a lap back here as that pit stop has
it just
continued? It just has. Thank you, Graham.
About a minute ago.
Joe Bradley?
Yes, we have Richard now.
I think you should interview us both, to be honest, because it's as much Martin that's got us here as me.
Well, you know what? That's great. That's fantastic, because it is. You two guys have gotten that BMW in a position where, after the demise of the 127 car, you're in a position to take over that lead. And it came down to tactics, and it just shows how flexible you have to be. Richard, when you took over that car, you were going to be in the car for 40 minutes, Martin told me.
That's right.
That changed, though, because of the code 60.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I jumped in to do a short stint just to finish off what the fuel that was in the car, and then we were going to do a driver change, but I got in the car. We saw we were making big ground on the other car, so they brought me in, refuel, sent me out, so that the driver that's got in it now has got in with really warm tyres, and he's good to go, so he can do a full stint now.
And Martin, I take nothing from this, mate. You guys were driving 2 hours on, 2 hours off in very, very difficult conditions. Not so much physical in the wet, but certainly concentration level and mental fitness came into it, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And like I said to you at, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, that was the toughest 2 hours I'd ever spent in a racing car, because the conditions were unbelievable. You just couldn't see. And you're doing 150 mile an hour down the hangar straight, and it was bad. And Richard obviously had the same. But, you know, it's really dreadful to see a competitor go out like that. It's happened to us. I'm not going to say anything about what could happen. Exactly. But whatever happens now, you know, we've had an amazing race, and I take my metaphorical hat off to Team Blake&Molen for a fantastic job that they've done. They have been the class of the field, and at one point they had a 5-lap lead. They've done an amazing job. It's a cruel sport. None of us like to see that, but we'll see what we can do with this, and we'll keep everything crossed.
Yeah, good to see. Now, Richard, we're talking about the flexibility that you have to have in your tactics. Who's making those decisions? Because I'm sure it's not you at the wheel of the car. It's this man here.
Obviously.
Yeah, I've heard him shouting around.
Who's the old dog in the pit lane that's done it all before?
Martin, these decisions have to be made pretty quickly and pretty instantly with an ever-changing desert of situations, isn't it?
Well, to be honest, what we do is, we've got Nathan on the data, we've got Luke, my engineer, we've got Richard on the radio, and we end up, at some point, we all end up talking together, and we decide between us what's the best thing to do. There's been a couple of things that I've done as a gut decision, like the tyres, the going on to slicks, I guess my ideas have been a little bit more unusual by driving straight through and going straight to the fuel. So we've done things a little bit differently, but I think, this is only the second race we've done with Creventic, so I think it's a bit more by luck than any working things out on an Excel spreadsheet, believe me.
No, I know exactly, because I heard you when Richard just gone out, code 60 comes out, and I heard you shout, he's got to come in. Is it come down to just you? It's not a committee decision, is it?
No, I guess you could say that.
A camel. You have, Richard. A camel is a horse designed by a committee, so I'm an advocate of that kind of style of managing.
Yeah, well, we do have a committee, but then there's a Bernie Eccleston who'll bang his fist and hope that he gets it right.
Overall, though, Richard, you've had a great night, I would imagine. This has been a great race for you guys so far.
It's been a roller coaster so far. Some of the worst conditions I've ever drove in, and I've had some of the best overtakes I've ever done. Around the outside at Cops, around the outside at Luffield, phenomenal. That doesn't happen all the time. It's been great. It's been great so far. Long may it continue. Last few hours, fingers crossed.
Fingers and toes, guys. Thanks.
Miggins Motorsport, the brilliantly entitled Miggins Motorsport tweets, I think the bronze bust of Martin Short is being commissioned on Monday, # National Treasure. He's going to love that. We're not going to hear the last of that either, are we?
It's the best and the worst result.
But he is a national treasure.
No, I agree. I agree. In a
Never
very,
did
very
anything
nice
dull in
club.
motorsport. Never did anything dull in motorsport.
And frankly, I think it's a disgrace that Ricky Gervais is always trying to do such an impression of Martin when he talks.
Taking the mickey, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 1 Ogilvy car, back at the wheel of that car, 2:21.6 last time around. Charles Lamb, by the way, is behind the wheel of the 246 for the first time in the race. Is that correct, Paul?
That is correct, yes. He's yet to complete his opening lap. He's still on his out lap around the circuit, and then we'll get a representative lap time from him. But the gap that he has is a comfortable one of a lap and a lot before we get the...
Which has become a technical measurement now.
Well, we have the advantage on the screen of having a distance or a time difference that separates first from second, but I always think it's nice to measure it in terms of laps. The problem with a lap is that a lap can be a lap and a bit or a lap and a lot. So we've got, there's a lap and a half in the middle there somewhere. So those are the kind of broad terms. In time terms, it's 9.5 minutes. And say Bert de Hoys is kind of playing with us a little bit, because the lap times for that 3:03 are still not as quick as they would going with Rick Breukers in the car earlier on.
It's not 9.5 minutes, because that includes the pit stop. So it's going to be way, way less than 9.5 minutes. So I think we'll see that at the end of the next 2 laps.
The number 1 Phil Quaife-driven Mehmet Ogilvy Seat has been another car that has impressed me. Again, a team, Graham, that had to modify its driver roster because of the conditions during the night. They didn't want to put inexperienced drivers, and none of the Mutrans have been around this track before, so they basically found the guys who were most suited to it and left them out there.
About to go into 3rd position at the end of this lap for the number 1 car, with the continued stationary nature, I'm afraid, of the stricken 127.
Yeah, and I'm sad to say I think that car's has had its day, and indeed Phil Quaife goes across the line and into third position. Let's take a look back at some of the excitement from the last couple of hours. Well, gentlemen, plenty to talk about. How many words are you giving your reporter on dailysportscar.com to sum this one up?
It's me, so as few as possible, I hope.
Thousand words.
It's been a great story, hasn't it, so far? Meantime, by the way, should mention the second place car has pitted, but the gap at the point at which it crossed start-finish line under 4 minutes. So it's 4 minutes plus a pit stop.
Yeah, and essentially that closing down of the pit stops of those cars dictated by the fact that Paul reminded us that the 246 was getting a little better fuel mileage than the cars around it, the 127 and the 303. Now, 127 not a factor now, but that has brought two cars that were quite spread apart in terms of when they were pitting, a lot closer together.
Yes, I don't believe, though, that this is on schedule for Bert de Hoys. He's already gone through and out again, so that was not really time to do either fuel, because he shouldn't have been out of fuel. He had only done 24 laps on his tank full, nor was it enough to really to do anything in the pit. So we were wondering a little earlier on, Graham and I, whether or not there was something with that car. It wasn't going as quick into Hoyce's hands as it had been earlier on in Broika's hands. And, as I say, a bit of I won't say it's unscheduled, but we need, again, Constable Bradley down there to make some notes as to what happened.
Before something, yes, contemporaneously in his pocketbook and report back immediately. Before something else happens, just a thought as we're inside the last 5 hours from both of you, just about the event itself. I mean, we'll sum up obviously at the end of the race, but 41, 42 cars been playing for the most part of the week. 41 took the start, Graham. Yes, it would have been nice to have had a few more cars, but the meter of the race, the pace of the race actually has suited what we've had?
Well, I think there's two things to say. 41 cars is fine if you've got 41 reliable cars, and we've had some real reliability here despite the prevailing conditions. So there's been nothing wrong with the entertainment levels on track. I think in terms of the balance between the classes, it's been about right. We've had cars from 2 or 3 classes in the top 3 and 4 through an awful lot of the running before the TCR and the quicker SP touring cars took command. In terms of the feel of the paddock, faultless as always. I don't think I've ever been to anything other than a very happy Crevantic meeting, and that's continued here. In terms of the package, a 24-hour race for touring cars. Case proven, I think, this far, with 5 hours to go, John. Case very much proven, and I think they've got another winner on their hands.
And Paul, we've mentioned this a number of times, I'm going to say it again, the data collection and the way the technical group at Crevantic work with the teams, it's working. The pace between the cars, the speed differentials, we're not seeing the huge speed differentials we do when the GT3 cars are there, which may have been an issue in terms of being able to get past people. It hasn't been, and what it's shown is that these cars can play nicely together on the circuit and give us a good old-fashioned endurance race.
It raises the stature of both, hasn't it? It's raised the stature of the classes, the touring car classes, because of the fact that they are battling for an overall win, and therefore obviously top step of the podium and all of that kind of thing. But it's also raised the profile of the event to say, look, you can have a perfectly good quality touring car 24-hour race. Only have to ask the organisers of the Will Hire at Snetterton all those years ago to prove that. I think the weather, in some ways, yes, it was awful, but most of the people that I've bumped into around the circuit who are here as spectators were all going back to hotels or somewhere overnight anyway, and they come back this morning and the cars are looking filthy and there's all kinds of things that have happened. It's reasonably pleasant out there, and so that kind of gives it a little bit of the atmosphere as well.
I would say that a fair number, by no means thousands, of people did stay overnight. There was a steady stream of people back and forth to the paddock diner behind us when I was in and out of our accommodation here in the commentary box. And as Graham mentioned, although it was very dark, there was certainly not a time that I didn't see the odd flash of a camera or a phone from the other side where Silverstone had agreed to leave open the National Straight Grandstand, which I think is the first time that's happened in a 24-hour race here. I may be wrong, but certainly it was left open all night. The paddock diner was open all night, and from now on as well to the end of the race, the Woodcote A grandstand is open as well. And I could see people walking, cycling, some even sort of who had the right passes driving around the perimeter roads when I was out there. So there was a few people who braved the horrible conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's a hit. I think it's a hit.
Very much so. The question of noise was a slight... there was a little bit of a discussion there in the early hours.
Sorted, though.
I hope that everybody has calmed down and settled it. So, that's important.
Great news for the 246 team as that helicopter comes into land is that Charles Lamb is behind the wheel of the car and not Darren Cox, who was distracted yesterday by Lawrence Tomlinson arriving in his jobber.
Should point out, by the way, we said about the balancing of the classes, notable at the moment, the top 7 cars in this race are 5 of the 6 class leaders.
Yeah.
That shows, doesn't it, that the quality, the way in which these guys have got around the business of racing over 24 or 19 hours so far, that the teams that manage to stay out of trouble the most are rising to the top.
And the A2 category has been the one where everybody who's got into the lead has immediately almost found trouble. It wasn't ever thus. The 172 car started the trend in the middle of the night, and then it's been followed by one or two others. 212 leads that at the moment, the A2 category, in 12th position for Presenza EU Racing, who at various times have had one or other of their cars leading the category. Second place in A2 is the next car back, and that is John Shen in the 216 Modena Motorsports car, and they've been there or thereabouts. Third place, the 112, which is the second of the 2 Presenza machines. And see where the 4th place car is Soon Markussen in the 172. That's the Team Sally Racing that had been leading that class before the incident in the darkness out at Beckett's. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, you mentioned the 112 Clio there. That's in the pits with overheating. And while we cool the engine down, we're taking the opportunity to get some brake pads refreshed, starting with the rear. But I've seen about 5 litres of water go into that car, so I think it's lost most of its coolant. It's now replenished. Hopefully it's just a build-up of debris around the front of the radiator intakes.
That was the expansion bottle that we were seeing a moment or two ago.
Charles Lamb, John, lest anyone says, is turning in some pretty good lap times since he's been in this stint. His first flying lap when he got into the car was a 2 minutes 22. Then he did a 2:21. Then he did a 2 minutes 20. In fact, he did two 2 minutes 20s. And he's just eased off a bit on that last lap with a 2:24. And I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the team manager saying, hey, Charles, you don't actually need to go quite as quickly as you're going at the moment.
He's actually pulled the gap further out.
He has, absolutely. Never mind about worrying about whether Charles was going to be able to hold his own out there. He's gone out there and he's done a good job, a very good job indeed, John.
And again, what needs doing at the moment by those guys is to stretch the fuel to as close to the 2 hour limit as they can, and that's the kind of pace that will do that. That's wet weather pace, and we saw, I mean, that was a great test for the team ABBA with Roll Centre guys to see how far they could go, so they know exactly the lap times that they need to be turning right now. The 303 is second. Bert de Hoos is not gaining on Charles Lamb, who is in his very first stint of the race in the SP Touring class leader, also leading the Hankook 24 Hours at Silverstone. The team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing BMW V8. The 246 car with a 4 minutes 49 second lead. Let's go down to the pit lane. A2 has been a class of attrition. Second place in A2 in the pit lane at the moment. Joe Bradley has more.
Yeah, attrition continuing down here. 112, who was third in the A2 class, has been brought in with overheating. We can see them that's probably the fourth 2 litre bottle of water that I've seen emptied into that coolant reservoir. So this car suffering overheating and it's lost all its coolant. While that's going on at the front end, we're taking the opportunity of the car being able to have fresh brake pads put on the rear of the car so far. I'm sure they might as well put fresh brake pads on the front, because that water just continues to disappear. As we see it being poured into the reservoir there, it just continues to disappear somewhere, and it's not appearing on the ground for sure.
Well, Joe, you've run one of these cars, and that, to me, with the amount of bleeding through that system that is going on at the moment, that would suggest to me that that's going somewhere where it shouldn't be. And if it's not coming out of the bottom of the car, I'd be worried about where that's going in the engine block.
Yeah, I've never really run it over these kind of distance. It was always in Clio Cup races, which are 30, 40-minute races, and never pretty bulletproof cars, which is what makes them ideal for long-distance racing. And with just a few modifications, the Renault Sport Clio is a perfect little hot hatch for this kind of racing. But, of course, when you're in a car in these conditions, over this kind of distance, anything can happen, as we're already seeing up and down the field.
What's interesting about this, thanks Joe, is they're not sending that car till they're absolutely sure it's going to be okay. The engine was running there, which is why the water was bubbling up and dropping down again. Might just have been that they had a bit of an airlock in the pressurised water system. They were filling the expansion tank there. But 6 litres of water to me seems an awful lot to have gone in there. So they've either boiled it dry or it's disappeared somewhere else. You wonder what damage might have been done to that little 2 litre 16 valve engine. Towards the fuel pump, team member is ready. Stop there, let's get the fire extinguisher and start filling it up. Graham Goodwin.
Meanwhile, fastest man on track at the moment is again Charles Lamb, to 20.458 as he works his lap number 400 for the lead car.
And our projection at the moment from the Woking data centre, that is Paul Truswell, is for just over 500 laps?
502 at the moment, John, yes. So well short of any projected distance record, but that kind of went with the weather as much as the fact that we've had 15 code 60s. But at least if people want to start counting down, that's 502 laps for the race leader, whoever that might turn out to be.
Just a couple of social media interactions. Jason Gore says, I was there overnight, lots of things done right for the fans, 24-hour diner and grandstand, circuit access, and Guy Humpage also chipping in to @Specutainment. No need for any special pass for spectators to access the perimeter roads. Good fun watching the cars sliding around in the darkness, and good photographic access trackside as well, says Josh Barrett. So general thumbs up to go with our view of what we've had from our commentary box and the racing that we've seen, and hopefully conveyed some of the atmosphere to you through the television and audio and video streams, but also being backed up by the people who've made the effort to come here, and that's good to hear. The original 24-hour race that was put on here by James Tucker in 2005 was never really about attracting spectators. James put that on for the competitors, and to a certain extent when Creventic started their races it was all the same. It has developed into a racing series and a racing event here at Silverstone that people do want to come and see because the racing is good, and Silverstone have gone through a number of organisational and management changes over the past few years, and some very important changes in the last 12 months. And I have to say, having dealt with Silverstone for pretty much half of my working life in motorsport.
And that's a long time, Sean.
Yes, 1824 I started.
And it's all fields around here.
Yeah, all fields. The change in the organisation and processes here at Silverstone over the last few years, and particularly the last year, have been noticeable, very noticeable indeed. Let's go on board with the 303 car, Bert de Huis, and take you for a lap round Silverstone. Coming through to the end of the lap then, through Brooklands and into Luffield. It's a double apex right-hander. You can let the car breathe in the middle or you can hug the curb, your choice. Front-wheel drive car, often better to let the car breathe so you're not leaning on the tyres so much. Through Woodcote, up into top gear as you come onto the National Start-Finish straight. He sweeps past us down into the first corner at Copse, down 2 gears for this 303 car. Turning a little earlier than you might think in a front-wheel drive car. Run all the way to the edge. Watch the exit there because the AstroTurf stays very wet indeed. In from the middle of the road to the first part of the Beckett's complex, which is Maggots. Over the curb on the right, down a gear into the first of the proper left-handers. Oh, gets a bit of a slide on there as the rear tyres give up grip. They're still not quite getting the heat into the rear tyres in the back of the front-wheel drive cars. Onto the hanger straight now, and he's got a bit of traffic. The bright orange car just coming up to a few machines ahead of him. Heads into the braking area at Stowe, just on the edge of the left-hand curb. Easy to turn into early there and then drift out. The red and white curbs come to you very quickly, and it's downhill to Vale. The Formula 1 pit entrance on the right-hand side, all the way to the curb again. Don't try and cut the left-hander. There's a big built-up curb on the inside. 2 corners at Club, 2 right-handers. The first one you can nail the inside curb. The second one again has a built-up edge to the right hand of it. Onto the start-finish line for the Grand Prix pits. The wing and into what is normally the first corner. Super quick right-hander. Use all the curb if you can, and you can let the car run to the left for the second left-hander there. Into the farm, down through the gearbox. Pick a line, any line here, particularly in traffic. Right hand 90 degrees and into the loop. Down into second gear for most of these touring cars. Try and get the wheels straight as quickly as you can, and then hard on the throttle. Aintree is the left-hander, but it's effectively another piece of straight because all you're doing is pointing the car through it and keeping the throttle absolutely flat. Underneath the drive-over bridge and back down to Brooklands. Down through the gearbox again and turning in. It's normally the second bollard that you aim for, but in traffic there you can go a bit earlier, which is exactly what Bert de Huis did. And he's coming round to complete that lap. And we were on board while he did a lap of Silverstone and the Grand Prix circuit as he comes through Woodcote. And his time as he goes through in second position is going to be somewhere in the region of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. In fact, it was a lot better than that. It was an 18.7, and you watched it from on board here with us. Now, this was a moment or two ago. The Vortex car in the pit lane. Engine at the back of this car, well, at least in the middle, and that's what the crew were looking at, but that again is overheating. Would you credit it after all of the weather that we've had? We've got overheating of cars down the pit lane. 208 Peugeot going round, and still the Renault in the pit lane. This is the 212 car. Paul?
Yeah, I just wonder how much that overheating is due to the temperature delta that we've had from overnight to now. We did suggest that possibly as it got light and if the sun came out, it might create enough of a heat that the cars are just simply not used to. They're used to running at these cold temperatures, and then as they get the heat into them, fine as long as they can dissipate the heat, but if for whatever reason the radiators got clogged, you may not have even noticed it in the middle of the night, because the rain will have clogged the radiators. There'll have been muck and rubber debris put into the radiators, and you won't have noticed. And it's only now that the ambient temperature is beginning to come up that you notice the radiators aren't working as efficiently as they should.
Well, they've got to be losing water in that little Clio.
There's a hose gone, isn't there, somewhere?
They have poured about 10 litres into that. Joe Bradley is down there. Joe, what can you see?
Well, I can see a kind of a bottomless pit where this water is going.
But it's not leaking out onto the ground, and that would worry me, actually, more than if it was.
Well, is it going out the exhaust would be my next one, and when Paul
head
was saying
gasket.
about radiators, it's whether the head gasket that's just beginning to leak into the combustion chambers is just beginning to leak a bit more. There's no steam coming out. It's like all right, you get steam out of an exhaust because of cold temperatures, and it's relatively warm. It's not balmy out here, but in the sunshine it's comfortable. But they are still pouring water into that coolant reservoir on this Clio. And I think we're about 20 litres or something.
Turn it off.
Slight exaggeration.
Turn it off now, guys.
They maybe have to... I think they have turned it off. They're obviously listening, John. They've just turned it off there, and he's done an outlap. He's done it, and there it is. We see that. That's up to. Certainly, the system's pressurised, and you might be right insofar as it. You know,
I think what's happened,
you've got an airlock.
Yeah, I think what's happened, Joe, is they've, for whatever reason, they've boiled it, and now they're struggling to get rid of an airlock somewhere. But I'm still concerned about where the coolant's going. If it's not going out of a hose somewhere, then it's going into the engine, and that's never a good
Probably
thing.
an airlock, to be honest.
It's surely got to be an airlock.
There's no. I mean, you haven't got a leak, so you haven't got any kind of coolant hosing that shows any kind of leakage. So it's basically the coolant's not circulating and doing its job by passing through the radiator and being cooled and then on into the engine block. And that's what we're dealing with here.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. The leader is down and across the line to complete another lap in front of us, Charles Lamb, and that was a 2:20.966, probably a little quicker than he needs to go at the moment, but if he's in the groove, leave him, is what I say.
I think that's absolutely right, yes. As I say, I think what he does have to do is when he comes across traffic, then he can afford to be careful, not take any risks, and for the rest of it, just drive the car at the speed that he feels comfortable with, and he'll be saying, yes, I feel fine, the car is obviously good, I suspect the track is well rubbered in, and I suspect that we'll be... that they are really feeling fairly comfortable with matters. But De Hoys, I think, is going to be on his way into the pit lane again fairly shortly. I know he came in not so very long ago. In fact, his stint is just 8 laps, but he didn't take fuel on that previous stop. So De Hoys isn't going to be long before he's in the pits again.
Right, Charles just getting the back end of the lead car a little bit squirrely as he came through. Club, easy to do, just a little too much of the right foot. Often easier there to short shift from second to third or from third to fourth, depending on what car you're driving on a rear-wheel drive car, just to kill the wheel spin a little bit. It may also be that the traction control settings need a little bit of fine-tuning now that the car is back on slicks and also on dry weather surface. I think I'm right in saying that Charles drove this car in the 24 hours of Catalonia, Barcelona last year, Graham. Is that
Barcelona,
right?
That's right. He drove it there. I think he told me the last major race he did before that was with Roll Centre back in the day in the Bathurst 24 hours. Bathurst 24 hours, not the Silverstone 24 hours, in a Mosler. So he's not done a lot of racing, but I'm very impressed with his pace.
What impressed me was the way his first flying lap was straight in on a 2:20.
Yep.
He just came straight in, knew what to do. Obviously the car feels good, and it performed underneath him just the way he needed it to do.
My hand gesture there was for down under, not right here.
Ah, right.
They came second. I realised why he said that there, but I was mid doing something else. Bathurst in the 24, and they came second in that. I've seen the trophy in Martin's workshop.
He's got another hour in the car, I believe, after which it will be Darren Cox aboard the leading car.
And thereafter, it will only need one more stop. So, by my calculation, Charlie will finish this stint, then Darren will do a stint, and then it will be one final stint, or 2/3, 3/4 of a stint to get the car to the flag. Bert de Hoijs in the 303 car, if I'm correct in predicting that he's going to have to be in the pits within the next, let's say, 3 laps, will still need another 2 stops after that. So kind of everything is leaning towards that. Well, Bert de Hoijs has a lot of work to do. The whole of the Red Camels Jordan.nl team with the 2 father and son Broikers family will need to do an awful lot to get into the lead of the race.
Yeah, basically what the guys in the lead car need to do is break it down as close as possible to 2-hour chunks from this point, and as if we've got 4 hour 30 Ford 30, that doesn't take a lot of arithmetic at this stage.
It won't actually go into 2 hour chunks, because the car won't go 2 hours on its fuel at this pace, because we are running a little bit faster than even a wet weather pace. But even though the 303 car is not travelling as quickly as the number 1 car behind it, Phil Quaife is going very quickly indeed in the Memak Ogilvy dual racing car. That car is so far behind that the Dutch car is pretty safe ahead of the British one. Both of those cars Seat Leon Cup races, the 2 Seat Leons in 2nd and 3rd places, and in 4th place, most likely, we've still got the A3 class leading car, which will be able to complete sufficient laps before the end of this lap, in order to overtake the stranded 127 car, which is still in the pits.
And still water is being poured into that little Renault Clio, which is dropping away. It had been right up in 2nd place, of course, in the class battle, and Nick has just sent us a note in on social media saying this is the time when the driver comes on the radio and says, "By the way, you know my feet are getting wet, don't you?" He jests. I have been in a car where my feet got soaked in hot oil, which was quite interesting while I was racing. Squidged out through the paddock afterwards, leaving little dark footprints. Managed to get it to the end of the race, just about. So 4.5 hours, give or take, to this race.
2:19.0, that time around from Charles Lamb. That's a mighty effort. And the gap being worked at the moment, I think it's Phil Quaife looking to get on the attack in 3rd position on the 2nd place 303. See Phil threading his way through the traffic there with the 303 ahead of him on track, but laps up. But Phil working again, that's something we've seen throughout this race, Paul, is looking to get laps back and put the pressure on.
Yeah, Charles Lamb, that was his fastest lap that he's done in the car on that previous one, that 2 minutes 19.04. And he really just has taken this very progressively indeed, as into the pits comes the 1-1... Oh, out of the pits. That's the 112 car coming out of the pit lane.
And that's got water vapour coming out the back.
Yeah. No, that's not good.
The Renault and Stanley Steamer Technical Alliance.
Put some vegetables in that and start your Sunday dinner.
Yeah, you're from the north. Sunday dinner, not Sunday lunch.
Dinner.
Yeah, I know. Do you get pilloried from that for your better half as well? Yeah, that's not a match made in heaven, with water vapour coming out of the exhaust pipe of that little Renault, as much as it is. And I'm afraid that's a head gasket that has given up the ghost there and is leaking water from the cooling jackets around the cylinders, which are doing the popping, banging. So the suck, squeeze, bang and blow bits have got the cooling bits around it, and the water is getting in and being blown out of the exhaust. Not a recipe for anything other than disaster, I'm afraid.
What a shame. Yet more woes for that 112 car that led the class and led it fairly convincingly, John.
And yet more woes for an A2 car when it's at the sharp end of the field. Now being led by the 212, the Presenter.eu racing team Clio. Both of their cars, I think, have led that category. The 216, which is the team car, the one that has the issue at the moment. This is the Modena Motorsports car. Excuse me, no, it's not. That's the Modena Motorsports car, the 216 in second in A2. And in third, still, this car in third position. But for how long can that 2-litre 16-valve Renault engine continue to function with either A, no cooling, or B, water being poured into the cylinders?
There's a 3-lap cushion before losing the final. It's not going to last that long, is it, I'm afraid, before losing the final podium place at the moment on track with 4.5 hours now to go.
And it's Suna Markussen in the 172, and that's the Team Sally car that also led this race on a comeback drive after ending up with rear suspension damage.
I think that car is heading back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I think Joe Bradley may need to tell these guys and use all of his experience of Renault Clios to tell them to put that in the truck and take the engine out, start prepping it for the next race. That's a Mark IV car with the 4-door shell.
More experience of Vauxhall Viva HAs with combustion head gasket problems than Clios. Really are pretty bulletproof, these Clios.
1256 pre-cross floors, those were they? Something like that.
They were actually. They weren't a cross floor. You're right. Zip. Easiest tappets to adjust in history.
Yeah. Overhead.
Can you remember tappets? My God.
Valve clearances, you mean? Valve clearances. Use the proper word, Bradley.
I'm using the technical term. Everyone my age and your age understands.
You've still got a set of feeler gauges.
Yes.
God, right, it's the thing that you always put in that very shallow compartment right in the top of your toolbox, isn't it? It's about the only thing that can fit in there.
Yes.
Set of feeler gauges.
How else are you going to adjust your contact breakers?
Yeah, your points.
The 112 Clio, I think, is done.
Yeah, lots of water coming out of the right-hand exhaust of that car as it was going down the Wellington Straight. Thanks, Joe. But there's a sort of resignation from the driver who is now out of the car. It's Michael Schaap who has, I think, been told the bad news, and he's saying the temperature was okay when we were standing still, but as soon as I went out there, it went through the roof again, and I started losing power. Just couldn't get the car to rev. That's basically what I read from what he was saying there.
Walks away in a rather resigned manner, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What a shame.
That was a car that was a class leader. Well, we can see that of a number of the A2 category cars. In fairness, the Ultron, also a class leader, the number 208 car, now back up into the top four. The best of the A. Meantime, Charles Lamb still leads the motor race.
So another 2:19.9 for Charles Lamb in the lead of this race. Almost 5 minutes to the good now from the number 303. Red Camel Jordans.nl. Seat Leon, the team member with Roll Centre Racing BMW, took over the lead after the dramatic exit from the race from the 127 Seat that had led the race, John, for 15 hours.
Yeah, just over 15 hours, amazing. Joe Bradley down with the 212 Renault Clio. All over and done with? Is it being packed away?
Yeah, pretty much confirmed head gasket. What confirmed it was they took the cap off the cam cover, which is where you top off the oil, and steam, water vapour was coming
there
through.
You go. I wondered why they didn't. I wonder why they didn't do that before. I think it was possibly they didn't want to know.
Yeah. You know what? I was about to say, it's like, no, we'll keep it going, Just needs water, get it out there. No, back in. No, keep it going. Don't take the the cam cover off. We don't want to confirm it yet.
Yeah,
There's still a chance.
Schrodinger's cam cover, that one. Yeah, emulsification in the top of the cam cover.
It wasn't even that. It was actual steam.
What, really? Oh no, that's not just a bit gone then, is it?
It didn't have a chance to mix with the oil and emulsify. It was still water.
Oh dear me.
Yeah,
Thanks, Joe.
My ex-wife managed to close the Dartford Tunnel briefly with her head gasket gone on her Rover 200 back in the day.
A head gasket on a K-Series engine. I can't imagine that ever happening. So that is the demise, I'm afraid, of one of the demise of the 212 car. Excuse me, 112 car. 212 still leading.
That will promote into a podium position in class in a few laps' time. The number 172 car, which, as you said correctly, John, is the Team Sully Racing Clio.
Yeah, that seems a bit of poetic justice for them. We didn't see the incident in the darkness, but I have a feeling they were helped off into the gravel.
I think that may be correct.
Whilst leading the class. www.24hseries.com. One or two people reporting that they're taking at least one layer off and can now bend their arms, which is nice.
The 111 Seat, meanwhile, has clearly got rear valance panel that is not fastened as the maker intended, shimmying down every straight with a wiggle of its hips almost.
Yeah, a little bit of loose bodywork on that car. That's a Super Cobra car though, isn't it? That's not a TCR car. Adam Knight has not got the most aerodynamic of setup on the back of the number 111 Seat Super Cobra. The Track Club entered car is doing a pretty decent impression of a 1930s car with semaphore indicators.
Absolutely. Do we think which particular elements in the race mechanics toolbox, the racer tape and or the pot riveter?
No, I think the £5 lump hammer and knock the damn thing off so it stops from flapping around, frankly.
The third element in the universal toolkit. That's going to come adrift.
If that was a Joe Bradley run car, that would have fallen off already. That's clearly far too well affixed. That's going to get you a black and orange flag at some stage to come in and have it looked at. Whereas if it had fallen off by now, somebody else would have had to pick it up. Joe Bradley?
It's not down to shoddy workmanship, I'd like you to add. That's a tactic.
No, I know that.
Yeah, well, you didn't kind of clear that up. You just left it in the air. It's like, oh, they don't know how to fix a bumper on. No, you make it so it falls off at the least possible moment because you don't want to drag it around and get yourself a black flag.
Yes, exactly what I was saying.
Just thought I'd clear. No, you didn't say that.
And no, I did say it, so you don't get a black and orange flag, which is exactly what is happening to the 111. Race control has just come on the radio and told the 111 car that that has got to be fixed, and the reason for that is they're worried about it falling off and hitting another competitor.
Correct.
Had it already fallen off, then they would have had to come in and fix it. So I refer the honourable gentleman and the listener and viewer to my previous answer.
Joe's clearly offended, though.
I know.
And he's,
I didn't mean to, really.
He's known as being a sensitive flower, it's got to be said. 111 then should be coming down pit road towards Joe, who will be going down and giving them tips as to how not to let this happen in the future.
Yeah, reports to the pit lane, turns in right-handed. As the 162 car has been and gone from its pit, Merrill Reddit is behind the wheel in the fuel station at the moment. Repairs for the Seat, and Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane with another interview.
Yeah, the Toyota GT86 of car 162, that is, of Chris Valentine. Chris not at the wheel, but he was part of that pit stop. Chris, car came in, pulled up, a torch was shone on it, and then pretty much nothing else. No tyres, no driver. Did it take fuel, I take it?
Yeah, we've been concerned about diff temperatures for the entire race. We had an issue with them overheating, which was related to the drive shaft failures that we had on Wednesday on the test day. So we're very carefully monitoring the temperature. They've actually fashioned a diff cooler out of bent aluminium and bolted that underneath, which has helped a great deal. So we're just being cautious there. We checked the front left tyre. I think that was flat spotted. Merrill's in the car at the moment. He's got about an hour left to do. He's just fueling before he goes out. So I'll take over for a couple of hours. Then we'll put Ulrich in for the final stint.
Right, that's pretty good endurance racing, desert tactics. The Toyota GT86, you wouldn't never call that a touring car, but it fits really well in the A2 class, battling against the Clios and Avia.
Yeah, it's a bit down on power. It's only 200 horsepower, but it's a nice, easy conversion. Rogue Motorsport, no Toyotas like the back of their hands. So it was an obvious choice for them for converting into something like a 24-hour race car.
And a very pleasant car to drive, I'm led to believe.
It's so easy to drive. I've driven Porsche Boxers for 4 years, which on the limit tend to be really snappy. This one, you can just drift it through corners. So it's quite interesting to have a wet track that you can really play with the car.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks for that bit of insight. Toyota GT86 162, going round with a bit of bent aluminium for a cooler.
Of a diff cooler. Diff cooler. Love it. That's exactly what we want to see. And that type of car, indeed that's mentioned as the rookie car in the VLN series, the GT86, nothing more than 210 or 220 horsepower, so a very good training ground.
I was trying to remember where I knew Chris Valentine's name from. I think he's the guy that writes, that's certainly part of the PR for Britcar. So I think he's actually involved in the publicity for Britcar as well. So if that's the case, well done, sir. He and Steve Wood doing a great job with the new championship this year, with husband and wife Claire and Rob Headley.
Should be said that whilst this is not a Britcar event anymore, Britcar still is active.
A consultant to this race, Britcar, and Britcar is indeed active and indeed one of the family of their events. And there we go, racer tape being applied.
Well, they've gone for the racer tape option on that car. First, clean off the bumper bar or the rear valance. Second, apply huge amounts of sticky tape.
But yes, part of the family of Britcar events, production, endurance and the prototype series. Prototype series here, of course, last 2 days.
Yeah, I think that's the Dunlop Prototype Series is a really good initiative, and I think that will only grow. We didn't have any of the CN class cars here that are allowed in that, and look forward to seeing that. So plenty of sticky tape going on that number 111 car, and don't forget, do let a responsible adult do the cutting of any tape that needs it. Don't use pointy-ended. Joe Bradley?
You're going to be okay with rounded scissors, no pointed scissors allowed.
That's right, absolutely correct.
And use your teeth as well. I tell you what, they almost taped over the fuel flap. In fact, there's a little bit of tape on there.
There is.
Yes, there is. Did you catch that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to annoy the refueler guy who sat there for the 24-hour race in the refueling station. A quick job though, lots of gaffer tape. Can never have enough gaffer tape.
Into the pit lane comes the second place car, Bertha Hughes.
This will be a driver change for the Red Camel Jordans.nl car.
3:03 on the timing and scoring into the pit lane on the completion of its 410th lap. 5 minutes and more behind Charles Lamb, who continues to... Oh my goodness, he did a 2:18.4 last time around. Charles Lamb within a couple of tenths of the fastest lap that car has done. Charles, take it easy, Charles.
He's gone straight through for fuel.
Yeah.
But he's got an hour and 40 minutes on the driver time.
That's interesting.
That's very odd.
I'm expecting the radio call to Charles Lamb for a moment, just to drop his rev limit by 500 to 700 revs on each gear change after a 2 minutes 18.4. Well, that's very interesting.
I'm sure Martin's on the phone to him right now, being incredibly polite. It's the way it's always done.
Are you using the curbs? Just a polite inquiry. Let's have a look at Charles's driving as that car, remember, has a 2:18 minimum reference time. They got down to an 18.2 in the hands of Richard Neri, now an 18.4 last time around by Charles Lamb. No jokers to play here. It is a stop and go every time you break out of the bracket. Yeah, I think he slowed down in the second half of this lap. I think the radio call may have gone out. This is where you can easily spin up the back wheels on a powerful saloon car such as this M3 GTR alike.
A more than competent display.
Yes, 21-3.
Yeah, that's better, Charles. That's better. Keep it that.
Is what Shorty is saying in almost exactly those words, with just a few added.
I just think a couple of things just to add to the descriptive quality.
Indeed.
Of the advice. Should we call it advice?
Well, I don't know if you're allowed. Is it one of the 25 things they can talk about in this? Team Ultron, the 205 car in the pit lane. This is now third place.
And in the top 10.
Oh, yeah, third place in class. Gerard Bonjean brought that car in. I have to say, I didn't see whether they changed drivers. Joe Bradley says they did. Thank you, Joe.
Well, going through that top 10, the 246 car.
Good point.
Leading now 413 laps under the wheels of the Team Aber with Roll Centre Racing BMW. 4 hours and 15 minutes remaining. There's about 5 minutes before that last pit stop for Bert de Huys in the 303 car. This is the Red Camel Jordans.nl Seat Leon Cup. And around 3 laps to the good now, the Roll Centre car. Phil Quaife working a similar gap back in the number 1 Memak Ogilvy dual racing car, the Seat Leon Cup racer, almost identical, or in fact entirely identical mechanically to the second place car. Then it's the 208 car. This is the little Peugeot 208 GTI that had troubles earlier on with noise, but is now back where it was. And then the first of the D1 cars, Jean de Vogt in the 194 car. This is the Resi Racing Team BMW 120D. 127, Pim van Riet is the stricken previous leader, 15 hours the leader, 6th position, but dropping down, I think, irrevocably there. I don't think we're going to see that car back out again. And then it's the Cup 1 leader, the 154 car with Mark Poole at the wheel of the BMW M235i Racing.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed by the quality of racing, is all I want to say to everyone who's tuned in, our international audience. Hope you've enjoyed our uninterrupted coverage from the start of the race, well, from half an hour before the start of the race yesterday. It's just over 4 hours to go. And again, I'm just going to say that I think this has worked. I did expect it to work. I was, if I'm honest, a little worried that one class or another would dominate. I was hopeful that the data collection that had been done at primarily Dubai 24 Hours in preparation for this race, and talk to the guys from Creventic, this is not just a finger in the air balancing SP Touring,
lucky guess,
TCR and 8.3. Not a lucky guess, no. Not just a crazy idea that they thought might work because they'd seen it in a cartoon sometime. The guys sat down and crunched the data numbers from a race situation and from a 24-hour race situation in Dubai. It's worked even better than I anticipated. And you've got to love the fact that these new Seat TCR cars are battling against a BMW of older vintage, a BMW with race provenance in endurance racing right here at Silverstone, the 2012 winner. And the fact that the A3 cars can get amongst it because, if they have a clear run, add 5 laps, by the way, 6 laps, add 6 laps onto the 208 car at the moment, and they'd be a little closer to the top 3. In fairness, they wouldn't be in the top 3, but they would, if they got that time back whilst the discussion was going on about the noise issues in the early morning, that would still be right in there with a shout. And it's still only the A2 leader, because the A2 class has been had more troubles than the rest. It's still only that class leader that's not in the top 10, and they are in the top 12. Four hours and 11 minutes. This is the second place car, the 303 of Bert de Huys. Sunshine, spectators, a little bit of wind, and plenty of racing still to come. And the little bit of wind, by the way, is in the commentary box, but we'll gloss over that at the moment. It's been a long been a long night.
I am completely perplexed, John, unless there was a driver change we didn't see as to why the second place team pitted for fuel only with 20 minutes left driving time available, but did not change the driver in that car, because Bert de Huys has got to pit again within the next 10 minutes or so, because he's going to be out of driving hours. He's an hour and 47 minutes. Car has been down on pit lane very recently, but did not, apparently, according to the data we've got on screen, change driver. So unless we've had another instance where drivers forgot to change the driver selection.
No, but if that's the case, they'd get told and the car's got to come back in anyway. Remember, that is mandatory.
So not sure what's going on there, unless that car is carrying an issue and they're preparing for a bigger job on that car. We're filling the car first. Don't know, don't understand that one at all. But then again, I'm a fairly simple bear.
Joe Bradley is on his way to the scene of that incident.
Indeed.
We'll report.
He'll be proceeding along.
He's proceeding in a south-easterly direction. Sunday the 3rd of April. Leader Charles Lamb has eased his pace after proving he's just as quick in the car as Richard Neri, who was setting the fastest time of the race, a 2:18.2.
Not the first time we've seen a Charlie Lamb linked in with a fast BMW, of course.
Very good.
But different man, different spelling, different everything.
Charlie Lamb from Schnitzer BMW is actually Carl, is his given name. He's always been known as Charlie. Still very much involved in the BMW DTM programme. Much missed from endurance paddocks, I would say.
And the quote I know you love of Charlie Lamb's, which is?
There's only two sorts of people in the world: those who like and understand 24-hour racing, and everybody else.
I know which ones we prefer.
That was a very long time ago now. That was Portland International Raceway in the early years of the American Le Mans series. Charlie and I sitting in the back of the Schnitzer trailer. Let's have a little bit of a tactical update from the 303 Red Camel Jordans.nl Seat Leon Cup Racer team. In second position at the moment, Joe Bradley is with Ivo Breukers. Can let us into the thinking behind that last pit stop for fuel only with no driver change. Joe, we're confused.
Understandably, Ivo was listening to our broadcast, so he was ready for the question, and you've got the answer, haven't you?
Yes, it's quite obvious actually, because if we can stretch Bert's stint under the 4 hours still to go in the race, then we only have to do one driver change. So by putting some fuel in, we can go under 4 hours. Then I go in and then Rick go in. So we say one driver change. That's the reason.
That's why we're commentators and you guys are competing, isn't it?
No, I think if Paul was there, he would have figured out, I guess.
Oh, well, that might explain it. We've left Goodwin and Hindhoff alone, so they just cause problems all the time.
Okay, so yeah.
Thanks for clearing that up, Ivor. It makes good sense.
Right, we're off now.
I found that quite cutting.
Yeah,
I'm hurt. I'm quite hurt now.
Talk amongst yourselves for the next 4 hours and 7 minutes. So, bye-bye. Only joking.
No, excellent explanation there from Ivo.
Yeah, okay.
The 303 car continues, so about 9 minutes before he's got to be out of that car, so
the case
what's that,
of
3 more
everything.
laps maximum
goes to schedule,
and that's not done any real damage in terms of its position within the top 3, although obviously the additional stop we'll see soon will draw Phil Quaife a little closer. Phil has more than half an hour left aboard the third place car. Doesn't it show, John? With a 4 to 5 lap advantage, the 127 car, it all looked like a foregone conclusion at one point. But we said all along,
15 hours in the lead.
15 hours.
15 hours out of 18 hours or whatever it was that we were talking about, and the car goes pop. and not really having to push that hard, interestingly, although the pressure was starting to be wound up by the Team Aberworth Roll Centre BMW, which I thought was very cleverly done. The tactics started really to play for the Martin Short-led team when Martin was in the car and made the call from the car with that code 60. Now, he only had 40 minutes left in the car. I'll take some slicks. Let's give it a go. And then at least we can have a decent assessment of what the situation will be when I have to get out of the car.
Modern Motorsports Clio comes to a halt. Driver change going on there. That car running at the moment in 13th position overall, second in A2. And this was after a very early exit from the race from the sister car.
Note the additional headlights cut into the nose of that car with the Perspex covers. VLN for sure, and one or two other endurance races don't allow anything sticking out of the front of the car, and therefore one or two interesting solutions rather than just bolting on a light bar or a couple of three lights at the front. So that is the solution that they've come up with, and it actually looks very, very well done. It reminds me of some of the endurance races of the 1970s and 80s.
You can see some of those kids down at the kind of Chelsea Cruise looking at that, thinking, I'll have that on my road car.
Yeah, but they would have little blue flashing lights in them or something,
Absolutely.
wouldn't they? Those
banging tunes.
Fluorescent lights around the outside. Into the fuel stop for the 216.
Yeah, very good stop, by the way, from the team there. And it was Carry On Clio down to the fuel stop. And will continue back into the race, untroubled from behind for the second position in A2.
One of my favourite shapes of little hot hash box, that Clio Mark III. Just had the little flared arches at the back that gave it a very purposeful look. I've got to say I like the Mark I Clio Cup car as well. Had a road car version of that in very French blue. Not dissimilar actually to the blue of the Jeep Renegade that we've got here at Silverstone, which has proved its worth. Already been to the south of France and back for the WEC prologue, and proved fine accommodation overnight for the 28 winks that I managed to get in between shifts. That was a timed wink. 303 continues with Birkner House. Right, let's have a look at the class leaders then. Graham was talking about the issues. Before we do that, Joe Bradley, the never say die attitude of these races never ceases to impress me, and a car just rejoining after a job that in any other race you would have done back at the workshop on Tuesday.
Especially the kind of night that everyone's had there, you know, soaking wet, freezing cold. Gearbox goes early Sunday morning, still, you know, a few hours to go, but no, the Team Brit car, the 136 car, has changed the gearbox, car's back out, going round and round, dropped way down the field after a very, very clear run from those boys.
That's a real shame, the delay, but great to see people just still hacking away at the task of completing it 24 hours. And John, I think, just about to run through the classes.
The classes have been a big part of this race, of course.
Well, all of the top 12, John, and 5 of the 6 class leaders in the top 6 now, would you believe? So only the third place car, the second place in TCR, is not a class leader in the top 6 cars, and that just goes to show that the quality is rising here to the top.
But Phil Quaife on a charge, by the way, under 6 minutes between him and Bert de Huis in the 303 car, and took 5 seconds out of that lead.
No bracket time for that car.
No, that's a very good point, Graham. Yes, drive it like you stole it.
He didn't, we should say.
No,
quickly.
And neither are we suggesting that anyone should steal anything.
That would be a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Drive it as if you were a very quick racing driver. Just doesn't have the same cashier, does it?
As the 127 car, by the way, drops back down the order, up into the top 10, the number 76 car, that is the Synchro Motorsports Honda Civic Type R.
What a drive back. They are lots of laps down on the leaders, but in terms of the Year 3 category, they are 20 laps down. So they've not lost anything. The Team Brick car is confirmed as out of the pits. We heard Joe Bradley talking about that. New gearbox for the DSG transmission on that Golf GTI.
Very impressed they had that there with them.
Did you come in a Golf GTI?
No. By the look of it, I won't be going home in one.
The precursor, and now this is another penalty for the 303. This is, I think, the 4th penalty for this car. Certainly the 3rd. The big red T on the back signifying a turbocharged car. And this is, I presume, for track limits. For some reason, we're not getting the nature.
And it's as he leaves the 171 car, comes in to serve a penalty 2, but this will be Bert de Hoys out of this car, and my guess is that will be the last we see of Bert de Hoys in this race.
Yeah, that is stint length. Hey, it was about due, wasn't it?
That's right under the 4 hours, which is exactly what Ivo Broikers told us.
So coming down inside the last 4 hours. So 20 hours is complete. The Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing SP Touring BMW leads by 3 and a bit laps over the second place Red Camel Jordan's Seat, the TCR category car, in second place. That car is getting its penultimate stop at the moment in the pit lane. The 303 Seat Leon Cup Racer. In third place, the second TCR racing car is the Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing Machine with Phil Quaife pedalling that car for all he's worth. Team Ultron Peugeot, they're a class leader. The A3 category leader in 4th position. And another class leader, the D1, the Diesel Recce Racing Team BMW 194 in 5th position. The JJ Motorsport number 154 BMW is in 6th position, and that is a class leader as well. Then, second and third in A3, Scan Grip Racing and the second of the team, Ultron Peugeots, ahead of Saxon Motorsports BMW Diesel, but not in the diesel class in SP Touring. They are on a comeback drive as well. And Synchro Motorsport just outside the top 3 and a podium position in their category. Presenza are in 11th position with their second placed car, the 212. Check that with the first place A2 car. And in the 212 ranking in 11th position and first in their class. Modena Motorsports are second in A2, and Team Sally Racing, after being in the gravel with broken suspension earlier in the race in the darkness at Beckett, back up to third in class, 19th overall. Great drive back by those guys who've just got on with their work, got that car back out. Outside the top 20, well, pretty much everybody down there has had some kind of drama. Caught Oyster Racing BMW, that's still finding difficult to say, has been in and out of the pits. The second of the Presenza cars, the 112 car, is the one with the head gasket problem, and I don't think we'll see that car again. The WEC Motorsport BMW had a drive shaft issue. That cost that some time overnight. Sorry, check that. That was the Intersport Racing team, the WEC car with other issues. Brunswick Motorsport, the bright green car, the number 100 in 36th position. VDS Racing Adventures changed a full engine in the number 173 car, down in 38th position. And the 217 Modena Motorsports car well down the rankings, having had issues very, very early on. Graham Goodwin alongside me, Paul Trustwell about to rejoin us as well.
Ivo Breukers rejoins the race in the 303 car after that stop, involving a penalty as well, again for the 303. We think track limits again. And white smoke from the rear of the 136 car. I think that might just been a bit of a lock-up. So 2:45 from 303 and then the 1 car. And Phil Quaife, as John said just a few moments ago, setting about the task of closing the gap as best he can to the second place car and of course class leader in TCR. And Phil holds the dubious privilege of being the only car in the top 6 that's not a class leader at the moment.
So it is.
Ryan Lindsay, the 114 Intersport BMW, prop shaft problems overnight. Now what's happening under that front corner?
As far as I've been told, we've got a bolt snap on one of the bottom arms on the suspension, so they're working to try and replace that at the moment.
It was a long night, wasn't it? With all the rain, darkness, and once you get to daylight you think it's going to be okay, but there's still a long way.
Yeah, that's the thing, you get to daylight and there's still 10 hours left of the race, so yeah, it's still a long way to go. But yeah, we had a lot of issues through the night with the prop shaft and other things, but yeah, I mean, what can we do now? Just get round and finish.
But 24-hour racing, do you like it? You got the bug?
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah, I got it when I did Barcelona last year and this is my second one, so yeah, I definitely want to do more. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, well, let's hope you get it to the finish and best of luck.
So, meanwhile, up at the front of the field, the Charlie Lamb BMW M3 still going extremely rapidly in Charlie's hands and continuing to extend its advantage to the point where it is now further ahead of the rest of the field than it was behind the car that led the race for so long, the number 127 Blekemolen team Seat Leon. And Ivo Breukers, with having just taken the car out of the pits on a schedule, I would think now, to take the car to within 2 hours of the finish, and then Rick Breukers will take it from there. Phil Quaife in the number 1 car is actually lapping consistently more rapidly than the Breukers car. The gap is coming down, and I just wonder... I'm going to have a look at what the pit stop schedule for the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy car is going to be. But with the extra pit stops from the Red Camel Jordans, with the Breukers car making the extra pit stops, they have...